Silent Hill is the best horror franchise I've ever played. Originally, I would have given that to Dead Space, but these games have captivated me in a way no other horror franchise has. I've only come to this revelation recently, however, as while I've heard of the series for years, I've never given it the full attention it deserved. The announcement of the second game's remake was the push I needed to get going. So today, I'd like to talk about the entire Silent Hill series. I'll not only be going through its story and explaining it to you so you know exactly what's going on, but also be critiquing and analyzing its themes and messages along the way. Silent Hill has produced some of the best games ever made, some that are just alright, and others that are just blatant cash grabs, so there was a lot to talk about. This is a long one, so feel free to take this video at your own pace, as I don't expect you to watch the whole thing or even one game in one sitting. As always, like the video if you enjoy and subscribe if you're new. If you like story-related content, you should check out my explanation videos, as well as my analysis videos all on a variety of games and series. If you want to support the channel, you can also donate to the Patreon for as little as $1 a month with the link in the description. Thinking about returning viewers or coming back to another video, and without further ado, let's get started. Silent Hill 1 might have one of the best intros in the series simply due to its creeping escalation. Silent Hill starts with our main character Harry waking up from a car crash. Rewinding a bit, a brief cutscene will show how this occurred on the main menu. Harry and his daughter Cheryl were going on a late-night drive when a young girl walked into the road, causing the car to crash and swerve into the town of Silent Hill. Returning to our crash, Harry notices that Cheryl is nowhere to be seen. Fearing the worst, he goes out in search of her. The town is surprisingly quiet. Not even the hum of a car or street lamp can be heard. Fog has also enveloped the town, making visibility that much harder. This is no place for a 7-year-old girl to be, especially one that is alone. Harry will make his way through the side streets and back alleys to no avail. Once arriving at the dead end, a gate can be found, open, leading to more back alleys. A sign, "Beware of dog," is seen just outside the gate, briefly letting the player think what would happen to Cheryl if the dog got loose, only to find its corpse right behind it. A feeling of relief will spill over knowing that Cheryl was unharmed, but a more frightening revelation will arise as you wonder what happened to the dog and if Cheryl is next. This becomes even more concerning as you start to come across more bodies, some human-looking, with one strung up on a set of barbed wire. All while an air raid siren is blaring in the background, further heightening the unease. There isn't much time to think though, as a group of small demonic children will ambush you, adding you to the pile. Only to discover that it was just a dream. Or so it seems. Harry will soon realize that what he thought was fiction has now become reality. These demonic beings have taken over the town and Cheryl is still out there alone. All of this in just 5 minutes. It's beautifully paced, letting the player get right into the action as soon as possible and having its reveal escalate as you approach the next scene. As I said, it's one of the best intros in the series and it's right here in the first game. It sets a gold standard going forward for not just this game but the series, that if something like this can be executed in such a short amount of time, what will the rest of it feel like? Before we get into that though, we have to ask how we got here, to Silent Hill. Not the town, we already saw that, but the game. Silent Hill was made in 1999 and published by Konami, but the actual team behind it was called Team Silent. Now I should clarify that while the name gives off the impression of a team who stuck together through thick and thin all the way through, that's not entirely accurate. Truth be told, like all teams, older members moved on to different projects and newer blood was brought in all the time. In fact, the directors of Silent Hills 1 through 4 all left after their respective games were complete. Director of Silent Hill 1, Kiichiro Toyama, left to join Japan's studio to make Forbidden Siren. Silent Hill 2's director left to join Goodfeel, and the directors of 3 and 4 stayed at Konami but under the work of Kojima. As far as I'm aware, the name Team Silent was given to them by the community. This helps put a name to the faces of those who made a game that people love. It also helps differentiate between the different eras of the series. We'll talk about this later in the video, but after Silent Hill 4, the IP changed hands quite frequently. So Team Silent is helpfully used as a way to convey which set of games are being discussed. So all in all, it was a talented group of developers like any other. The outcasted connotation of their name though is actually true. Konami had plans to create a game that would be popular in the United States. It's unclear why the pitch for a horror game went through, but the most likely candidate was because another Japanese company called Capcom had recently released a little-known game called Resident Evil just a couple years prior. Capcom struck gold with the series, releasing both Resident Evil 1 and 2 to critical success, with Resident Evil 3 Nemesis and Code Veronica coming down the pipeline. While there is no confirmation that Konami chose this path to compete with Resident Evil, the success Capcom had likely pushed them to pursue this side of the market. However, the team had initially struggled to find a solid plan to move forward with, and this delay had caused Konami to care less and less about the project. Team Silent felt like outsiders within their own company, but with less supervision came more creative freedom. Since Konami was no longer barking orders about what should and shouldn't be in the game, they were able to operate with more creative means than before. Thus, they decided to make a game that would focus on the emotions of the players and more than just the moment-to-moment scares that come from a jump scare. Team Silent wanted to play with the players' emotions in more ways than one. Instead of games like Resident Evil 2, which had some Hollywood-style action in it, Team Silent wanted to bring back that horror and scare people on an instinctive level. Plots and character motivations were left unanswered or intentionally vague, to let the player come up with it from the context they were given. Huge chunks of this game will make no sense at all up until the end, and even after rolling credits I was still puzzled by many of its reveals. The game is meant to feel alien, an unknown story with a dark history hidden underneath. The town too is just as alien, but for different reasons. While the movies would base their setting off the real-life town of Centralia, Pennsylvania, the games were notable for being a mishmash of ideas and inspirations that came from American media. In an interview with PlayStation Magazine, Kiichiro Toyama regarding a question about inspiration said, quote, "To tell you the truth, and this might not be an interesting answer, but all of Silent Hill was made up. Some of the names have some cult backgrounds of the sort, but what the team was most inspired by were the cult movies of the 70s and 80s, and maybe the science fiction movies of the 50s, more than modern horror novels actually." To further add to this, when Silent Hill 3 came out, an official strategy guide came with it, and on the reverse side of the pages was a collection of notes called the Silent Hill Chronicle. It's meant to be a dev bible of sorts that compiles much of the info of the games up until that point. This chronicle, which is the name I'll be using from here on, goes deeper into these inspirations. From books and comics, they took inspiration from Stephen King, Dean Koontz, and Junji Ito, and through film they borrowed from the works of David Lynch and Stanley Kubrick. All of them deal with either horror or surreal work, perfect for something like Silent Hill. Stephen King's Carrie seems to be a direct inspiration for the character Alessa, a young girl who was bullied, lived in an abusive religious household, and had telekinetic powers. Many of the staff who worked on the game weren't familiar with the culture of America and only experienced it through that media. Silent Hill is essentially a Japanese team's interpretation of an American town. It's a lot like Resident Evil's Raccoon City, a place that is American based on vibes alone. Silent Hill is much the same, but think less Raccoon City and more Bright Falls, Washington. Instead of a large city, we have a small tourist town where people come to visit while on vacation. That's not the only difference that Silent Hill has when compared to its older brother, mind you. Resident Evil's art design is iconic, and that's thanks to its pre-rendered backgrounds. Pre-rendered backgrounds are 2D images that are placed throughout the map that give the feel of a 3D environment, while the actual 3D comes from the characters and items laid on top. The pre-rendered background style is still used today, mostly for stylistic reasons. But back then it allowed for extremely complicated designs to be made during an era where that wasn't always possible, at least not without some technical sacrifices. Among the many games that use them, some you might be familiar with were those early Resident Evils, as well as Final Fantasy 7 through 9. Many of these games, especially Final Fantasy, are downright gorgeous at times due to these carefully constructed backgrounds. However, as the years went on, 3D became more popular. For as great as they were, 3D was becoming the talk of the town, and the promises they were being sold were able to fix many of the footholds that would come from using the pre-rendered environments. Over time, more and more teams switched to this style of design. Even those aforementioned titles were jumping ship in favor of this new technology. Code Veronica released 5 months after Nemesis and featured 3D environments, and Final Fantasy X was released a year after 9 and also dropped the pre-rendered style. Silent Hill, however, was stuck in this weird middle ground, a transitory period where either option seemed lucrative. Pre-rendered backgrounds were simple, easy to understand and familiar, but 3D, while more taxing, was newer, more advanced, and intriguing. Team Silent decided to join some of its contemporaries and go full 3D, creating a series staple. Because the texture work was so taxing on the PS1, fog was placed around the player to mask the texture pop-in that would have been seen otherwise. The fog of the town would eventually become a consistent part of the franchise, synonymous with the games themselves, becoming a piece of Silent Hill's identity. The fog of this town shows up in just about every game in the series, even the games that don't take place in Silent Hill. The decision to choose this route of environmental creativity was simply to stand out. The team wanted to use real-time polygons and make the best thing they could with the tech that was possible. Things like the fog and darkness of the otherworld were things that couldn't be achieved with a pre-rendered style, so they had to go full 3D if they were going to create their perfect game. The fog creates a natural feeling of tension as it removes a single but rather important sense from the player. Walking into the fog is a constant gamble, as you don't know what's in the fog with you or how close they are to you. They could be 2, or they could be 20 feet away, and you won't know until it's too late. The sound of footsteps and the static crackling of the radio help ready you for combat, but visual cues are important when gauging threats. Something that doesn't exist when within the fog. Yet for as eerie and uncomfortable as the fog becomes as it engulfs the town, it strangely provides a feeling of comfort not seen in many horror games. Games of the genre are naturally meant to feel scary, oppressive, not comforting. To me, I find it to be the opposite. In between the hundreds of creatures out to kill you are occasional moments of clarity and peace. The fog helps exacerbate this feeling, although this is less likely an intentional decision and more so a bias towards my preferences. Fog is one of my favorite types of weather. It's not always frequent, but waking up in the morning and seeing the streets caked in a gray haze was a great start to my day, something I still look forward to even today. Silent Hill is that exact atmosphere. Numerous times I found myself just standing around looking at the scenery, taking it in while I played. It's a gorgeous town, even if you can only see parts of it at a time. But the fog not only adds a slightly different feeling depending on your taste, it was even brought into the story. The fog of Silent Hill is not a natural occurrence. It's a supernatural phenomenon that envelops the town, frequently obfuscating the lines between fact and fiction. The idea for the fog in the other world of Silent Hill stems from the concept of REM sleep. REM, or rapid eye movement, is a phase that occurs during the time we are asleep. This stage is usually when dreams occur the most, but only last a few seconds as the cycle repeats and you go through the various stages of sleep again before hitting REM. This concept was then taken and applied to the town, as at various points the town will go from the fog to the other world without warning, only to return back to the fog world by the end of the level. The dreamlike qualities of its environment and its enemies was also brought into this as well. Just as we sink deeper into our dreams and sleep cycle, the environment in the town is being dragged deeper and deeper into that darkness of the other world, only for it to arise and return us back to the fog again. These bizarre occurrences and explanations are at the heart of the game's intrigue. Silent Hill is not a creepy town that just looks like this. It's a generic tourist town with a dark past, and as the series continues, its role in the narrative will continue to change, becoming warped by the people who inhabit it. All something that initially started because they chose one style of design over another. It adds yet another layer of confusion to the game, making you wonder why the town is like this or why it morphs so frequently. This is further amplified by the weirdly stilted dialogue that persists throughout the game. None of the dialogues that are read in Silent Hill feel like they were read normally. They were professional, of course. Silent Hill 1 has some incredible dialogue, but it's how it's presented that makes it come off as strange.
Just turned 7 last month, short, black hair. My daughter.
Sorry.
Doesn't that sound like really slow to you? Again, this seems to be intentional because the dialogue is extremely well read and it doesn't give off the impression that it's just poor acting. It's likely just another example of the team attempting to create a surreal and unexplained environment that feels equally alien as it does hostile. But this is a video game after all, so the best way to do that is by putting the player within those constraints, letting them physically feel its hostility, which all comes from the design of the gameplay. Now, as always, this is a story video, so I won't focus too much on the gameplay for these games, but I do want to highlight some of its features briefly when they become relevant to the video. The story and gameplay of a game rely on each other constantly, and this is especially true for a horror game. Because if you can't feel the fear in the gameplay, how are you going to feel that fear when it's brought into the story? Silent Hill 1 is incredibly successful at blending these two elements together, and while there are many reasons as to why, there are two that I think that are the most notable. The first of which is the most obvious, the fixed camera perspective. Silent Hill's camera is stationed at fixed points, and while you can free aim, and I put that in quotes because it's not technically the correct term, most of the game is played well at the mercy of the camera. This allows for the team to go further with their creative output, letting the team design everything as they wanted. Take for instance the first body we saw in the intro. The camera hides this until the cutscene is shown, preventing you from spoiling it yourself before the team wants you to see it. This works just as well for the moment-to-moment encounters where your back is against a wall and the enemy is creepily coming towards you, but since the camera is facing you, who knows if they're 2 or 20 feet in front of you. The second design choice is also just as common within the genre, but more scrutinized, the ever-notorious tank controls. Tank controls compared to the other control schemes means that moving from left to right doesn't make the character strafe. They instead rotate in that direction as if they're operating on tank treads. Over the years, I've seen more and more rally against the old tank controls because they're obtuse and very clunky. And as someone who can count on one hand the amount of games I've played with this control scheme, I do have to agree. It is indeed very clunky and not very forgiving. You'll find yourself running into walls or second guessing which direction to go because it's based on the character and not the camera. It doesn't take much time with them though to realize why so many games use this, especially in the horror genre. A good assortment of Silent Hill's weapons are melee focused. Axes, pipes, a knife, and even a chainsaw. These force you to get up and close and personal with your opponent. The game locks you in these animations, and walking backwards is not as fast as you think. So you have to judge the distance. Too far and you'll miss the window of opportunity, but too close so the creatures will hit you. This often requires you to hit them a few times and then quickly turn away to gain some distance. But there's only so much room sometimes, and turning takes time the creatures are using to get closer to you. The game does at least have a few ranged options, a pistol, shotgun, and rifle. And because this is an RE4 with its over-the-shoulder aiming, the game has auto-aim built into its design to help you aim a bit better. The range at which you can aim, though, is shockingly short. There is a high chance that you'll miss it because you're too far away, even though too far means barely within touching distance, and therein lies the horror. You're always within arm's reach of the creatures of Silent Hill, no matter what weapon you use. This creates an environment that feels hostile but expansive, letting you choose between blowing through your ammo or conserving it by going in with a blunt object, but never letting you off the hook in either scenario. There are times when one weapon is better suited for a given situation than another, but there is rarely a time where you aren't just as susceptible to a damaging attack as the enemies are. That's the beauty of Silent Hill as a game. Everything was designed with care and consideration to be the perfect horror game. The fog of the town was added later to combat the new tech, but they immediately knew that something could be done to expand it and explain this fog as being something other than just a simple gameplay limitation. The dialogue is stilted, awkward, and weird, and yet was intentionally made to give off this feeling that not everything is right in the world. And the gameplay enhances the storytelling of the game by making that horror feel real. All creative decisions made were designed to serve the central goal of playing with the player's emotions as much as possible. Whether that's nervousness and unease while you try to piece together what's going on, or just blatant terror when you're jump scared by a creature off screen. But the biggest toiler of these emotions is, of course, the game's actual plot. As you get deeper into the game, you'll feel like you're coming close to an answer regarding what's going on here, only to find something that brings you right back to square one. Silent Hill's basic enemies are dogs, pterodactyls, and these small children. Given its roots as a horror game, it's easy to assume that the town has been infected with some kind of virus. That these are just mutated dogs, birds, and children. Many of these creatures, especially the nurses and doctors found within the Alchemilla hospital, also have large growths on them. It's horrifying to think about what happened that caused these beings to mutate in such a way, but it's more evidence to suggest that some viral outbreak or infection must have broken out. But that's not even remotely close to the truth. Differentiating itself from its contemporary, Silent Hill is less focused on biohazards and viral outbreaks and more on the occult. Much of Silent Hill's current predicament can be attributed to a cult who are attempting to usher in a new age of paradise. One that is naturally more sick and twisted than the name Paradise might imply. Lots of the cult's actions, beliefs, and mythology are really only established in later titles. Here in the first game, keeping with the theme of being vague about the truth, the game only suggests their presence. Laid out on the floor of the elementary school is the cult's main symbol. In a nearby antique store is a hole behind a cabinet, leading to a secret room with an altar. This points to occult worship, but the game will attempt to throw you off its scent by introducing extra characters and alternate plot points that don't seem initially relevant. Sybil Bennett is a cop from the nearby town of Brahms who came here to investigate the town's drug trafficking. Drugs have reportedly been passed around and smuggled throughout the town, bags of which are found in a store safe under the counter. Numerous people who are outspoken against these drugs seem to have been killed to silence them. Officer Gucci, a narcotics officer of Silent Hill, died of a heart disease yet had no pre-existing conditions. And an anti-drug mayor also suspiciously died as well. All of this is just a side plot, and honestly has no bearing on the game's actual story. But these thin threads connect to the larger whole, as they provide a bit of context as to why certain individuals are involved in the story. They often provoke an, "oh, ah," type of response once the puzzle pieces start falling into place. Dr. Kaufman is the director of the Alchemilla hospital. He seems to be the main drug peddler within the town. It seems simply for the sake of profit, but these drugs have hallucinogenic properties, which could also be useful to the cult. Dahlia Gillespie is playing off the old stereotype of being the wise old crone who knows everything about the town and claims it's magic or something to that effect. Much of her dialogue seems to be centered around helping us, pointing us in the right direction of where to go, and telling us how to stop the nightmare. All of this is a red herring. If anything, our involvement hastens the process. Dahlia is a member of the cult that plagues the town called the Order. She had a daughter, Alessa, who from a young age was gifted with spiritual abilities. These abilities seem to have given her a difficult school life. A desk in class is scribbled with the words "drop dead" and "thief" written on it. Home life wasn't any better. Dahlia used her to accelerate their dream paradise by enacting a ritual. We don't see much of this ritual in action until Silent Hill Origins, as the first game only describes the events in writing. But the goal was to seemingly birth their god. This didn't seem to work, as Alessa with her spiritual powers was able to resist the spell, yet still suffered many physical wounds in the process. Dr. Kaufman was used to not only push the drugs, but used his status in the company to secure a permanent room for Alessa while she recovered from her wounds. The basement storerooms were off limits to most of the staff, likely to hide Alessa, as her room, like the altar, is found behind a cabinet that's blocking a secret floor. Lisa Garland was a nurse who took care of her most days, and her notes describe her accounts of Alessa's condition, claiming that she's still alive, yet her wounds won't naturally heal. It's almost as if something is keeping her alive that isn't her body. And that's because Alessa had split her soul in two to escape the torment. The other half ended up becoming Cheryl Mason, who's revealed to not be Harry's biological daughter, as he found her on the side of the road one day. And the reason they came to Silent Hill today was because Dahlia had summoned her using some kind of magic, so that the souls of Cheryl and Alessa could reunite and the birth of their god could finally commence. Oh. See what I mean? Now things are starting to make more sense. We now know why certain players were involved in the plan, but this still doesn't explain the creatures of the town. We have a psychic child, a crony spiritual mother, and a doctor, but how does that explain the nature of the town? Along with the fog world is the iconic Otherworld, a world misshapen and distorted by reality. Areas that were once blocked off or locked down are now open. Concrete floors have now been replaced with chain link tiles. It seems to fold in on itself, as the fog world version of the school is nearly identical to that of the Otherworld version. But sometimes it can create whole new areas, like the stereotypical secret top floor button on the elevator. The Otherworld is a different plane of existence, the nature of which is still unknown, but the current look of this dimension is based on Alessa's mind, memories, and feelings, meaning that most, if not everything, comes back to her. The Chronicle explains a few of these manifestations. The horrifying nurses and doctors are likely caregivers she saw at the hospital, or manifested based on her being in a hospital. Their in-game names are supposedly Puppet Nurse and Puppet Doctor respectively. Puppet likely refers to the parasites on their back, implying that the staff is being controlled by the parasite. But because this is the Otherworld, not real life, it's possible then that the parasites are a metaphor for the staff's compliance. As mentioned before, staff weren't allowed in the basement storeroom. This is where they were keeping Alessa, and Dr. Kaufman wanted no one except Lisa to watch over her. And Lisa couldn't very much reject the offer, as she was a drug addict and Kaufman was still pushing the product. The first boss in the game is a split-headed lizard. The book that can be found earlier talks about a hunter and a lizard. The book is cleverly placed for the player to intuit how to defeat the large beast, as both beings are killed the same way, taking the large risk of waiting for its mouth to open and then shooting it right when you're within its grasp. But the manifestation of this creature, and its reason for being specifically placed in the school basement, could be because Alessa read this book in class. The Twin Feeler boss fight and its Float Stinger follow-up are meant to be reminiscent of the insects that decorated Alessa's room. Although I also like the metaphor of it resembling Alessa's soul, as it's designed to look like a caterpillar only for it to come back later in the game as a butterfly, symbolizing the rebirth of Alessa's soul into the incubator, which we'll see shortly. The rest of the ensemble cast, creatures like the creepers, bloodsuckers, and groaners, all come from her fears of these creatures, mainly insects, snakes, and large dogs. Silent Hill 2 often gets more credit for using this specific method of storytelling, and it should. It effectively used this style to create a very original and incredible plot. But flowers need to be given to Silent Hill 1 for planting that seed, and showing how effective this style of storytelling can be. It requires an immense amount of recontextualization, as you attempt to recall past events and see how they fit into this story now that you have new information. And since the game has multiple endings and encourages repeat run-throughs, you'll be able to think about all that during your downtime of you running through the same puzzles again. The other manifestation of the town comes out of nowhere though, as that has to do with Lisa. Lisa Garland was the nurse who was handpicked to watch over her. She's extremely nice and considerate and bears no grudge towards anyone. But she's clearly scared by the town and its monsters. We find her hiding in a locked room under a bed, and she begs Harry not to leave her at one point because she's too scared to be alone. Which is why it is ultimately quite sad to discover her true fate. Lisa was already dead. She died a long time ago, but Alessa's mind had manifested her back into the world as she was her main caregiver. It's why she's never seen outside the Otherworld section of the hospital. How could she be if she was dead? Her body stayed alive long enough, likely because she wasn't aware. This won't be the first time we see something like this happen throughout the series, and context from those games seems to imply that these beings, like Lisa, are real people. People with thoughts, emotions, feelings, and beliefs, but ones who only exist within the confines of the town, or sometimes only in specific parts of the town. Lisa had no idea she was dead, but now that she does, the curtain has been lifted and the real truth has now been revealed. Again, Silent Hill 2 will eventually come by and adapt this in a much more spectacular way, but here it is again planting the seed for future games to grow into. The impressive visuals though are really what gives the scene its iconic status. Many games back then were made with FMV cutscenes as they were of such higher fidelity than in-game graphics, but the amount of space they took up and the money they cost to produce was astronomical. It's why a lot of games, especially in the JRPG genre, have multiple discs. You just can't fit all that data onto one disc. Silent Hill 1 doesn't have many FMVs, but it was enough to stand out. Due to how hefty they were to create, you had to carefully pick and choose which scenes to adapt into this format. Lessening the overall amount of FMVs makes the few that exist stand out as important, and that couldn't be clearer with the scene of Lisa. It's not often this happens, but all of Silent Hill's FMVs could be attributed to one man, one Takayoshi Sato. Sato was a younger member of the team, and thus more well versed in this newer tech like 3D animation. He often helped the older staff members with this when they needed assistance. Much of his work went uncredited though, due to him being new blood at the company and not having as much respect as the senior staff. So Sato threatened to withhold this technical knowledge from the staff unless the higher-ups credited him for his work. They eventually gave in to his demands but ended up only giving him half credit, placing most of it on a visual supervisor within the company. Sato then made the daring decision to do it himself. If no one else but him does the work, then no one can take the credit. He stayed past working hours and used many of his coworkers' computers to render out these scenes on time. You'd think this would have burned him out, but it didn't, as he went right back to work on Silent Hill 2. And is even still working in the gaming industry now under Nintendo, where he was visual producer on Luigi's Mansion 3. It was tough work, and he probably shouldn't have done this in hindsight, but he knew what he was worth. Plus, the decision paid off. There he is right there in the credits. Alone. To cap off the game, Silent Hill goes out the same way it came, with an impressive display of escalation. You've been chasing after Alessa the whole game, and it's only now that you finally catch up to her. The Flauros, the item Dahlia gives us, automatically opens and wounds Alessa so that Dahlia could take her. Dahlia needs Alessa for her paradise, but she's been disobeying ever since, which is why it was extremely convenient that the man who fathered the other half of Alessa's soul was also looking for her. So she used Harry to try and get closer to Alessa. After eventually catching up to them, you're presented with the final battle of the game. Depending on a few actions, the final boss will either be the Incubator or the Incubus. A consistent mechanic amongst the Silent Hill series are different outcomes that cap off the story. It varies in each game, but it's usually down to a set of choices or lack thereof, made either throughout the game or at specific points in the playthrough. It's more often than not a set of good and bad outcomes, with some games having different varieties of good and bad, like how here in the first game there are the good plus and bad plus endings. This lets the player define their playthrough and can even add extra emotion to the finale, especially if that ending isn't one you expect. Even if a game may have a set of canonical endings that future games will latch onto, no game is technically only one ending, so each player has a chance to receive something different. The two factors for Silent Hill 1 are based entirely around completing Kaufman's brief questline and saving Sybil about an hour or so prior. Sybil gets infected with a parasite, similar to the ones we've seen on the nurses' backs, which possess her into attacking us. Normally you would have to kill her, but if you find a specific item, you can douse her in this red substance which counteracts the effects. This liquid called a Glophodus is what Kaufman will find and use on Alessa if you reach the end of his quest. Like much of this game, hints are not provided, and missing just one step could ruin the chance to get the correct ending. But this scene with Kaufman was actually what prompted me to get the liquid myself on the next run. Without even suggesting the solution, I remembered that the broken vial in the hospital contained the same liquid, and if it worked on Alessa, it could work on Sybil. Kaufman's quest is the more important metric though, as his presence is what dictates whether or not you receive the good or bad set of endings. If you fail the questline, then Alessa becomes the Incubator. She's going to birth the god of the cult into the world and give rise to their new paradise. Alessa is the Incubator, the mother carrying the child in the womb, and Harry will have to kill his daughter. Assuming you are successful in doing so, Alessa will die. And Harry, whether with Sybil or not, will lay on the floor, mourning the loss of his daughter while the world is overtaken by fire. If you get the bad ending specifically, the one without the plus, you'll also get an extra cutscene showing that all of this was just a dream and that Harry died in the car crash at the start. This isn't canon, but this is considered by the game to be an ending, with the game allowing you to do another playthrough after. The following playthrough is titled Next Fear, a sort of New Game Plus, It gives off the impression that Harry is stuck in a loop. The game will pick up at the diner where we first meet with Sybil, and Harry's first words are asking if this was just a dream. He's obviously referring to the part before this where we got ambushed by the first enemies in the game, but with that cut out of this playthrough, it makes you wonder if he's stuck in a loop and can't escape until he's completed his task. Something future games like Downpour will apply to its story. If you manage to complete Kaufman's quest, however, then the god comes out prematurely and attacks a reckless abandon. The name of the boss is the Incubus, but don't let the name fool you, as this is the devil himself named Samael. According to the Chronicle, the final boss is designed to mimic the interpretation of the cult's god. This is what members of the Order believe their god looks like, so it was born with those features. In classic JRPG fashion, Harry gets to kill a god, but in the good old American way of peppering the son of a bitch with bullets until it can't move. This ending now sees Alessa as the incubator giving Harry another child swaddled in cloth, just like how we found Cheryl all those years ago. He then, with or without Sybil, takes the child and leaves Silent Hill, as the cult and its god are put to rest for good. Lisa will even come by and drag Kaufman down to the depths of the otherworld, forcing him to pay for the sins he committed, wrapping up all the loose ends with a nice little bow. Silent Hill 1 is inarguably fantastic. Even if there was just one game, it would still be considered one of the best on the PS1. Even with such a competitive market, it managed to make a name for itself. Team Silent cared about Silent Hill because this is all they had. The higher-ups had left them to their own devices, and many staff considered quitting during or after production. This was the last hurrah for some on the team, so they wanted to go out on a good note. But it's clear they had fun with the project. The last few shots of the game are bloopers of the FMV cutscenes. And the game even has a joke ending where Harry gets kidnapped by a UFO, something that ends up becoming a kind of running meme within the series. Silent Hill 1 was the beginning, the blueprint, the game each entry could look back on for guidance. Each game going forward will draw its inspirations from different sources, but they all come back to Silent Hill 1 in one way or another, either through direct plot continuations or motifs and ideas. So it's no secret that Silent Hill 1 was as successful as it was, but with Silent Hill 1 wrapping up everything relatively neatly, what direction could you possibly go in next? Well, not much of anywhere except one that goes in a completely different direction. Silent Hill 2 makes the brave decision of separating itself from Silent Hill 1, not just in presentation, but mostly in its story. It's not clear at first, but the second game practically removes all mention of Harry, Alessa, the cult, and pretty much everything to do with the first game. The gist of the plot is that new protagonist James Sunderland has come to Silent Hill because of a letter he got from his wife. The twist is that James's wife died 3 years ago, so she couldn't have written this letter. Instead of seeing this for the trap it is, James plays into the horror movie cliche of going towards the monster and heads to Silent Hill anyway. He might not be familiar with Silent Hill like we are, but we might not be either. The location, and especially the creatures, are much different. There are no longer dogs and childlike corpses attacking us. Silent Hill 2's enemies are more humanoid and also less explainable. The first enemy, the lying figure for instance, looks human, but it's hard to tell what you're looking at. The mannequins tripped me up throughout most of my playtime, as it wasn't until the 4th playthrough that I realized that it's not actually a body without a head, but 2 sets of feet stitched together. It's the thematic cohesion of these enemies, though, that make this set of creatures my favorite in the series. Masahiro Ito, the game's creature designer, said on Twitter a few years ago that a lot of his inspiration for these creatures of Silent Hill came from, of all things, BDSM. BDSM fashion was something he was casually interested in since before Silent Hill 1, but I feel like Silent Hill 2 is where he finally let his creativity shine. It's because of his fascination with this culture that characters like Pyramid Head, Abstract Daddy, and Bubblehead Nurses were even created. This type of eroticism deals with leather, latex, and straps, and often has the participants constrained or restricted in some manner. The lying figure, for instance, looks like a being whose hands are stuck inside their suit, like how one may be constricted during this style of play. The Abstract Daddy, meanwhile, is meant to mimic 2 beings on a bed. The limbs protruding out look constricted, and the heads feel like they're trying to escape the fleshy confines of their design, further contributing to this style of tight restriction. The designs themselves are also more erotic even outside the influences. The Bubblehead Nurses wear shorter skirts and expose more cleavage than a typical nurse might. And creatures like Mandarin and Fleshlip have large lips built into their design. There are reasons for this, of course, just like how enemies of the first game had their reasons for existing, but I wanted to point out how different these beings are compared to the first game. This newly applied humanoid touch was made to extend a feeling of pity to these creatures, while also making you question whether what you're seeing is a human or not. In an interview with IGN, one of the producers, Akihiro Imamura, commented on this saying, quote, "One example is this creature who basically looks human. You see this creature and you perceive a human being, and you might let your guard down. But when you come closer, you might notice something else, something not quite right with that person. The player has to make this judgment, but that person is far from human and very dangerous. You might be surprised or feel pity destroying it. I tried to give the enemies an element of humanity. To be fair, the novelty of that pity and split-second decision-making didn't really hit for me coming off Silent Hill 1, and for newer players, this likely only stayed as long as the first encounter, as by then the player will be accustomed to the creatures of this town, but I can respect the attempt, because the creatures are more terrifying when they are human. Again, they have humanoid features which makes it easier to identify them, but their designs make it equally as hard to figure out. Like, you see something human, but what exactly are you seeing? The sense of confusion and unease was at the core of Silent Hill 1 when it came to dialogue, the other world, and many elements of the town. And it's great to be able to see that reflected again the second time around, even after the scares and unease has disappeared. This whole discussion should naturally call into question the nature of the town if it's not the same one we remember. Silent Hill 1 was based on the nightmarish feelings of its host, Alessa. But now, the town seems to take on a much different role in how the horror is portrayed. That is because, in Silent Hill 2, the town manifests itself differently to other people. Near a corpse is a memo that reads, "I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend, he says he didn't see anything. If it's true, does that mean what I saw was an illusion?" To this guy, he saw a demon, but his friends saw nothing. Both people are correct because the town changes based on the person. To use another example, a woman named Angela can be found here near a burning staircase. She claims that this is what she always sees. This is her Silent Hill, and for this brief interaction, we were able to overlap town to get a glimpse into her world. The reason the town is acting this way is because it seems to attract those with dark pasts, guilt, and trauma. These feelings then manifest into specific worlds that are shaped by the individual. It's important to note though that the town is not sentient. It's not some judge of good character, it just is. The town acts this way by design, but it's the person who arrives that creates this town they inhabit. Take for instance, Laura, an 8-year-old girl wandering the town. James lets her know that she shouldn't be out here alone because the monsters outside are dangerous. She's confused by that statement because she hasn't seen any monsters, something the player would find hard to believe given where we find her throughout the game. Laura's town is one of normalcy. It's possible that it genuinely looks like what Silent Hill is supposed to be because she's an 8-year-old girl. She doesn't have any deep-seated trauma or guilt eating away at her, so she's able to casually walk around the town without anything happening to her. The others are not as fortunate. Angela and Eddie are the other two people James will run into, and their stories showcase a new direction for the series. Angela was a victim of abuse. Her dad sexually assaulted her when she was young and continued to do so up until his death. To make matters worse, her immediate family wasn't able to be the support system she needed. Her brother joined her father in assaulting her, and her mother seems to have been complacent in regards to this act. This led Angela down a very deep and dark path. She's deeply haunted by these events, which have managed to affect her both physically and psychologically. Along with the Chronicle is another book called Silent Hill 2 the Novel, which is an officially published novelization of Silent Hill 2. It was only released in Japan, but dedicated fans have taken to translating it and releasing its contents on WordPress. The novelization sometimes contradicts itself, but more often expands on details the game doesn't touch upon. I mention this as the novel brings up Angela's consistent attempts at suicide. You'll also notice that Angela looks quite old, somewhere around her mid-30s maybe, but you'd be surprised to learn that she's only 19. In the making of the Silent Hill 2 documentary, Takayoshi Sato explains his thought process on the matter. He said that he added more lines to Angela's face to make her look older, and to make her sound older, the voice actress they picked was around 40 at the time of the game's production. The stress and trauma of her childhood have permanently aged her, creating a constant and long-lasting effect that will stay with her for the rest of her life. This connects to her patterns of speech. She often calls her mom Mama, something usually only said by children. Angela's body is that of someone in their 30s, but her mind is that of a child's, as she hasn't been able to leave those moments of her life, still stuck there wallowing in sorrow and pain, hoping for a way out. Due to this, she has an aversion towards people, especially men. Angela isn't seen interacting with other characters of the game outside of the occasional conversation with James. When in the apartments, Angela attempts to hand a knife over to James just in case she does something dangerous. But when James reaches out to take it, she backs away in fear. Towards the end of her questline, she'll also have a talk with James that truly spells out her feelings.
Go ahead and say it! Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway, you disgusting pig.
To clarify, James has done nothing to solicit this kind of reaction. It's Angela projecting this idea of what James is onto him. Angela sees men, and even just people in general, with disgust, and it's hard not to see why. Family are some of the only people you could trust in life. But with her family being compromised, what is she to expect from a random person she's never met, like James? Angela is extremely cautious. Her past trauma is a reminder of what can happen, and she wants to prevent that from happening again. What's most depressing about all of this is that Angela sees herself as the problem. Angela on numerous occasions says that she deserved this or that she was at fault. It should go without saying that she is completely wrong. Her mind has warped itself into thinking that she's the problem to create a reason behind the abuse. The simple answer of her father is a drunk asshole is not enough or something she can't agree with to some extent, so she tries to paint herself as the reason. Her last few moments in the game allow us to see her Silent Hill. The small room in the labyrinth is meant to mimic the size of a room in her house. Large holes in metal cylinders are being pumped back and forth, possibly representing a thrusting motion, and the boss is the abstract daddy. I said earlier that the design was likely meant to represent two people on a bed, who are likely Angela and her father. This creature is Angela's idea of her father. The two beings are almost stuck together within the fleshy frame, likely meant to show how her father's abuse was constant and continued for years. She lashes out in anger at the sight of its defeat, even throwing a whole TV at its corpse. In any other game, this would be the defining moment, where you fight Angela's pain in the form of some physical being to heal her, and our success signifies a triumphant victory. But Silent Hill is not that game. Often the abuse is too far deep that nothing will change. Killing the abstract daddy did not change Angela, just as her killing her father did neither. Right before her boss room is a newspaper reporting on the death of Angela's father. Some of the words are too soaked in blood to read, but the article explains that Angela had repeatedly stabbed her father with a knife at some point in time. It's even implied that she killed her brother, as when speaking to James, who at the time she assumes is her mom, she says that she's the only one left and that maybe she could finally rest. She was able to kill all her abusers and finally be rid of the pain, yet nothing changed. Angela may have stopped the physical abuse from continuing, but the acts that took place had permanently scarred her. In the end, she finds herself next to James on a burning staircase. She says that her mom was right. She deserved what happened to her, before walking up those burning steps, never to be seen again. Eddie, too, has dealt with his own fair share of problems. When approaching the bowling alley, James will run into Eddie and have the most unintentionally funny line in the whole game.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself.
Out of context, it's hilarious. Within context, I find it rather sad. It's worth asking where Eddie found hot and ready pizza in this town. No one is around to make it, and last time I checked, you can't DoorDash to another plane of existence. I assume, as dumb as this sounds, that he manifested it into existence. It's not the only time that an item will appear or disappear throughout the game, so there is some truth to it. What's more important though is not the pizza, but the act itself. Eddie seems to have an unhealthy relationship with food. It's no secret the guy has a few pounds on him. His appearance and weight have led him to becoming the victim of bullying. Many people made fun of him for these aspects, so he seems to turn to food to cope. Admittedly, I'm not too well versed in how this emotional eating works, but it's clear that it results in a never-ending cycle of harassment. Eddie gets made fun of for his weight and eats to cope with the pain, which in turn makes him heavier, leading to less of a chance of him losing that weight, continuing the cycle over again. It's kind of strange how we mostly find Eddie in places related to or with food, isn't it? The bowling alley with the pizza, an abandoned cafeteria, and a meat locker. It doesn't mean that all these places have to explicitly do with Eddie's relationship with food, but it is an interesting thing to note nonetheless. Like the rest, Eddie too was brought here to Silent Hill to confront his actions. When we find him down in the labyrinth like Angela, we find a body next to him with Eddie holding a firearm. Eddie claims that the man had it coming, that he was making fun of him with his eyes. James is shocked to hear this, but Eddie claims that it was just a joke. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's not. When we meet for the final time, more corpses are found. He goes on this long rant about how they all had it coming, and that from now on anyone who makes fun of him is getting shot. James stupidly replies,
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
This affirms his belief that everyone is out to get him, including James, leading to a shootout and his eventual death at our hands. Being ticked off at such an elementary level insult as nuts should show you just how deep his anger and hatred go. Or it should show how much Eddie is willing to make things up to get his way. Remember the guy who made fun of him with his eyes? Eddie seems to be looking for any reason, even ones that don't make sense, to justify his use of violence. He seems to take pleasure in the violence as well. He tells a story about how he shot a dog, and then when the owner went to confront him, he shot him too. But there is a shred of humanity in him that I find fascinating. His follow-up statement, he's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee, implies that Eddie didn't kill him. We could tell that violence of this caliber is new to him. When we first meet with Eddie, he's throwing up in the toilet. Just outside is a dead body in a fridge. You could make the claim that Eddie is lying here, and I'm inclined to agree with that myself, but it's clear that this disturbed him. Killing something and the feelings that come after are different to him, something he hasn't experienced. Furthermore, if he's going to kill James over the word nuts, he ought to extend that same level of harm to Laura. She calls him a gutless fatso and a blabbermouth. She even kicks him in the shin during the opening. All arguably more severe than James, and yet nothing happens to her. He never attempts to harass, harm, or threaten her in any way throughout the game. Eddie understands that she's just a child, and while it's still harsh, it's hard to be mad at a kid for something like this. The incident with the dog would counter this claim, but as harsh as it sounds, I think the dog was collateral. It seems like Eddie came to this person's place because of the football player, likely someone who made fun of him at his school. The death of the dog was used to hurt the guy's feelings even more. That does call into question why Eddie let the guy live though. Was it because he had a brief moment of humanity, or was it because he wanted the guy to suffer, as he no longer has a dog, nor a promising football career? It's hard to say. Eddie is a normal, nice person, so long as you are nice in return. He's casual with James throughout the game, even after their conversations in the labyrinth. It's only after James calls him nuts that the switch flips. His mind is stuck in this weird state of limbo because it's clear this level of violence affects him, but he also wants to get back at the people who hurt him. He believes they need to suffer for what they did, and if no one's going to do something about it, then he will. His time in Silent Hill has done a complete 180 on his personality compared to Angela. Whereas Angela sinks deeper and deeper into her depressive state, coming up with more reasons as to why she's the problem, Eddie finds more justification in his actions, seeing others as the problem. It's why the shootout happens so quickly and why he doesn't hesitate to turn on James. He's just another person who made fun of him, and now he's going to deal with it the same way he did the others. It's possibly why the final fight is set in a meat locker. Yeah, it's related to food, but his earlier comments about, it doesn't matter who you are as it's all the same once you're dead, it really speaks to how he sees his victims. He doesn't see them as people, just meat. Cold, lifeless meat. It's hard to tell if killing him in this moment was right. We spared the unfortunate few who would have encountered him later in life a grim, dark death. But like Angela, it's hard not to feel sad, like we could have done something, and that if circumstances were different, neither of them would be here. That's what makes Silent Hill 2 such an interesting sequel. The subject matter we have is something not seen yet in the series, especially to this degree. But it's because of its impressive implementation that Silent Hill managed to find itself a new foothold in the horror genre. From here on, each game will take its ideas from this pool of dark subject matter and use that as the basis for their story. Silent Hill 2 is scary because it feels real. Nothing about Eddie or Angela's life is fantasy. It's pure, raw realism, and there's something terrifying in that. Because of that realism, though, it also means that some people may have experienced similar trauma. Which, while we're here, if you do happen to relate to any of this in any capacity, just know that you are not a burden, not helpless, not useless, and it's definitely not your fault. While I may not be able to truly understand your pain, you made it through 100% of your worst days ever, so you could easily do it again. As one of my favorite quotes often goes, believe in yourself, but if you can't, then believe in the me that believes in you, because I know you could do it. Despite what you may think, the world is better with you in it, and I'm glad you're here today. And yet, even Silent Hill 2 knows this as well, and is willing to guide you on its journey with a careful hand. It's all too common for media to use things of this nature for the sake of shock value, to get a rise of the viewer just to show how evil and scary things are. Strangely, I never found any of that terrifying because of that implementation. Silent Hill 2 is scary because of how seriously it's played, and I find that it works out well for those of the audience who find these moments relatable. Not just Silent Hill 2, but the entire series will never, throughout its entire runtime, ever trivialize or joke about any of its subject matter. The game is essentially saying, look, it's going to get rough and we're going to be talking about some really concerning things you might not be comfortable with hearing, but you could expect us to handle it with the respect and care that it deserves. It will be scary, and oftentimes the outcomes we want for these characters won't come true, especially here in Silent Hill 2, but you yourself will never feel harmed by the writing. There is something ironically comforting in that, and while I can't speak from personal experience regarding what Silent Hill covers, to me it never felt like the butt of a joke or something added into the game because they needed something to horrify audiences with. Most of these traumatic moments are at the heart of the story, something that is called upon again and again as the protagonist sinks ever deeper into the story and the other world, and that is something to be praised. What makes this implementation even better is that the script's willingness to withhold answers allows the player to craft their own ideas as to why things transpired the way they did. Much of our discussion on Eddie and Angela's history can be seen with as much value as the ramblings of an old man. Eddie and his eating disorder, the abstract Eddie being meant to mimic both Angela and her dad, the holes in the walls meant to represent thrusting motions, and Eddie possibly having a shred of humanity. None of it is explicitly mentioned by the game to the player. These are all conclusions I came up with on my own. The game invites you to consider what these things mean to you. Some people tend to see theories and immediately write them off for being too outlandish, but I find discussions like this to be very healthy and very enjoyable. It's cool to see other people's thoughts on certain parts of the game because the game is designed with this in mind. Just like the first game, the plot is intentionally vague, as it wants to save all that room for you. It may not be right, but because there's no official answer, it can't really be wrong either. While I'm all for a straightforward to the point plot, I can't lie, I do get a kick out of coming up with some bizarre theories. And nothing could be more applicable to this way of thinking than when discussing James himself. If what we are seeing is James's Silent Hill, why is he here? Is he here because of the letter, or did the town call him for another reason? Well, that becomes the plot of the game. Initially, it's fair to assume that he's an edge case in this scenario. He was the only one that was physically called here. Both Angela and Eddie didn't receive some kind of Twitter DM, or... wait, this is 2001. They didn't receive some message on AOL from the town telling them to come on by. They were each drawn here by force, or fate, if you will. James was given a reason to arrive. A tangible, physical item was given to him. But we'll see how that holds up later. To find Mary, he'll have to go to their special place. James claims that both he and his wife Mary used to visit the park frequently to stare out at the water. He assumes then that this special place of theirs is the park. Except when he arrives, he's greeted by someone who isn't... not Mary.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife.
Like I said, she's not Mary, but she's pretty close. Maria is the first hint that things are not as they seem in this game. It's not a coincidence that Maria looks like Mary. The contrast between the two is partially the reason for her existence. Maria comes off as a more outgoing rebel type compared to the soft-spoken Mary we learn about. This even comes out in their clothes. Mary wears a long dress with a sweater over it, whereas Maria has a choker, short skirt, and a crop top showing off her midriff and butterfly tattoo. She even works as a dancer at the gentleman's club Heaven's Night, further playing to this more outgoing style and personality Maria has. Her reason for being here is that she's meant to serve as a stand-in for Mary. James, being the loving husband he is, naturally wants his wife back, so the town manifested a version of her that follows James around. It seems as though some of Mary's memory came preloaded when she was created. Maria desires to help Laura despite not knowing her. Mary, on the other hand, knew Laura as the two met at the hospital. Further, Maria is seen taking a few pills during a sequence at the hospital. She claims it's for her hangover, and I do believe that to an extent, but like a lot of this game, actions and events often have double meanings. Mary and Maria both feel sick, one from a disease, the other from a hangover. The room she's in also has this weird noise that sounds like someone breathing through an oxygen mask, something I've only heard in this room. Outside of having similar designs and some retention of memory, her demeanor is polar opposite to Mary, at least from the scraps of info we have on her. Which is why it's been widely debated what she's meant to represent. The lengths of this are still not fully known, as again the game invites you to answer this on your own. But the contrast between Maria's provocativeness and Mary's more conservative design implies that at a minimum it's something sexual. This is further shown in how she speaks to James. She's always seen touching or holding him. She wants him to focus on her and her alone. This is for a few reasons which are alluded to in the Born from a Wish substory, but Maria's trying to find a purpose in her life thanks to her unique existence, and she wants James to believe in her. Lots of her dialogue is either comments about how she's most definitely a real person, or about trying to get James to care more about her than Mary.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
The dialogue serves as both a way to convince James that she is real and even to convince herself of the same. This points to a few things regarding James. If her mannerisms and attitude were also formed by the town from his mind, that implies that he wanted Mary to act this way towards him. The outfit design is obviously an inspired choice, as we've discussed, but it could point to numerous things regarding James's thoughts on Mary. To be honest, I've never really seen James as the sort of horny guy who wanted a hotter wife, because his dialogue implies that he loved Mary and vice versa. I don't think so much it's the individual parts, but more so what Mary represents as a whole. An identical version of a woman James lost and desperately wants back, so she was designed with those constraints in mind, an idealized version of his wife. That's why it hurts all the more to realize how strong of an effect this illusion has on him because, in case it wasn't obvious, Maria isn't real. When you first enter the bowling alley where Eddie and Laura are, Maria asks to wait outside. Fair enough, but later it becomes a convenient excuse. She's never seen interacting with any of the cast and never speaks to them outside James. And while trudging through the hospital, she's killed by Pyramid Head, only to reappear in the labyrinth, die again, show up near the final boss, die, then reappear again. She's not real, and there is some deep irony in that as we'll see later. The consistent deaths of Maria not only disprove her existence, but also how desperate James is to ignore all of it just so he could be with his wife again, even if it's not her. Hell, there are times when James is talking with Maria and gets her confused with Mary. He says that when they meet at the hospital and is the final word he murmurs after seeing Maria die again. The illusion is so strong that he almost believes it's his wife, and that's another level of torment. In an attempt to get the answers he seeks, James will have to take a trip to the Silent Hill Historical Society. As the town is a tourist attraction, the building was constructed to be a one-stop shop for everything about the town's current and past history. A little ironic then that the place it's built on top of doesn't get mentioned once. The Historical Society is built atop a large prison that was used to house prisoners of war back during the Civil War. After the Civil War was over, it was converted into an actual prison, but didn't see much use as it would close down sometime later. It's only accessible through an extremely long staircase, so long that if it was any longer it could put the MGS3 ladder to shame. The prison has a rather unsettling history, possibly too much for tourists to enjoy, which is probably why it was omitted from history. The prison is still here though, with the echoes of its past still alive and well, with the remnants of alarms and prisoners still making noise to this day. The design of the prison implies that both during and after the Civil War, death was a rather common fate for those unlucky enough to be sent here. Within its grounds is a large courtyard with a few nooses, and a graveyard where the dead go to be buried. These corpses were dumped into a mass dumping ground as evidenced by the morgue-like rooms that are filled with carts of corpses. The area around the prison used to be nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners would wash their tools there. The evidence here also seems to imply that the infamous cult may have started or was at least making moves during this time. Pictures strewn about the society show executioners and men with cloth robes. A prison cell has numerous books on black magic and witchcraft, all talking about the summoning of rituals and demons. This is also where the player will start to notice the surprising amount of holes within the prison. James jumps through something close to 5 or 6 holes during his visit here, each one taking him deeper and deeper, and with the view of the hole being obstructed, who knows how far down he's gone. This abyss James finds himself going down has biblical ties that wrap back to its use here in the game. In early versions of the Bible, the abyss was described as a bottomless or deep place from which the world began. Later versions would elaborate though that it's also a place of demons. I find the former versions more fitting in this instance given its purpose. The abyss contains the origins of the world, and while this abyss won't contain the origin of the world's creation, it does at least contain the origin of the character's suffering. Here is where you will learn of their torment. Each of our boss encounters with Angela and Eddie are found here, and is where large revelations about their life come from. The abyss calls to James and he must answer, for as a note in the game says, "He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward." James must step into the abyss if he's willing to find the answers he seeks, but are those answers ones he wants to hear? The end of the abyss takes us to the Lakeview Hotel. Getting there requires us to take a boat across the lake. Finding a VHS tape and using it on the TV in room 312, where Mary and James stayed on their vacation, will give us the answers we finally wanted. James is seen videotaping Mary in the room, and with one final kiss goodbye, James takes a pillow and places it over her head, suffocating her. James killed Mary. What can I say that already hasn't been said? Silent Hill 2's plot twist is one of the most iconic moments in gaming history. A complete subversion of expectations and a complete betrayal of our attitude towards James. You find yourself rooting for James in these moments of turmoil and grief, only to realize that these feelings were misplaced. The disease that killed Mary was right in front of us the whole time. It's not like the game was keeping this from you though, it was beating you over the head with these details since the moment you stepped into town. The existence of Maria was the first, but even more so, its consistent references can be found with those with eyes to see. Words scribbled in blood say, quote, "If you really want to see Mary, you should just die, but you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James." When talking with Laura, she claims that she met Mary a year ago at the hospital. Mary also wrote a letter that was supposed to be given to Laura after her death, which wishes her a happy 8th birthday. Laura claims that she turned 8 last week. None of this would be possible if she died 3 years ago. Numerous, seemingly innocuous notes take on different meanings when presented with this new info. There are patient records in the hospital that talk about the various mental illnesses in the patients, some of which relate to our characters. Jack Davis attempted suicide a lot like Angela. Joshua Lewis solved things with violence similar to Eddie. And Joseph Barkin's illness is rooted in the fact that he believes he's guilty of killing his daughter. A doctor's note even directly references the other world, and a few lines really match up with the description of James. Quote, "The potential for this illness exists in all people, and, under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side." Continuing the theme of double meanings, a few moments in the labyrinth feel especially odd with this knowledge in mind. Down there was a set of 3 nooses. This is a part of a larger puzzle where you have to place 3 tablets, then grab an item. Each tablet refers to our cast of 3 again, along with the nooses. There are even 3 graves with their names on it. It seems at least initially that the town is taunting James, but in a way it's also a sly remark that those with guilt and trauma won't make it out of here. I mean, in just a few short moments, Eddie and Angela will pass on, so the town is just preparing the grave for James. We even have to jump through his grave to progress through the area. There was also a puzzle where you have to read a riddle, find which person was innocent, and then pull their noose to get a key. I love the dramatic framing of the scene, because from the angle provided, it looks like James is about to hang himself. It's almost like the game is asking us and James if he really is as innocent as he claims. Even Eddie and Angela allude to this moment themselves in their dialogue.
You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people.
It was all here hidden in plain sight, and yet we never noticed until it was too late. Safe to say that everything we and James knew up until this point was wrong. Mary didn't die 3 years ago. She probably died 3 days ago. The 3 years comes from a conversation between him and the doctor taking care of Mary, who said she had anywhere from 6 months to 3 years left to live. James had somehow warped this into assuming she died 3 years ago. Further evidence comes from one of the endings where James takes her body to an old church, and her body is still fresh. Well, okay, maybe not fresh, but by 3 years she should be bones. It's been speculated and confirmed a few times that Mary was actually in the car James arrived in the whole time, so all of these events are recent. James killed his wife and then came to Silent Hill to learn the truth. The only last remaining thread was the letter he received, and the reason he even came here to begin with. But do you remember how I questioned if that would hold up later? Well, peek at the letter now and you'll notice the text is gone. From a letter to a blank page to there not even being anything at all, the letter was a fake. An object manifested by James to get himself to come here. He's stuck in between wanting punishment for his actions and wanting to forget it. James isn't faking innocence, he genuinely didn't know until this very moment. His mind had suffered so much trauma that it was able to block out the memory entirely. But deep down he knew what he did. Even if he doesn't remember, it's somewhere deep in the folds of his brain, and that part of him knew he needed to be punished. So it summoned him to the town, and in the spirit of the town and its history, it even brought its own executioner to enact this justice. Pyramid Head. This being we've come across numerous times throughout the game is a manifestation of James's guilt, and his desire to be punished for what he did. There is a widely regarded theory that because James manifested the creature himself, the face of Pyramid Head is James too. I'm not sure I believe in the theory myself, but I like the idea that James is punishing himself both mentally and physically for what he did. The plot of Silent Hill 2, especially post-plot twist, is very bizarre, and this is likely on account of its inspiration coming from the 1866 novel Crime and Punishment. The novel follows a man named Raskolnikov, who plans to kill an old pawnbroker because he's living in poverty and needs money. The first act ends with him committing the murder, while the rest of the novel deals with the aftermath of it. All throughout the plot, he is guilt-ridden, collapsing at the thought of the murder and making extremely weird decisions, like visiting the scene of the crime to talk with the painters about the murder, or gathering some friends one night with the plan to confess. Part of his mind, like James, seems keen on confessing, wanting punishment for his heinous act, but part of him also wants to get away with it and leave with the money he stole. Each of our protagonists did what they did for a reason. Raskolnikov felt that he could use this money to create good in the world, which helped justify his act. But what about James? Maria was already dying from a disease, but James prematurely killed her, so what was his reason? Well, that's a complicated answer. Mary was bedridden and was getting worse as the days went on, but there was never a clear indication of when she would pass. It's this weird period of limbo where time just kinda moves on. Mary won't get better, but she hasn't passed on, and James can't grieve and move on with his life because she hasn't died. They're both stuck in this space where they just exist. This void in time is what makes James take the actions he did, but his reasoning is still complicated. After the final boss, James will have a conversation with Mary. This isn't the real Mary, she's already dead, so it's meant to show James is finally coming to terms with what he did and why. And it's this conversation that easily explains James's thought process. He explains that he did what he did because he didn't want her to suffer, but also added that he wanted her out of the way and he wanted his life back. As I said, nothing happened in this period. They were both waiting for the inevitable, and because nothing happened for presumably months, neither could move on. Their relationship had become quite rocky during this time of crisis. James came by to bring her flowers only for her to reject them. She tells him to leave before backtracking on that statement, asking him to come back. Mary was not in the right headspace, and how could she? Being told you have X amount of time left to live is horrifying, especially when that time is as broad as hers. She doesn't know if it'll be today, tomorrow, or next week. It becomes harder for her to wonder if living to see the sun the following day is a blessing or a curse. She's going to go anyway, so why bother keeping her here? I assume that when you are in this state of life, you start preparing for death. You start to shut down your thoughts and just wait for death to come. There's no need to think about future aspirations because you won't be alive to see them. The issue is that she's on hold for an unknown amount of time. This is causing her stress because you want to make the best of it, but it's hard to think that way when you're going to die. This disease caused a major separation between the two, but deep down they both loved each other. It's why I don't see James as a bad guy, at least not initially. He was a good guy who made some bad decisions that came about by his heightened emotions and feelings as a result of this disease and the one it was affecting. Where James starts to lose me is his reasoning. While he did it out of love for Mary, it's clear he did it for himself too. In moments like these, it's best to enjoy the time you have while it's still here. All good things must come to an end, but you have to make the most of it while you can. Ideally, they would have spent her last days together like they always did. But the emotional turmoil that was buried deep started to rise and give birth to fighting and arguing. All for it to snap in James, which caused him to take drastic actions to be rid of it all. Not just Mary's pain, but his own. And while I can understand the pain he's in, one of these two isn't going to be around for much longer, and that person deserves to have their needs met and wishes granted until the end. Having learned all this, it's hard to wrap your brain around what to do. I mean, we just spent the past 7 or so hours playing a man who we just learned is a murderer. How do you proceed with this knowledge? James is also just as confused, now finally able to remember what happened to his wife with no way of it ever being buried again. This endless feeling of confusion extends to the game's soundtrack and level design. The hotel has become corrupted with pieces of it resembling the other world. The soundtrack in the background is hard to describe, but it sounds exactly like what someone struggling to hold on to their thoughts would sound like. The doors of the hotel have even transformed into gateways that take you from one room to the other, further adding to the confusion. As James makes his way through the hotel, he's stopped by 2 Pyramid Heads and Maria, who dies again. I alluded to this earlier, but with the twist of Mary's death, isn't it interesting how Maria continues to keep dying, and by Pyramid Head no less? Almost like his brain is trying to get him to remember. At the top of the nearby stairs is Maria again. This is where the endings of Silent Hill 2 come into play. Unlike the first game where the endings are tied to 2 decisions made throughout the playthrough, the endings here are a result of numerous decisions that persist during its runtime. There are 3 initial endings to Silent Hill 2, Leave, In Water, and Maria, with the 4th titled Rebirth only being accessible on New Game Plus. How these endings are achieved is extremely confusing, and honestly even today I still have no idea how they work. I looked into it though so I could understand a bit more after I'd finished the playthroughs with the game. Supposedly Silent Hill 2's endings are on a point-based system. Each ending starts with a set amount of points. Actions you take can either remove or add points to these endings. Once you arrive at this moment with Maria, your ending will be chosen based on which has the most points. What counts as a point though is flat out confusing. Maria's ending likely has something to do with her, which is correct. You have to make sure not to bump into her and check up on her at certain points like back at the hospital when she and James split up. The game never tells you this though, and these only make sense because I told you the name of the ending, something you also wouldn't know if you didn't look it up. The game does helpfully provide you with a memo that gives you instructions on how to get an ending if you haven't received it. But I didn't know that that was its purpose until I got all the endings. Maybe that speaks to my intelligence, maybe the vagueness of the memo, but none of this really matters because the game solves this by implementing a bell curve of sorts. When you achieve one ending, the other 2 you didn't achieve start with 1 extra point. Then after 2 unique endings are complete, the last one gets 2 points at the start of the next playthrough. This allowed me to complete every ending in a row without changing my playstyle, and that's why I wanted to highlight this. Silent Hill 2 has probably the most confusing endings in the series, only really beaten by Shattered Memories, but achieving it is as easy as playing it through again. Unless you are actively going against the ending you are trying to achieve, you will likely come out with a new cutscene to cap off your playthrough. And even if you were going to go against the ending, that would imply you know how that ending works, something a new player would not understand. I went through the game 3 times in a row and never got a repeat ending once, which should hopefully speak to how easy it is to get. The 4th ending will require some legwork though, mainly finding 4 unique items that spawn on New Game Plus, which when found override all endings. Each ending though shows the different ways James could cope with this revelation, equally showing how much he's learned or how delusional he's become. In 3 out of the 4 endings you will have to fight Maria, now dressed as Mary, having realized that James still cares about Mary and continues to confuse Maria with her. We can see how much he's grown in such a short amount of time, as he's able to see through her words, reject her promises, and pushing her hand away as it attempts to caress him. Maria will then turn into this demonic being very reminiscent of the Virgin Mary. Her clothing has changed to that of a nun, she's posed in a crucifixion-type manner, and the bed frame is meant to mimic the bed frame Mary was on when she died. She's being hung the wrong way though, showing the twisted, perverted, and ironic design of a demonic nun. In one ending, James realizes he can't live without her, so he hops back in his car and drives into Toluca Lake where he and Mary drown together. In another, he ends up fighting Mary instead, and then vows to be with Maria for the rest of his life. And in another, he will find 4 items that are said to be used in a resurrection ritual, and use that to try to resurrect Mary. All of these show just how lost James has become. James gives into his grief and decides to end it with his wife in the back seat, while the others sees him forgetting about Mary and believing in the delusion he created. The nature of people like Maria and Lisa are still unclear, but it's fair to assume that because she only exists in James's mind, she will either only exist within the confines of the town, or will look like James is talking to himself. Neither of these are good outcomes. The rebirth ending is the pinnacle of this. I mean, come on, we're talking about using literal magic at this point. Will it work? I mean, maybe? The whole reason Silent Hill as a town even exists is because of magic, but James has no memory of that. He's turning to the supernatural for help, and I feel like this perfectly demonstrates his loss of mind. He's so haunted by his feelings of regret and guilt, along with his willingness to see his wife again, that he's turned to ancient magics in scripture in hopes that his wife will resurrect and be with him again. The final ending, Leave, is to me the best ending for James. It shows he and Laura leaving Silent Hill, never to return. Mary wanted James to live his life, not for anyone but himself, and he's going to do that now. He even seems to have upheld one of Mary's wishes, which was to adopt Laura. And while the two definitely still have some things to mend over time they could become a proper family, and I think Mary would love that. The Leave ending is great, not just because it results in a fairly happy ending, but the ending itself shows us and James that there is a way out. It's the route that you should take after going through what James did and seeing what he saw. It's probably why Angela and Eddie were created. I've always wondered why these two were included in the game. They have no bearing on the plot and don't move things along. They're just people we occasionally catch up with while we each go about our business. The reason to me anyway is to show the paths James could go down and why he should avoid them. Eddie took his anger and hatred and forced it onto others, not only relishing in his violent acts, but seeing everyone else as the problem. Angela, by contrast, saw herself as the problem, and the weight of that burden weighed so heavy on her that she took her life. Neither option is the route you should take, and James should realize that from these conversations. The Leave ending has James move on with his life. He's still a fall for what he did, but what's done is done, and all that's left is to do better. He shouldn't have done any of this to begin with, and he's still a bad guy, but it's clear that he and Mary had an indescribable level of love for each other. As her final note said, he made her happy. But now that her life is gone, it's time for James to live his life for himself, and he can start by taking care of Laura. While Silent Hill 1 is often remembered for being the game that started the series, it's Silent Hill 2 that put the series' mark on the gaming landscape. It's touted as not only one of the best Silent Hill games, but one of the best games of all time by critics and fans alike. Even today, you can't go anywhere in the horror genre without someone mentioning Silent Hill 2. And I fully agree. It's a masterclass of game design and storytelling. I hope you can also now understand why this game was chosen for the big budget remake. While I absolutely agree that Silent Hill 1 should have gotten it first, it's hard to deny how important Silent Hill 2 is. Initially though, things were not looking too good. Silent Hill 2 sold well, but it wasn't nearly as high as its predecessor. Its failure was what made Konami draft up an idea for Silent Hill 3 to be an on-rail shooter. That didn't happen, thankfully, but it was of great concern for the company. But minus a few complaints, fans knew that this was something different. Reviewers back then and even today still herald it as one of the best. Even Team Silent knew they were onto something, as they opted to sweeten the deal even more with another helping of content. Born from a Wish is a sub-story within Silent Hill 2, a small alternate story where we play as Maria during her time between her birth and James meeting her at the park. Because this is 2001 though, the content had to be made separately, so PS2 owners had to buy new copies called the Greatest Hits Edition, while Xbox and PC players were able to get a bundle with their original copy as the PS2 owners got the game a few months earlier. Silent Hill 2 is also the only game with DLC of some kind. No other game in this franchise has extra content, not even something as small as a $2 skin to wear. All of that is unlockable through the game. Part of me is both sad yet pleased to hear this. I do appreciate some extra DLC, especially if it's for a game I enjoy, because who would complain about more content? But I can also respect every one of these developers looking at their games and seeing that there was nothing more to add. That they did all they could and that their stories were complete. It's a bit of an old school way of thinking, with most games nowadays always coming with extra post-launch DLC. But it's nice to see that Silent Hill was one of those series where what you see is what you get. The DLC itself though is short. Really short, actually, only taking around an hour and a half to beat. Quicker than the short message, making this a shorter message, I guess. Immediately the game makes it clear what her original intent was behind meeting with James. One of the first lines is about how she doesn't want to die, but she also wants to be with someone. Because she was constructed of the same mind, a lot of Mary's thoughts trickle down to Maria, but in slightly different ways. Mary didn't want to die either, but hers was because of an illness, whereas Maria is perfectly healthy. The sub-story hints at much of this, implying that while Maria only came into existence recently, she has the memories of Mary to an extent. It's why she has the urge to find and protect Laura during the main story, as Mary loved her like her own daughter. But there is still something missing from her mind regarding why she's here, something that will become a bit clearer by the end. In the meantime, she meets with a man named Ernest Baldwin. Ernest isn't seen throughout the game and is presumed to be a ghost, or a lost remnant of the old Ernest who used to live in this manor. Much of his story mimics James' eventual dilemma. He lost a daughter named Amy due to her falling out a window, so he was trying to gather all the items necessary to resurrect her, just like James does in the Rebirth ending. Opening the door he's behind only to find nothing proves to me that not only is he a ghost, but that this goose chase he underwent to resurrect her was fruitless, just as fruitless as it will be for James. Ernest even seems to know about James and Maria's real role, which is what the heart of the DLC is all about. He tells her about James and how he's a bad man, further explaining what Maria's role in this is before he's cut off. It seems like by the end that Maria finally learns what she was born for, but she can't come to terms with it. She struggles with this, initially putting her gun to her head before throwing it away, because, in the end, this is her fate and her purpose. Maria might not believe in fate, but her fate was always to be the perfect woman for James. It's in the name, born from a wish made by James to see his wife again, which gave birth to Maria. Born from a Wish was an unexpected surprise, a DLC that tried to answer and explain things that the main game left unanswered. While it might not have been worth picking up a whole new copy of Silent Hill 2 for, nowadays many people are playing with this bundled together, so it's not like it was a waste of money or time. All bundled together, it makes Silent Hill 2 an incredibly worthwhile product. There is a reason that even 23 years later, Silent Hill 2 is still considered one of the best games ever made. Not many games, especially in the horror genre, were and still aren't able to come as close as Silent Hill 2, both narratively or thematically. But you can only do this kind of storytelling for so long. Eventually it becomes stale. So Team Silent decided to create 2 new games in tandem with each other, each one focusing on the 2 new paths within the series, with our next one taking us back to basics. After Konami's very questionable decision to create an on-rails shooter, Team Silent realized that wouldn't work, and once again went back to doing their own thing and started working on a story that would return to the plot of the cult, and for once actually create a game that is a sequel in more than just number. It's not clear as far as I'm aware why the cult plot was chosen again, but I think they believe that there was much more to develop here, as Silent Hill 1 left most of its threads out on the table. Many details about the cult's beliefs, structure, and origin were only vaguely alluded to in prior entries. This time though, the plan was to complete this story. Reintroduce the cult into the plot, explain everything that's needed, and finally put it to rest. To do that, we're going to need a new protagonist. Whereas Silent Hill had a father chasing after a daughter who would be used as a surrogate for the cult, this time we play as that surrogate, a young teenage girl named Heather. Heather is, minus the short message, the only female protagonist in the series. It's a nice change of pace, especially within the context of Silent Hill, as it provides a different perspective and allows the team to offer up new horror experiences. While a female protagonist is novel for Silent Hill, however, it's actually quite common for the genre. Fatal Frame, Rule of Rose, Haunting Ground, Kodelka, Parasite Eve, and many more all contain a female lead. Silent Hill 3 follows some of the games on that list and manages to work that into the horror, creating a hostile environment, story, and theme centered around the protagonist's defining features. It's what I like to call feminine horror. The prior Silent Hill games would fit more into the realm of general horror. The other world and its inhabitants are terrifying to a wide audience. Gross-looking, shambling corpses that haunt you in the dark are liable to scare any audience member. Silent Hill 3 scales back some of that general horror by focusing it on who and what Heather is. To put it as bluntly as possible, Silent Hill 3 has subject matter that deals with things like abortion and stalking, to even forced pregnancy. Just a brief look at the game's plot will tell you all you need to know. The cult plans to resurrect their god and create their paradise again. To do so, they need another girl who will serve as the surrogate so the god can be born within that girl, and Heather is the next victim. The cult has somehow managed to impregnate her with their god, so Heather not only fights to return to her normal life, but she's fighting for control over her own body. Forced pregnancy is one of the worst things that can happen to a woman, and here Silent Hill uses it as a main plot device. Much of the game seems to build off this by having some set pieces and enemies designed around themes of menstruation, blood, and pregnancy. One of the best levels in this game, the Otherworld version of the hospital, has these fleshy looking walls with blood seeping out of them. The numb bodies are also infantile in their design, likely a metaphor for some kind of incomplete being, referring to the fetus growing within Heather. Like I said earlier though, most of these fears are more centered around Heather and her womanhood, rather than direct themes from the plot. One of Heather's biggest fears is mirrors. It's not that she hates seeing them, she hates what she sees in them. Heather seems to have body issues. Body dysmorphia is a very common disorder, especially for a young teenage girl like Heather. Silent Hill toys with her then by having her enter a room with a full wall-size mirror. There is a flow of blood that oozes from a nearby drain, which is probably a good indicator that you should get moving. But upon returning to the door, you find it locked. The game will lock you in here, forcing you to watch as the blood continues to take over not just the room, but Heather herself. For the player, this is enough general horror to feel a sense of unease, but for Heather, this is a nightmare. A full frontal look at her worst enemy, with nowhere else to look but forward, deep into her insecurities. She can't look anywhere but herself, and the door is locked so it's just her and her reflection, and nothing is more terrifying than being alone with yourself. Heather also seems to have a fear of stalkers, which is understandable to be honest. One of the first characters in the game you meet is Douglas, a supposed detective who continually follows Heather throughout the mall. He's harmless and doesn't have any nefarious intentions, but it's one of the first things that happens in the game. When you enter the Brookhaven Hospital, Heather will find a note of a man named Stanley Coleman addressed to her. He seemingly knew this day would come, waiting for their chance to meet with her face to face. He then gives her a doll to commemorate their meeting, meant to symbolize Heather. As you progress, his writing will get more creepy and suggestive. He says how he longs for her, continually mentioning how much he loves her and how he'll do anything to be with her, even willing to carve her name in his chest to show his love. He's also dismissive of Heather's own rejections, such as this line where he says, "You may not have realized your own true feelings, but you sense them unconsciously." It starts to get more concerning as you continue throughout the hospital. As while the notes get more and more aggressive, Stanley himself seems to get more obsessive. While walking through the halls, you hear a door slam behind you, implying that Stanley is on the move and not too far behind us. The doll is now broken thanks to our rejection, and given who it's meant to be for, it's scary to think what Stanley would do with Heather when he finds her. Notes in the hospital further reinforce this by highlighting that when Stanley starts to obsess over a woman, he becomes increasingly more violent. From a general horror perspective, this is plenty terrifying. The game shows us Stanley's agency, so it's only a matter of time that we come face to face with him, right? Not at all. Stanley never actually makes an appearance in this game. The only time we see him, and I put that in quotes, is when he's under a cloth on a gurney. Stanley was likely dead the whole time, which has given rise to a popular theory that Heather had manifested this into existence due to her intense fear of stalkers. Stanley not appearing throughout the game arguably makes things worse, as while the player is not in any direct harm, this revelation only comes after. So unlike most media that handle this, it's not the reveal that's scary, it's the thought of it that's worse. The mind wanders, and as the minutes pass you'll start to wonder if Stanley will show himself. Maybe he'll be in this room, or surely he shows up here, right? These feelings amplify as the game continues to withhold this information from you. Even after he's dead, I never felt truly safe, because if he could transcend death, how far could his obsession go? More than this, the game is doing its best to strip Heather of her childlike innocence. Many of the locations we visit are places kids would visit and hang out at, like the mall, amusement park, or the haunted house. These are seemingly normal-looking locations, but the otherworld and its monsters pollute these areas, taking away these safe and comforting locations from Heather. So not only is her bodily autonomy being taken away from her, but now her childhood and innocence are being swept away along with it. Like our time with Silent Hill 2, a lot of this might feel uncomfortable for some audiences, especially with how prevalent and specific these themes and encounters are. But again, the game will never make light of these issues and won't craft a joke at their expense. In fact, if anyone's making jokes, it's Heather. The accurate portrayal of Heather as a young teenage girl has been praised to the other world and back, and I have to agree. Her carefree, laid-back attitude combined with her teenage moodiness offers up a unique feel to the dialogue. She is serious when she needs to be, but her back-and-forth attitude perfectly reflects her naivety and how she's scared of certain things and not scared by others, even when she traditionally should be. Like, say, confronting the antagonist of the game and seeing them as anything but a threat, or not letting adults boss her around by doing things on her own. That's not to say it's atonal or goes against the feelings of the game. When the game wants to be serious, it will be. Heather just happens to face that seriousness in her own way. She has a comforting aura about her that gives off the impression that if she's doing okay, then everything's going to be alright. Much different when compared to Harry or James's apprehension and confusion.
I am Claudia.
So what?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
This is also helped by the fact that Heather gets more character development through the items and observables than previous protagonists. Examining items and objects in this game will usually result in a small blurb of text in the form of a comment from the protagonist. Most times it's pointless, but usually it's helpful information to help explain or identify certain items. Silent Hill 3 adds this atop items and dialogue that center around Heather specifically. More often than not, Heather will provide a brief window into her thoughts and backstory through these items. Like any teenager, Heather is experimenting. When you examine an ashtray, you learn that she used to be a smoker. Heather was either using this as a way to cope with the stress, or more likely was just curious. Lord knows I tried a few things when I was a teen. Or how she used to read paranormal stories as a kid but never believed any, which is rather ironic in hindsight. These types of small comments pepper the whole game. Something as small as her not wanting to steal money from the cash register because she's not a thief, or her expressing her distaste for certain clothing. It allows you to briefly peer into Heather a bit more than the games would normally let you, and the information you find coupled with the game's willingness to reveal this info to you further characterizes her more. And it's this characterization of Heather that not only makes her my favorite protagonist, but she is why Silent Hill 3 is my favorite game in the series. Most of what we discussed so far though doesn't occur until much later. Silent Hill 3 is two completely different games depending on where you're at in the story. The reason I've refused to mention Heather's last name or her familial ties is because the first half of the game is about this information. The second half is based on confronting the cult with that knowledge in mind. The game pretty much starts right away. Like prior entries, 10 minutes don't even go by before you're already gunning down your first target. But where the first two games started in open areas that led to smaller confined spaces, Silent Hill 3 starts in that confined space. Not too long after this, you'll meet with one of the major antagonists, Claudia Wolf, the new high priestess of the cult, who displays some of her powers before running off. The feeling I got from these moments was, this is it. It felt like the cult was pulling out all the stops to get what they wanted from Heather. We aren't even in Silent Hill right now. In fact, this first half of the game is nowhere near the town. We have to get there by car later, so we're far past its boundaries, but its power still lingers. I felt this pressure mostly in the gameplay, which created a nice little connection between it and the story. Silent Hill 3 is both more terrifying and a lot harder too. Enemies are not only more numerous, but tougher enemies are seen much earlier. These closers, for instance, take more than 10 rounds of ammo to put down with the pistol. You find at least a dozen of them in your first hour of play, and you only get 10 rounds per ammo pickup. For the first time, the thought of running out of ammo was ever present in my mind. I never really needed to worry too much about ammo in the first two games, but with this many enemies plus the little ammo you're given, it's better to just run instead. Claudia and the cult want Heather, and they're not going to waste time, so they need to get this done while they have the chance. It's a sudden but natural escalation when coming off the past games in the series, either mechanically or narratively. Silent Hill 2 and 3 have very similar gameplay. In fact, a wide number of critics criticize Silent Hill 3 for not being much of an evolution in terms of gameplay. The only real difference is that the difficulty ramps up here much earlier. Coming off Silent Hill 1 though, you have a narrative escalation from the beginning to the big finale. My only gripe is just how long this first half of the game is. Much of Silent Hill 3's beauty comes in that second half, once the twist has been revealed and the cards have been laid out. For now, there remains an air of confusion, a sense that something isn't right. It works well, and I quite like the way it's presented, as you're trying to figure out who Heather is and why she's so important to the cult, while Heather is trying to figure out the same, while continually attempting to recall past memories that she's lost. But it lasts upwards of about 4 hours, and I do feel that it's a bit long, as once the game hits the second half and does get going, it ends up providing some of the best combat and narrative in the series. Genuinely. After a long trip through the mall, subway, sewers, construction site, an office building, and then, the otherworld versions of those places, Heather will finally arrive home. There's an initial feeling of comfort and relief, where you go, phew, finally made it home. But not even home is safe.
Dad?
Doesn't that body look familiar? Well, in case you didn't catch it, Claudia will explain it herself. That is Harry Mason. As for Heather, you remember in the good ending when Alessa as the incubator gave Harry a child for him to take? I wonder who that is. That child was the reincarnation of Alessa, so Heather, Cheryl, and Alessa are all the same person, all consciously linked. This explains why the cult needs her. Heather isn't just some girl, she was the same girl that had the ritual performed on her years ago, and now they want to do it again. Her existence also explains a lot of moments within the story. Heather claims to dislike churches, hospitals, and fire, all things Alessa disliked or would come to dislike because of the ritual. Wheelchairs are a common motif in this game. Some promo artwork for the game was even showing Heather in a wheelchair as well. It's meant to reference Alessa's hospital visit post-ritual. It would also explain why some enemies like the dogs have returned, as the creatures are now manifestations of both Alessa and Heather's specific fears. Heather may not have disliked dogs, but Alessa sure did, and Alessa might not have minded mirrors all that much, but Heather certainly dislikes them. Like the twist with James though, there were tons of moments that led to this, but they were much more overt. Within the mall is a TV with static playing on a screen. Through the noise you could hear the same call Harry heard from Cheryl in Silent Hill 1. Both of them also fight a split-headed type creature. In fact, this worm from Silent Hill 3 could have manifested the same way the original monster did. Another Fairytale-like creature also appears called the Glutton. It can only be defeated by doing what the people of the Fairytale did to defeat their monster. The solution involves a priestess who confronted the beast, died to its attacks, resurrected, and then came back and won. Not only a possible reference to a story that Alessa and Heather had read when they were children, but also a foreshadowing of how Alessa has reincarnated as Heather, who plans to defeat the cult. When talking with another character, Vincent, he name-drops Harry when attempting to judge him for his actions, while Heather comes to her dad's defense. He also says that Dahlia is her mother, and one of his first lines is asking whether Heather is the name she goes by now. Claudia continues to mention how Heather needs to not only remember her purpose, but her true self as well, all of which refers to Alessa. As the game progresses, more and more of these moments start to show themselves. The twist has already been revealed by now, so these moments are viewed as attempts by the game to characterize Heather and let us peer into her thoughts regarding her prior self. You visit her old hospital room, her classroom with her scribbled-on desk, and a flashback will play of the same video Harry saw back in Silent Hill 1. Given how explicit some of these moments are, I find it hard to believe that they were completely banking on this twist alone. I think the real twist starts here when we arrive and expect to talk to Harry, only to be just as shocked as Heather to find him dead. Part of me is kind of annoyed that this was the outcome they went with, especially after, Harry killed God. You'd think he'd put up a bit of a tough fight here. But I like that it serves as a reason for Heather's rage. From here on, revenge is the only thing on her mind, and to do that you'll have to go to the source.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
Here we are, again, back in the town. Feels like just yesterday we were here trying to find a dead wife, and now we're here to kill a cult. Crazy how times change. Not everything has changed though, as Silent Hill 3 places us strangely back in the southern part of the map where we played as James. We even have to go through the same hospital as James, even though it would probably make more sense to go to Alchemilla where Harry went. At the very least, the game still lays it on thick for Heather, having her confront her past and force her to deal with the horrors and fears that come from both incarnations. This is why Silent Hill 3 feels like two different games. By the time we make it to the church, Heather has fully remembered all of Alessa's memories. She, in some ways, is Alessa, and that tone shift comes with a much more interesting implication. Now it's not Heather, the naive new girl who's trying to take down the cult, it's Alessa, the one who is getting revenge for the ritual performed on her 24 years ago. There is a feeling here that persists in these chapters that's hard to describe, but knowing that Heather is also Alessa made these moments feel different, much different compared to our time in the mall. Throughout these sections, Heather will also come across the cult members, and we get to learn a lot more about the cult. Within the church are 6 paintings with memos attached to them that explain the origins of God. In the same way the Bible details the crucifixion of Jesus, these paintings describe the arrival and eventual passing of God. It talks about God descending from the heavens after a man and woman offered their items to the sun and prayed for help. God then came and instituted concepts into the world, things like a day-night cycle and mortality. She also had her red god Zut-Shilbara and her yellow god Lob-Sel-Vith, as well as many other angels and gods, watch over the humans. Over time, however, God's strength ran out and she would pass away. And now the cult is trying to resurrect her and bring about that paradise she once gave to the people of the world. This biblical introduction has a lot of similarities to the Christian Bible, especially with its inclusion of angels. The names of the red and yellow god don't seem to be the names of actual beings as far as I'm aware, but both the names are derived from Mesopotamian entomology. It's indicative of the origin of the cult, as much of the history was stolen and transformed from other cultures, mainly the Native Americans. According to the book Ancient Gods, a study of their entomology and evolution, it states that no religion ever truly remains the same, and that goes for the cult as well. When immigrants started appearing in the Americas, Native Americans' beliefs started becoming intertwined with Christian beliefs, until those immigrants essentially usurped it from them. That's why beings within the religious texts are named after demons and angels. Further titles would also recontextualize that the name Silent Hill came from the original place the natives settled on, called the Place of Silent Spirits. So here we have a culture and belief system that was transformed to fit with this new belief system, only for it to be a corrupt and unjust cult of people led by those who want to doom the world. Given this is the cult's home, it's also fair to expect a few members from the group residing here. Many of the members became missionary enemies that we kill throughout the game. It's unclear whether they dress like this on purpose, possibly to mimic the creatures of the otherworld and their grotesque designs, but it's also just as probable that Heather and Alessa's mind is manifesting the grosser qualities of their looks. Besides the missionaries, the 2 most prominent members of the group are Vincent and Claudia. Claudia went through multiple stages of design, with one having her completely shaven and covered in tattoos. The team eventually settled on this design though because they felt that the previous versions were too malevolent. In replace of this, they gave her a dress and they also shaved her eyebrows. Eyebrows play a huge role in communication for human beings as they're able to suggest emotions without words. By removing them from Claudia, they not only add to her slight wickedness, but it removes any chance for the player to understand her. We can't really tell how she's feeling because her eyebrows aren't there to provide an indication. Her words are more than enough at times, but during regular dialogue it's hard to get a grasp on her intentions and her thoughts. She's here to serve as the High Priestess after the previous one, died. Like other members of the cult, she believes that society has become too corrupt and evil, but she also seems to be a woman of action. She says herself that she doesn't want to be a bystander in this world. When she wants something, she's going to make sure she gets it. It was her who tried to find Heather. She had hired the detective Douglas to find her, although he was unaware what Claudia had actually planned to do with her once she found her. Many of her ideals and feelings stem from her past. Alessa and Claudia were friends from a young age. Alessa even called her a sister even though they weren't biologically. They grew up in the church together as well, reading the scriptures and listening in on prayers. Both of their parents were also rude and torturous to these poor girls. Alessa we're familiar with, but Leonard, her father, would beat her when she stepped out of line. Like Alessa, it was the parent that drove the child to the church. Where she and Alessa separate though is in their beliefs. Alessa was a victim of a ritual against her will that caused her to be burned and scarred for over 7 years. Alessa harbors a deep resentment for the church and their practices for what they did to her. But that's not to say she wasn't fully determined to shut them down like Heather. Alessa routinely thought that suicide was the best route. These heartless, hateful feelings of hers manifested in the memory of Alessa Boss. These represent the darker feelings of Alessa, and how her killing Heather could rid them of the pain and stop the cult's plans. Heather sees things another way though, as she prefers to fight through the pain, rather than giving into it, which is why she's come all this way. Claudia can't see through her own illusion as she questions why Heather would come all this way and not give in to the power of God. That is what her prior incarnation wanted, right? So what stopped her? In another world, the situations could be flipped, and it's this aspect of Claudia that I find to be the most intriguing and the most important. Claudia is a window into the world of Alessa should she have stayed faithful to the cult and its teachings. But on the other hand, it's clear that she has a good heart. She feels pity for humanity, which is why she sees herself as the one who must bear the weight of the world, the one who must achieve what the world needs. It's probably not the best thing in the world to see yourself as superior enough to feel bad for the lowly people of the world who don't understand God's beauty, especially when your God is Well, you know. But her intentions seem good of heart. Claudia read a book about refugees and young slave child exploitation. She sympathizes with these people, likely reaffirming her beliefs that if the world was rid of these horrible sins, then the world would be a much better place. She doesn't like that the world contains constant suffering and pain. She wants to wash all that away so that people can live in a world without it. One where the constant issues of humanity are a thing of the past, things like sickness, old age, greed, and war. It's essentially like heaven, but to get there a rapture must be enacted. The world must be purged of this evil so it can make way for God. The rapture is an event where Jesus comes by and reunites the Christians of this world while the others are left behind. It's widely debated what happens to those not taken in by God, with some assuming that they'll be abandoned or even killed. Whether these events are true or not is not necessarily the point though, as just the mere mention of this can get people to worry enough about their well-being. Cults use this to prey upon vulnerable people in order to manipulate them, make them feel like there is no other alternative or that they've disappointed God. There's even a confessional booth in the church where you could decide this exact fate for someone. This woman seeks forgiveness for her act. She apparently killed a little girl in an act of revenge, likely due to this girl having a hand in her daughter's death. An eye for an eye, some might say. We can grant her forgiveness, which provides her with a sense of relief. Or we can ignore her, forcing her to live with the fact that once her soul moves on from this world, she'll have an eternity of hell waiting for her. This kind of vulnerability is what cults prey on. Many people, especially now with the rise of social media, tend to scoff at members of cults, questioning how they didn't see the signs. I mean, there are a million different documentaries on cults, how could you not notice? The thing is, cults usually don't advertise that they're cults, kinda defeats the whole purpose, and you usually don't notice until you're too deep. Plus, many people don't want to believe that they're in a cult despite the warning signs. And most people who join them are vulnerable people looking for assistance. Cults hook you in with a promise, something that will ease your pains. Some will then go a step further and design the cult like a ranking system, where those considered the most devout are not those with the deepest faith, but those with the deepest pockets. How much money are you willing to give to God? This kind of greed can poison you, something that happened to Vincent. Like Claudia, he too believes in the cult's teachings, worshipping and respecting their holy God. But he worships her in his own way. He sees the other world as nothing more than a personal nightmare and that Claudia has lost her way. Her worship of God is twisted and tainted. Vincent's view is much better to him. But he too has been corrupted by the system. Where Claudia tried to hasten its return, Vincent believes that the birth of God should wait. This isn't for any spiritual reason. Vincent just recognizes that the longer the cult stays in operation, the more money he can make. He still wants the paradise they all dream of, but he wants to pregame a little before they get there. There's a photo of Heather we could find near our first meeting with Vincent which says, quote, "Find the Holy One, kill her," with a question mark. He wants both Heather and Claudia out of the picture. Without Heather, God can't be born, and without Claudia, no one would be able to search hard enough for a way for God to be reborn. He could sit back, relax, rake in the cash, say a couple sermons, and then, maybe try the whole God thing for real this time once he's had his fill. Each one represents a different aspect of the cult. One so obsessed with the wealth and power of the system that they would stagnate it for as long as possible, and one who was so devoted that they attempted to take their devotion further than anyone and actually make the contents they pray about true. The one thorn in the side that comes when discussing them is their mentality. Hopefully, Eddie won't kill me for saying this, but both Claudia and Vincent are nuts. At least that's what it seems like, but we know from Silent Hill 1 that their god is anything but fake. It's not only a real entity, but it can be reborn again. They are devoted to a cult that wants to watch the world burn so they can bring about their paradise, and their memories of that day 17 years ago fueled their respective methods all the more, as they know that their faith wasn't misplaced. God is here, and she is real. Heather, of course, rejects all this. The god within her must be nurtured with hatred if it is to be reborn. But she believes that a god born from hatred can never truly create a paradise. I do agree with Claudia's follow-up point, though, where she says that sympathy is born from pain and suffering. It's not that sympathy must come from suffering, just that suffering is an easy path to sympathy, as the pain you've had inflicted upon you provides perspective that a lack of pain could never. You're able to recognize pain easier, and you can easily relate to other people's personal struggles more, and if you had good morals, you'd naturally want no one to suffer the same way you did. Again, she's got a good heart, but her sympathetic feelings for humanity have led her to believe that a full party wipe is the best path forward. Look, I gotta be honest, I know a lot of people aren't a huge fan of the cult plotline and prefer the singular, more contained entries like Silent Hill 2, but I have to disagree. I love the concept of Silent Hill 2, of it being a trauma-filled nightmare suited just for the protagonist. But I also love me a good old-fashioned cult story, and I particularly love the way this series has always handled it. I still think Unitology from Dead Space takes the cake for my favorite cult in a video game, as odd of an award as that is, but the order isn't too far behind. Within writing, this can allow for some unseen levels of imagination, especially for a game like Silent Hill, who goes above and beyond with their occult imagery. The final act of the game sees Heather continually regaining her memories by visiting old locations, like Alessa's hospital bed and her old bedroom. Like Silent Hill 1, the door at the back of the room leads to the final boss, but instead of 5 objects from the cult, it's 5 tarot cards. Tarot cards are a very popular novelty item as many use it as a way to foresee their fate. Some of the cards within the deck line up with characters that appear in Silent Hill 3. The 5 cards we use for the puzzle are the Hangman, Fool, Moon, High Priestess, and the Eye of Night. The Fool indicates new beginnings, a new adventure, symbolizing Heather and her new journey. The Hangman could represent a sacrifice, a willingness to step outside of one's comfort zone and right their wrongs. This is meant to be an ironic connection to Douglas, as his ignorance jumpstarted the plot, leading Claudia right to Heather. By the halfway point, he decides to right these wrongs and help Heather, but his only real help by the end was driving her to town. The High Priestess suggests Claudia. It represents feelings of spirituality and mystery, and it's her belief in the cult that led her to becoming the High Priestess. The Moon is all about confusion, illusion, and uncertainty, easily fitting in line with Vincent's personality. He comes off as eerie and not very truthful. It's hard to get a grasp on his loyalties, as he seems to be aligned with Heather and her plan to stop Claudia, but only to an extent, as we've just learned. It's further shown in how he treats Heather. He lies to her quite a bit in this game, and isn't afraid to throw a few jokes around at her expense.
You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you?
Oh no. Don't worry. It's just a joke.
Christ, Vincent, you almost changed the Silent Hill canon with that comment. The final card is the Eye of Night, a card that doesn't actually exist. Within the major arcana, there are 22 cards, numbered 0 to 21. The Eye of Night is the mysterious 22nd card. As such, it represents God. The unfathomable nature of God and what it represents is why there is a newly named card within the arcana. Each of these is required to open the door. Back here are Vincent and Claudia, who continue to disagree with each other's methods. Vincent wants Heather to kill her, but Claudia takes Vincent out first. She'll then use her powers to force the god's birth while Heather screams in pain. Instead of a cutscene though, you're given full control of this scene. If you thought shooting Claudia was the right choice, you're rewarded with a secret ending. It's not technically an official ending, as it's just a game over, but the follow-up cutscene leads to the end of the world, so it's akin to an ending. It's considered failure because killing Claudia isn't important, getting the god out of Heather is. But what do we do? We were initially going to use the device called the Seal of Metatron, one of the cult's trinkets, but it's apparently just as useful as a paperweight. In your inventory though is a necklace Heather carried with her throughout the game. Unlike some items, this actually has a use function, implying that it was going to be used somewhere, and that time is now. Inside the necklace is a solidified version of the Aglophidus, the same liquid from Silent Hill 1 that was used on Sybil and Alessa, and if it worked twice, a third time is certainly the charm. Even though he's gone, Harry was always watching over her. He may be paranoid. Heather herself calls him a worrywart for giving her a stun gun, but he knew this day would come. He never knew if he'd be around to see it though, so he made sure she was well equipped just in case. Harry struggled with Heather's existence. Anyone in his position would. Her birth came at the cost of Cheryl's death, even if she was just one part of Alessa's soul. He had put her hand on her throat multiple times when she was a baby because the sadness and anger that came over him from losing Cheryl was too much to bear. But over time he realized that he couldn't let her go, and that he really did love her. Regardless of the circumstances, she was his daughter, and he was going to love her until the day he died. Claudia, a bit delirious, decides if Heather won't do it, she will. Claudia becomes the surrogate, which prompts Valtiel to come by and drag her down to the depths. I've been kinda quiet on Valtiel simply because his role is secondary to the plot. Valtiel is derived from the word valet, which means attendant, so he's the attendant of God. He's here to make sure that the god is born no matter the cost. He's mostly seen walking around the other world, tending to things and watching over Heather. He's never going to harm her, as that would go against his role as the attendant, but it does feel creepy to have this strange being watching over us. There's even a chance that Valtiel will appear after you die and drag Heather off screen. It's kinda concerning, honestly, because I get the same vibes of this that I get from seeing Isaac die in Dead Space. A simple game over would have been fine, but seeing the protagonist suffer for your actions makes you feel especially terrible. With the god now in Claudia, he now watches over her, but since the god is close to ready, he drags her with reckless abandon. Heather then jumps into the hole through the metaphorical birth canal and meets with God. Just like Harry Mason did 17 years ago to stop the nightmare, Heather must kill God. The Masons are 1-0 on God killing, so let's see if they can keep the streak alive. Assuming you do succeed, God is killed, the world is saved, and Heather has completed her quest. But with her vengeance quenched, she is now racked with guilt. She hasn't had time to grieve, so all those emotions have found their way back. Heather's got a tough life ahead of her. She's an orphan now and will have to take care of herself at the young age of 17. Still, Heather's a strong girl, and she's got a good head on her shoulders, and if she can handle this, then the rest will be no problem. As the game ends, she meets with Douglas, jokes about killing him, terrible timing, and then gives Harry a proper burial. She even goes by her old name now, the one Harry gave her all those years ago. Cheryl. Since Silent Hill 3 is a rather linear game that is also a sequel, it's only right that we get a proper ending. No cliffhangers, theories, or interpretations, just one proper, actual ending. But this is a Silent Hill game, so of course there is another ending, although this one is going to require some legwork. To get the bad ending of the game, you have to accrue 4,000 points in your New Game Plus playthrough. You gain 10 points per monster killed, 1 point per amount of damage you take, although Silent Hill uses flashing colors to indicate health, not numbers, so have fun calculating that one, and a whopping 1,000 points if you forgive the lady in the confessional booth. This woman killed the girl because she supposedly killed her daughter. It was an act of revenge, and Heather forgiving this woman tells her that as long as she stays true to the cult, it doesn't matter what act she commits. The answer you give contributes to this ending because Heather is on a similar quest for revenge, after Claudia had Harry murdered, who will make her pay with her own blood. This relates to what happens in the ending, where Heather kills Douglas, no joke this time, and the game just ends like that. God is still dead, the cult has been defeated, but Heather seems to be a bit insane due to her time here. The events that transpire were hinted at by Claudia throughout the game. She states that the God within her has to be born through hatred and anger. These emotional feelings will nurture the God and create the God the cult needs. It's well known that women who are pregnant cannot do certain activities, as they are too dangerous for the child while in utero. Drinking and smoking have long-lasting effects on the child after birth, and some medications are also prohibited as they can produce withdrawal effects in the child as well. Silent Hill 3 takes this, but provides a more emotional and fantastical angle to it, by saying that Heather's rage and anger had transferred to the God in utero, possibly implying that while the God isn't born, there is some corruption still within her that now acts as a second wind for the cult. Areas will now sometimes be covered in this blood-like substance, hinting at the feelings of anger and hatred now being released into the environment. You have to kill hundreds of these creatures to reach this point total, and by then you might be reveling in the destruction. Vincent said it himself, asking Heather if she enjoys killing and stepping on these creatures while they suffer. This is why this ending is so well designed. Getting this amount of points can be done in one playthrough, but it might require a few playthroughs of test runs to see how many points you can actually acquire. Which is perfectly fine because Silent Hill 3 is arguably the most replayable game in the series. Replayability is rather subjective. You can replay a game for any number of reasons, but when it comes to the sheer level of content on offer, no game comes close to Silent Hill 3. There are 6 weapons that you can find on New Game Plus. If by the time you rolled credits you killed more enemies with guns, then you unlock the flamethrower. Kill more enemies with melee weapons and you get the lightsaber, although that's copyright so it's called a beam saber. And if you beat the final boss with a melee weapon, you unlock the incredibly overpowered, fully auto, unlimited ammo, no reload, submachine gun. Silent Hill 3 also has 26 different costumes for Heather to wear. A dozen or so can only be found via cheat codes, but others can be achieved through completing certain challenges like the weapons. One of which is a classic Magical Girl outfit that not only comes with its own weapon called the Heather Beam, but a full-on equip animation. It's like I'm watching an episode of Sailor Moon. My personal favorite has always been the God of Thunder t-shirt, which is achieved by completing the game on the hardest difficulty. That's because unlike Silent Hill 2, which had a 4th secret riddle level called Extra, completing Silent Hill 3 on action level hard unlocks the 4th secret extreme difficulty. Beating this, however, unlocks Extreme 2 all the way to Extreme 10, where the outfit resides. Or you could just use a cheat code and plug it into the typewriter. This is 2003, we still have those. But still, 6 weapons, 26 outfits, 13 difficulty modes, and it's not even including the return of the 10-star ranking system from the previous games, which you can grind if you're interested in high scores. All of this is a reason to keep playing, and with so many goodies given out, you might be encouraged to play differently. Kill more monsters, be more aggressive, and if you do, then you might eventually achieve the bad ending. That's why this ending is so well designed. It's an extra bone thrown to the players who want to play more. For those who only play games once or drag their feet through this game just to see the credits, you've already completed the game. This cutscene with Heather is the ending. It's the only ending that can be achieved during your first playthrough, as the other isn't even available on a first run. There is no need to keep progressing. You've won, and the game is over. This ending, like the weapons and costumes, is extra content for those who want to keep playing, a hypothetical what-if scenario, if you will. But with that ending comes the end of the cult. Well, at least for a few more entries. For now, we travel to another location and another time. The cult may not be present, but their presence certainly is. As we've seen, the effect of the cult members trickle down to those that were pulled into their reach. For Claudia, this meant seeing those of the world as victims who need to be saved. The cult's practices created a girl who saw herself as the world's savior. So what would happen if the cult's practices created a serial killer instead? Well, you get Silent Hill 4: The Room. One of the best aspects about the game is how it blends these two styles of Silent Hill together. It's got the influences of the cult like Silent Hills 1 and 3, but it's also got the deep personal struggles of a singular character like in 2. Except instead of being the center of attention, Silent Hill 4 takes the route of 1 and 3, where you play as a bystander caught in a plot against their own volition. The world of the Otherworld used to be based on the protagonist, but now it's based on the antagonist, Walter Sullivan. Walter and his eventual schemes was something you could find teased as far back as Silent Hill 2. In the Blue Creek apartments, while scouring through the trash to find a coin for a puzzle, you can find a newspaper article about a killing that occurred recently. Walter had murdered a man named Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, but was apprehended shortly after. He committed suicide in his cell the morning of the paper's publication. His grave can even be found in the labyrinth next to Billy and Miriam. In Silent Hill 3, there was an article written by a journalist named Joseph who was visiting the Hope House orphanage. According to Joseph, Hope House is an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill, run by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, or 4S. Their aim is to take in and raise children who are without homes, but there's something deeper going on under the surface. Joseph claims that this orphanage is a meeting ground for the cult. In the act of helping children, there's just a front to indoctrinate and imprison the children for their own selfish needs. The main prison seems to be a massive silo that's connected to the orphanage, but seemingly has no purpose, especially to an orphanage of all places. Well, here is not only the orphanage, now called Wish House, but also the silo. This game is built on the backs of the previous games. As I said before, the cult may be gone, but their influence still persists. This has a drastic effect on how the story unfolds within Silent Hill 4. Areas we visit and people we talk to have reasons for being involved, but their links are not tied to Henry, our protagonist, they are instead tied to Walter. Henry is quite literally thrown into this plot by pure chance, all because he's the tenant of Room 302. Room 302 plays a large part in this game both mechanically and narratively. It's why the official full name is Silent Hill 4: The Room. The subtitle is implying that this isn't just some room or hub area. It is those things, sure, but it's much more than that. Let's start with the most disturbing part. Henry, the current tenant, claims to have been experiencing weird nightmares for the past few days. Strangely, he finds this more concerning than the most confusing part, which is that since the nightmares have started, communication including the phones have been cut. Like, literally cut. The windows can't be opened, the power on the TV doesn't work but some of the water from the sink does, and most dubious of all, the front door is locked. From the inside. Large chain links and bolts bar Henry from leaving, and yet all he does is politely shrug and carry on with his day. I feel like if it was anyone other than Henry, this would be out of character, but his shy, introverted attitude makes his reaction more sensible. Where his reaction to failing to break the lock would just be, "Oh, okay then," before returning to bed. Like with Heather, they really nailed this archetype they were going for, this time the shy introvert. He doesn't get as much dialogue in this game compared to the previous protagonists. He might actually get less dialogue than any character in this series, but he tends to listen more than he speaks. One of the first people he meets is Cynthia, who is a complete contrast with his personality, an outgoing, adventurous type a lot like Maria. She mimics a lot of her movement too, like caressing Henry and offering to do a special favor for him if he helps. Cynthia thinks this is a dream, which is why she's so outgoing, but it's quite telling that this is the first thing she jumps to. Henry just kind of freezes. He almost moves his hand a bit like he wanted to back away and not be touched, but true to his personality, he's not sure what to do. And as someone who sees a lot of their personality in Henry, I think they did a good job with him. While Henry might not have much personality, the room certainly does. As I said, the importance of the room is much greater than it may seem. Initially, the room feels oppressive, with its multi-connected locks and barred windows, but over time you start to feel a sense of comfort. Choosing an apartment room for this approach was genius due to the way we perceive the world. Downtown areas are densely packed with buildings, cars, and people. Buildings start to blend together after a while, and oftentimes you wonder if a specific building is even in use. Numerous times I would go to my downtown area and see buildings with busted up signs, no lights, and paint peeling off the walls, and I always wondered if they were abandoned or if no one has done maintenance on them yet. Looking out the window, we can see that this apartment complex is designed with this in mind. It's right next to a busy downtown street that just kind of fades into the background. And we consider all the buildings you're looking at. What purpose do they serve? There is a sign for a restaurant and a bar, but is that the whole building? These buildings could house multiple businesses or people, but because they don't have a distinct design, they just fade into the background of your eyes. This is especially true for the room, not just a generic apartment complex, but one room within it. People are hardly going to notice anything wrong there except maybe the tenants. It creates a sense of isolation that is both fearsome and comforting. You feel alone, like you're one with your own thoughts with no one to call for help. But with no one to bother you and no way to get in, the room takes on a whole different feeling. People will try to enter, but no matter how much you scream and pound on the door, no one will hear you. It's like you're in your own pocket dimension. You can't leave, but that also means no one can get in, and there's a strange feeling of comfort in that. I've always appreciated hub rooms like this, especially in horror games. The place where you can just sit down and let the game run and no harm will come to you. The room is a lot like that. Nothing will hurt you in here. If anything, it actually heals you. Silent Hill 4 is miserly with resources. Ammo amounts per pickup are different depending on difficulty, and health items are a needle in a haystack. Save points are also non-existent, at least in regards to how prior games handled them. No longer are there notes or squares on walls and floors. Now we have holes. These aren't technically save points, but they do serve as one, as each hole takes you back to the room, which is the only place you can save. The room also heals you to full health while you stay inside, promoting this introverted playstyle of constantly seeking the comfort of the room. Silent Hill 4 also introduces a limited inventory system. In prior games you could pick up enough ammo to run a gun store with, but each item now takes up a slot. A melee weapon, a gun, a mag full of ammo, a healing item, and a key item take up 5 slots, and you only have 10 to work with at a time. To assist you, a chest within the room can carry any and all items you have, no matter the size. Oftentimes you'll be full up on inventory and can't grab a key item, or covered your inventory into many key items to where you can't find space for some ammo. Sometimes though, you might just need a moment to de-stress. Silent Hill 4 is just as scary as the other games, and some of the enemy designs are especially creepy. Ghosts patrol the halls of each world, all of whom represent the lost souls of Walter's victims, both the ones he killed back then and the ones he'll kill soon. There are also the twin victims, which... God, I don't even know where to start with this thing. They point at you if you're within their field of view and then chase you down if you get too close. The game also introduces a lot of these enemies for the first time using this extremely blurry footage. There's a major contrast between these moments in the actual game. The cutscene almost gives it a sort of found footage appeal that I quite liked actually. Silent Hill 4 even has its own mirror wall type moment here in the hospital. Walk into one of the rooms and be greeted with the giant head of your apartment neighbor Eileen. Early in the game you'll stumble across a hole in your wall that's just big enough to see next door. Like the windows and front door, it's a way for you to see the goings-on of the outside world without leaving your room, but the context makes this especially creepy. This massive head of hers, whose eyes never leave you, is almost a question for the player. It doesn't feel good to be stared at, does it? Maybe consider that the next time you peek into her room while she's sleeping. From the gameplay to the horror, it's all designed to funnel you back to the room. It's the safest and most accessible location in the game, with an infinite healing source, so why wouldn't you use it? The room is also viewed in the first person as opposed to the series' traditional third person to give it that intimate feel. That's where the room brings with it a comforting aura. Yeah, you're locked in a room against your will, but maybe being cooped up in your room all day ain't so bad when you consider what awaits you on the other side. But how do we get to these places if we can't leave the room? Well, not long after the game starts, a bang can be heard from the bathroom. Peering inside reveals a large hole in the wall. This should, in theory, take us to the room next door, but the hole goes on for way too long, and manages to pop Henry out onto an escalator somewhere within the nearby subway station. Here he meets with Cynthia, that outgoing girl from earlier. She ends up feeling sick and needs to be rushed to the bathroom, only for Henry to be ambushed by some otherworld creatures. Walking into the bathroom, Henry finds nothing. It's like she's vanished. They'll reunite later only to be separated again. Their final meeting will be over the intercom as she instructs Henry on where to find her, only for her to be cut short as the man is here. When we arrive, it was too late. Cynthia is barely alive but dies in Henry's arms, with the numbers 16121 stabbed into her skin. You won't know it yet, but Walter has killed again. Numerous notes throughout the game show that this method of killing and the numbers etched into the skin perfectly match Walter's MO. This has many people puzzled as Walter died years ago, leading many to assume it's a copycat killer. This is further reinforced by how the victims' hearts are still within their bodies, something Walter took from his victims. So the police assume it's a sloppy copycat trying to ride off the fame of the infamous Walter Sullivan case. And while the excuse works for now, it starts to become less viable as we continue. These worlds that Henry finds himself in are other worlds just like the previous games, but are, for a lack of a better word, pocket dimensions. Dying in this dreamlike world will kill you in the real world. So Cynthia was technically correct, this is a dream, but that doesn't mean her life wasn't at stake. Like prior games, the other worlds are shaped by the experiences and minds of the user, this time Walter Sullivan. Meaning that every location and victim have a place in his story, although some are not as easily explained. Take Cynthia. She seemingly has no bearing on this plot, but had met Walter before. On the official Japanese website for Silent Hill 4 was a published document called Another Crimson Tome. The name is in reference to the in-game book Crimson Tome, which explains what Walter plans to do with his victims and how to stop him. This is a rather helpful piece of info, so Another Crimson Tome functions similarly as a guide, but now with extra story content not covered by the game. It was only written in Japanese, so we only have unofficial translations to work with here. But it goes on to talk about Cynthia, who met Walter when she was 13. Walter was living on the street when he approached her, having seen her walk by a few times. He inquired about room 302, the place where Henry stays at, but she called him creepy and left with her friends. Even with that info, it's not exactly insightful, and admittedly this does plague Silent Hill 4 quite a bit. Plus, this was only a part of a document on a website, not in the game, so you'd be forgiven for not knowing this. But it's clear that there is a connection in some way to the victims and where he finds them. So that leaves us with the question, why is Walter doing this? What's with the murder? Is there an end goal here? Yes. Walter is trying to enact the 21 Sacraments. Walter was born within this apartment complex, South Ashfield Heights, more specifically in room 302. It didn't seem like the father wanted to have Walter, as dialogue found later hints at abuse. It seems as though the couple was also struggling financially, as both parents left the baby within the apartment and left the complex altogether. Walter seemed to have just been born as well, since Frank Sunderland, and yes, there is a relation there, the superintendent of the building, found an umbilical cord on the ground. Frank then decided to give the baby to St. Jerome's Hospital, who eventually gave Walter to the Wish House Orphanage. As the orphanage was a front for the cult's activities, he was involved in the cult readings and doctrines, which warped his mind into those of the cult. Walter still had childlike curiosity though, as he wondered about his past and who his parents were. He had learned about his birth in room 302 but had misinterpreted this completely, believing that the room was his mother, not that he was born within the room. He was then told that he could see his mother, the room, if he enacted the 21 Sacraments. This ancient ritual was made by the cult, specifically the Descent of the Holy Mother sect. Seeing the phrase Holy Mother, he once again made the connection to his mother and assumed that they were likely telling the truth. To complete said ritual, numerous steps had to be taken, the first of which was killing the 10 victims for the Holy Assumption. As we know though, Walter was found around the times of victims 7 and 8, but victims 9 and 10 were found later after he was in prison. We also know that he was stopped short of completing his 21 killings, but not only is he back again, but Cynthia was 16. The middle number of 16121 is not a 1, but a slash, 16 out of 21. Walter has not only killed 6 more, but now he's 5 away. So what gives? Well, we'll get into the mire of that as we go, but that's the general gist of Walter. He was a child who was abandoned at birth, forced into the cult's teachings, who couldn't see the harm in their ways, as he was just a child, so he assumed that this is how the world worked, and then developed a personality befitting that of a cult member. One who sees the teachings of the church as gospel and the outside world as harmful and dangerous. In an interview with fansite Kikuzo, Masashi Tsubuyama, art director and monster designer for Silent Hill 4, explained that the plot was loosely influenced by the 1980s Japanese novel Coin Locker Babies. The novel tells the tale of 2 boys Hashi and Kiku who were locked in coin lockers before being sent to an orphanage. The novel is a bit of a social commentary on the concept of coin-operated locker babies. This is something that predominantly happens in Japan, where families will leave their babies in these lockers. Sometimes it was for quick trips, like a woman who went out to eat intending on picking up the kid later, but oftentimes it takes the shape of abuse. Those who can't afford to take care of their children, or those who may be shunned by family, use these as outs so that they don't have to take care of them. The idea was that because they were public lockers and out on the streets, someone would have to find the child eventually and give it to an adoption center. But more often than not, the children died before they could be found. It actually led to Japan installing a few baby hatches which were safer and more regulated forms of drop-off adoptions, ones that didn't require literally stuffing kids in lockers. This was the influence behind Walter's abandonment, except it was twisted to fit the American audience, so they used a rundown apartment instead. The novel was also an influence on Yakuza 7, which is a wild connection these two games share. From here on, the next 4 locations follow a similar style to the subway. These pocket dimensions of the Otherworld are locations and victims Walter has a connection to. The Forest World sends us to the outskirts of Silent Hill, right near the Wish House orphanage. You get to see what the children got up to during their time here, playing on the playground and exploring the nearby forest. Joseph Guine is someone who takes interest in the cult and their activities, and wanted to see what they got up to now that the place has been abandoned, before being burned by Walter, becoming victim 17. The water prison is that large silo that the kids were imprisoned in. They were put in small cells with each floor housing 6 cells. Each child was given specific clothing and required times for activities and meals, just like a prison. Within the middle of the silo was a large cylindrical room that goes through each floor, where an observer would look through the peepholes and take notes of the kids' activities and attitudes. Andrew DeSalvo, victim 18, was a guard at this prison. He frequently beat the kids, likely including Walter when he was presumably sent here, because he felt like he had power over them. So Walter got revenge. Building World is downtown Ashfield. The bar you need to find for a code is right across the street. Richard Braintree is the victim this time around. He's a tenant of the apartment complex, room 207. He frequently carries a gun on him and is very easily angered, so when Walter as a kid was coming by weekly to get into the room, he'd tell the kid to piss off. The apartment world is the apartment complex, with Eileen, our neighbor in room 303, being victim 20. And the hospital is meant to mimic St. Jerome's Hospital where he was taken as a child, although the victim this time isn't anyone new for reasons I'll get to soon. These are the areas that you traverse throughout the game, and with this info in mind, I hope it's a bit clear now why these locations and victims exist. Although if this past minute or so was rather boring or not as eventful as some of the other revelations we've had in this video, that's fair. Because admittedly summarizing it the way I am is honestly doing a disservice to the game. The question you will have on your mind is why these locations were decided on. What about these is so special? Part of the fun is realizing that these worlds come from the mind of Walter, and then recontextualizing what this means with this newfound knowledge in mind. Within the official guidebook for Silent Hill 4 were a few interviews from the team behind the game. One of the interviewer's comments was, quote, "This time you can't get a sense of the overall scenario right at the start of the game, can you?" To which Suguru Murakoshi, the director behind the game, said in response, quote, "That's right. It's like the story reveals itself little by little as you go back and forth between the real world and the other world. I mean, it's like we want players who are here for the story to actively decipher the plot. In other words, we want to present the story in a way where Henry played an active role in unraveling the plot. Therefore, while there are events that are crucial to the plot, there are also events in the game that aren't essential. For example, you can look out the people, but except for a few scenes, it's not mandatory. If you, the player, don't actively search and investigate, you won't get the full story. We did this because we didn't want to have the game push the plot onto the player. Those who savor the plot can slowly digest it, and those who enjoy action can leave the mystery of the plot behind and focus on controlling Henry. There are many different play styles, so this is one of the ways we responded to that." End quote. This is an important detail to mention because there is a world of difference between me telling you the story and you experiencing it for yourself, especially in the case of Silent Hill 4. Retelling the story in a condensed format like I've done not only doesn't do the game justice, but it's opposite to how the story was designed to be read. Frequently on return trips to the room, you'll get greeted by diary entries left onto your doorstep. These are from Joseph, the previous tenant of room 302, the one who conducted the investigation into Wish House Orphanage. His notes tell the story of Walter, but through the guise of diary entries. Entries that sometimes repeat themselves, trail off, or end at certain points, as Joseph is trying to write everything on his mind while also battling the forces of the room as Walter has taken notice of him. Joseph's notes are actually critical to figuring out how to defeat Walter and essentially spoils how to defeat the final boss. This style of note gathering is in large part why I enjoy the Souls games and their style of storytelling. Like Murakoshi said, those who want to engage with the game's story can do so and will regardless of what method is required. Those who enjoy Silent Hill as a game, those who would likely tune the action level too hard while lowering the riddle level, can find merit in the game as well, by ignoring all the notes and memos that fly under your door. For the lore masters, the bits and pieces add extra depth to some of these areas. They provide a look at the world we're in and the attitudes of the people within them. The water prison, for instance, has diaries and notes of all the kids and guards. This is where you learn about the observers who peer into the kids' rooms, but you can also learn a bit more, such as why certain holes exist within the cells. These holes are needed for corpse disposal, so using the valve in the watchtower can rotate the floors as needed. This helps keep things flowing within the prison and prevents the kids from looking out and seeing their dead friends. The kids are not allowed to go outside. They want the kids to do as they're told. and if they learn they're going to be killed, then they'll start to rebel, so keeping them locked away makes it seem like everything is kosher. Even then, some of the kids were seeing the signs. One attempted to escape by putting his clothes on the bed to make it look like he's sleeping. Others are just writing their thoughts. One talks about soiling themselves, another is worried that they'll get into trouble as they looked into the peephole and screamed into it to see if anyone would respond. One wrote, "I'm sick of being watched," with the room containing a noose, letting the player question the fates of the children here. Which speaks to how well the atmosphere really sells the location the most. Were they killed, beaten, or were they lucky enough to survive? Periodically a voice can be heard along with footsteps. A shadow will even block out the light from the hall that makes its way into the cell. It's meant to represent the guards who stalk the halls to make sure the kids obeyed, and because of its presentation, you feel like you become one of the kids even for just a few seconds. One of my other favorite moments of this exploration was here in the apartment world. The tenant of room 202 is a painter who has various paintings of the residents. Each of these paintings comes with a description of the tenants, who depending on who they are, has some choice words to say about them. These notes, along with the notes found in other rooms, paint a cohesive picture of life within the complex. The tenant of room 101 is a gun nut. His room is covered with model prop guns, so he clearly has an appreciation for them. He also has a cat allergy which has continued to spike due to his neighbor in 102 being the classic old cat lady. She loves her cats so much that she missed her chance to get married, so now her cats are all she has. These two are intertwined in a minor conflict as the gun nut couldn't take the allergies and shot the cat with his model gun, killing it on the spot. Realizing her cat had passed away, she has now begun to mourn it, likely heartbroken given our earlier comment. The cat's body can also be found in the fridge, possibly an attempt by the old lady to preserve its body. While this is happening, a stalking has occurred between the residents. Tenant of room 106 is a nurse named Rachel. She caught the eye of a Mike from room 301 and wanted to confess his love to her. Mike was given some adult magazines by Joseph back when he lived in 302, and given the large quantity, Mike is likely a bit of a sex pest. This is further shown in his one-sided relationship with Rachel. His letters read a lot like Stanley's, which is why Rachel has refused to engage with him any further. But not just that, it's also because Rachel has her eye on someone else. Head over to room 106 and find a note that says Darling's number. Ring the number and trace the sound all the way back to room 202 with the painter. But the story still continues. Despite Rachel and the painter's relationship going well, the painter wants more from her. His note about the tenant of room 204 says, "She's always eating something, but I wish my girlfriend liked to cook like her." His other notes also mention that Richard from 207, the guy we saw in the building world, also confronted Mike the stalker and beat him up over his antics. The guy down the hall in room 205 is a shut-in who plays a lot of video games and has a lot of stereos and VHS players. He was able to record the beating that Richard gave Mike, and you could plop the tape in your stereo if you'd like to listen. But as we know, Richard doesn't take too kindly to kids, and he happens to live next to the family of 206, who have, assuming the beds are accurate, at most 6 kids in one apartment, so he likely yells at the kids quite frequently. This small collection of notes create their own subplot. People are curious by nature. Everyone wants to know the gossip of their neighbors, so the game lets you find that out for yourself. This has no bearing on the plot. These notes don't give you clues on how to escape. It's just an optional little story for the player to find, and there's enough here for you to become invested in what's going on. Afterwards, I found myself looking through the window and thinking, oh, so that's why there's kids in that window. That's the family with 6 kids. There was also this guy who seems to be jamming out every time I look through his window. Come to find out, he frequently listens to music in his apartment. This is the kind of storytelling that sets Silent Hill 4 apart from every game in the series, including the ones we have yet to get to. This dead, decaying world comes alive through these notes. It feels like there's more going on here than just the immediate task ahead of you. Its voluntary nature harkens back to a core tenet of the room's design: let those who explore be rewarded, and those who don't not feel discouraged. While some of the locations could have a bit more depth applied to them, instead of just being the hospital Walter was taken to as a baby, overall I really enjoyed this new approach. And if I had to assume, most players did too, but that wouldn't last long, as Silent Hill 4's most infamous moments come in its second half. Like the previous release, Silent Hill 4 is 2 different games depending on where you are, and that second game is about to begin. As you make your way through the worlds, you'll find more and more victims at the hands of Walter, the 20th of which is Eileen Galvin, your neighbor. When you finally enter the apartment, she's badly wounded by Walter. She's taken to a hospital and is supposed to die there. Outside your front door is a set of handprints that are meant to represent the victims of Walter. After each roll is completed, a new bloody hand is added to the list, but this time the hand is missing. Hop into the hole and be transported to St. Jerome's Hospital. Make your way to the 2nd floor and find that Eileen has survived. We managed to get to her before Walter finished the job. To prevent Walter from being one step closer to his fabled 21, we need to escort her home. We learn though that the holes we enter don't work for her, so we have to find some other place to go besides the room. If the thought of an escort quest is making you roll your eyes, maybe skip this entry. Get ready for one of the longest escort quests you'll ever play in a video game. This lasts upwards of 2 to 3 hours depending on how quickly you run through the levels. Furthermore, the levels we have to run through are the same levels we just went through. This, for many people, is where Silent Hill 4 stops becoming the decent game it was up until this point and becomes the most tedious, boring, and downright frustrating game in the series. I can't say that I fully agree with the sentiment though. This newly added level of friction was frustrating at first, but I think I really developed an appreciation for it by the end. Up until now, the game has been playing it safe. Ammo is still scarce, but decent. Melee weapons are a dime a dozen, and while health items don't appear as often, the regenerative properties of the room are more than enough to get by. But that's changed now. Entering the room, you'll notice the healing aura no longer works, and that strange hauntings have started making their way into the room. Room 302 has been compromised. It was only a matter of time before the last beacon of hope you had to cling to was no longer safe. Whereas the room filled you with a sense of relief and safety now projects the same feeling as any other room in the game. The hauntings can be excised, but they always have a chance of spawning whenever you return to the room, so your safety is only temporary. You might not be so lucky on your next visit. These hauntings can range from something like the windows rattling to the clock ticking. Unfortunately, for reasons beyond my comprehension, the PC version of the game seemingly omits 7 of the 14 unique hauntings in the game. Honestly, kind of a shame too, as they're arguably some of the best, like a ghost child appearing in the closet or a possessed version of Henry outside your front door. There doesn't seem to be a logical explanation as to why these are removed, just that they are. On top of this, the player now has to keep track of Eileen and make sure she isn't hurt. Eileen has a few weapons of her own, but most of the damage will be done by you. The friction comes from having to manage these problems, constantly shuffling around your priorities with the hope of getting a better ending. Because, let's be honest with ourselves here, Eileen's safety and the hauntings have no bearing on progression. You could get through the game without any issue, it's getting the good ending that becomes the problem. These hauntings must be excised before they disappear. Too many left unchecked and you dip into the bad endings. Similarly, Eileen can't actually die in this game. It's not like Ashley from RE4 where you have to keep tabs on her health bar. Eileen doesn't have one. But the more hits she takes, the less time you have to complete the final boss. Getting to a point where even your most well-optimized run could still not be fast enough, giving you the other half of the bad ending. Now there are ways around this, but this again adds to that level of friction and difficulty. The hauntings don't appear 100% of the time, it's based on chance. So to minimize the amount of chances, you could just not enter the holes. But then, how do we save, you might ask? Exactly, and therein lies the dilemma. It's a careful balancing act of when to return and when to tough it out. The room is your hub. You must return for those ammo and health pickups you've been stocking up, but is it worth the chance of a haunting appearing, or can you tough it out on the supplies you have? Holy candles and spirit medallions are your go-to source for dispelling these spirits that haunt your room. The spirit medallions, though, have more uses than the candles when it comes to ghosts in the other worlds, so many recommend using the candles strictly for the in-house hauntings. Even then, do you have enough? Will you need to dip into your spirit medallions to do so? Can you afford to do that? Or better yet, can you just avoid the trip to the room entirely? On the other side of the coin though, how confident are you in making it to the next hole? Because as the minutes pile on, you risk losing more and more progress, and the threat of that might be too much for you to handle. Eileen comes with her own sense of difficulty, but I'll admit that stems from things outside of your control. If Eileen is not near you when you enter a room, she will not appear next to you. In Silent Hill 2, Maria would show up on the other side regardless of her distance. Eileen does not follow that same logic. The distance for this is stupidly small too. Times you think she is close enough are not considered that by the game, forcing you to go back into the room, get her, and then go back through. But there are ways to exploit this. Going into a room first, doubling back, and then waiting for Eileen is often better than just walking through with her the first time. Enemy AI seems to reset on occasion, and they oftentimes don't detect you since you're behind them, so you're able to get to rooms without too much hassle. There are times when Eileen will be a hindrance rather than a helping hand though. For instance, take the second trip through the water prison. At the end awaits 6 twin victims. Yeah, this game really wants you to suffer sometimes. 6 of any enemy is the struggle no matter what Silent Hill game you're playing. Eileen could provide help as an extra weapon, or at minimum an extra body to distract some of the twin victims, but you also run the risk of her taking unnecessary damage. So I ran around the whole area so that her AI got stuck on some of the geometry, so that when I went through the door she was too far away. This let me fight the twin victims on my own terms without worrying about her as she stayed safe outside. The main reason I started using this was because of something that happened in the forest world. Walter ambushes you within these levels now, and that can cause some extra unneeded anxiety. You can give Eileen a weapon to defend herself, but more often than not, it just ended up making the situation worse. Now, if you and her can sandwich an enemy between you two, nothing will stop you. Walter didn't even stand a chance. But Eileen's AI dictates that if there's something within 7 feet of her, she's swinging for the fences. Which led to this unfortunate moment where Eileen was so distracted by a small Hummerfly that she didn't notice the chainsaw going into her back. From then on, I swore by this strategy and used it immediately. Getting Eileen to stay near the orphanage allowed me to walk through areas alone, giving me a chance to blitz through it as I saw fit. Losing her weapon did mean she took damage with no means to fight back, but I found that the losses I took far outweighed the potential losses I could have incurred with it. Such as this moment in the water prison again. Eileen has a busted up leg and a broken arm, so ladders are a no-go. This level is full of them, meaning she'll have to take the long way. Problem: Walter can ambush you on these outside stairs, and Hummers are all over the walls. The best strategy I found for Eileen was to just run. Without a weapon, she won't waste time engaging the flies and would head straight for me. Not only losing less health than she would have had she fought all dozen or so of these things at once, but her speed was enough to surpass Walter's. He wasn't fast enough to catch me first, so Eileen and Henry would be able to go through floors without much of an issue. Part of me is still torn on how I feel about this specific design of the mechanic, because I 100% abused this as much as I could, which I feel like should be the reward for players who played this tactically. But the feeling I got from the game is that Eileen should be with Henry whenever possible, so confusing her AI so that you can handle a room doesn't feel like the intended approach to me. Now, I will say that there are times where you do have to leave Eileen, mainly for a puzzle or to open up a way out, so that's intended. But getting her caught on a fence to separate you two doesn't seem like it. Really, all that was needed was a wait button, honestly. Just like Ashley, a simple hold command would have done wonders. Although, to be fair, maybe there is one and I just didn't notice. This series has a plethora of mechanics the games don't tell you in the manuals, like Henry being able to dodge, something I didn't even know existed until after I beat all the endings. On top of all this is the repetitive nature of the levels. In the game's defense, the areas you start in are not the same as before, so you're coming at these from a different angle, and enemy encounters and items have been replaced and shuffled around, but I could see how this would negatively affect the game for some. I do feel that to an extent for the most part, but these slight changes in the levels make it not so much a second full run, but more so a second part. For instance, Jasper's death ignites the Wish House orphanage, which shows how it burned down, even implying that Walter wanted to wipe the place clean. The victims of each of these levels also return as ghosts, joining the rest of Walter's victims. These little changes don't occur in every level, and again they are little changes, but I did appreciate them enough. It wouldn't have been my preferred route to take this second half, but I can't say I'm hostile to the idea either. Still, this is where the bulk of people's issues come from when it comes to Silent Hill 4. All of this on top of a combat system which can be frustrating at times. Again though, while my strategy is likely not intended, most of the time I was with Eileen and I found these moments to be at least engaging. I might have gotten annoyed at the amount of times Eileen got stuck on a rock or went to attack an enemy only to completely miss, but I think the concept was well done. Plus, narratively it makes sense that Henry would have to assist her in her vulnerable state. This puts extra pressure on Henry and the player, along with the threat of the hauntings. I also appreciate the decision to make Eileen more dynamic and engaging with the environment than Maria. Yeah, it doesn't exactly work 100% of the time, but giving her the ability to fight back was a welcome change. She even reacts to certain outcomes of encounters. As Eileen takes more damage, her personality will start to regress back to that of a child, crying out for her mom and dad to save her, mimicking much of Kid Walter's dialogue. Take enough damage or leave her in a room with enemies for far too long and she'll become possessed, unable to move for a set amount of time. It's difficult, sure, but it's a level of difficulty I came to enjoy by the time it was over. Sure, there was some rather infuriating moments, but escorting Eileen was an enjoyable part of the game. Just make sure to put a few objects in her way so you can handle things easier. After enough time, you'll finish your first area and descend down the ever-revolving stairs that Eileen tends to struggle with. Go through enough areas and you'll reach the bottom and be greeted to another door, taking you to a past version of room 302. Here you'll come face to face with your pen pal Joseph, who instructs Henry to defeat Walter, or the nightmare will never end. The first step is getting into the superintendent's office. In room 105, Frank Sunderland has a box that houses the umbilical cord he found when Walter was a baby. That was 30 years ago. The hell is wrong with this family? We can also find a pickaxe that we can use at Joseph's behest to break open a wall in our room. This reveals a secret room with the decaying corpse of Walter Sullivan. Etched into his feet are the numbers 11121, the 11th victim. Yet again, credit to the storytelling style of Silent Hill 4 because all of this was hinted at hours ago. A note from Joseph mentions that the grave of Walter was empty when he went and investigated it for himself. Walter's grave is found empty in the forest roll with the same numbers, so you could have pieced this together earlier. A book back at the Wish House also talks about the ritual Walter's trying to perform, hinting at his fate. The first stanza talks about cleansing the world of rage, gathering forth the white oil and the blood of 10 sinners, referring to the 10 original victims. The second stanza talks about releasing oneself from the bonds of flesh to gain the power of heaven, referring to Walter's suicide. The third stanza mentions the words source, temptation, watchful, and chaos. These words mean seemingly nothing, but are the words of the plates we find near each of the victims. So each stanza explains the steps for each set of victims. Everything has been going according to plan from the very beginning. Walter wasn't getting sloppy with the recent victims, he only needed the hearts of the first 10, and he didn't commit suicide because he failed, he did so to complete the ritual. This does call into question how he got here though, since he died in prison. But even Joseph assumes that either Walter never died in prison or the guy that was arrested wasn't Walter, making things fit a bit neater. Now dead, left to roam the world as a ghost of some kind, he was able to attack people without issue in his other worlds. Remember, those who die in the dream world die in real life, even if they aren't in the same places as their deaths. If Eileen dies in the final boss fight, for example, a news report will explain that Eileen succumbed to her wounds in the hospital, because in the real world she's still there being kept alive by the staff. Dying here results in her real death soon after. In Walter's pocket are the keys to liberation, rather on the nose, as these are the keys that grant us our freedom. Annoyingly, the real world looks just as awful as the other world, so that's a problem, and probably a good argument for why we should have just stayed inside and never left the apartment. Eileen learns the truth about Walter and how he longs for the room, still believing it to be his mother. The gathering of the umbilical cord happens around this point, which sees Eileen leaving, which can only be a bad thing, and it is, because we can't find her. Where we find her is the final boss room, about to be killed. Wonderful. The puddle under Walter is not a puddle, but more a gateway to his hellish contraption. The first layer is a wall of 10 corpses denoting the first 10 murders. Deeper down is the killing floor. Referring back to that holy scripture, the last stanza says to separate from flesh the mother reborn and he who is the receiver of wisdom, Eileen and Henry respectively. Eileen first met Walter when she was no older than 5. He was still homeless and starving, so Eileen gave him her doll to cuddle up with. Walter must have seen this as a motherly act, which is why she was chosen as the mother reborn. This would also explain why Walter didn't just kill someone else, it has to be Eileen. Henry, as the receiver of wisdom, traveled to all the other worlds and learned of the victims' deaths in Walter's history. One could say that Henry learning all this was Walter preparing him for his role as the 21st and final victim. To finish the ritual, the flesh must be separated, so he plans to kill Henry and Eileen, but Eileen's death has more planning behind it. Eileen at this point has become fully possessed. Walter plans to make her walk into this spiraling death machine, so we have to kill him before that happens. This is where Eileen's damage comes into play. While the fight progresses, she will continually move down the steps. The more damage she took across the playthrough, the faster she goes down. And again, if she took too much damage, there is almost no way for her to survive, no matter how fast you go. A good ending then is impossible at that point. Ending the game is still possible, Eileen doesn't have to survive, but it will cost you the good ending. But the final boss is more of a puzzle, so what do we do? Well, just one last time, because I can't get enough of how this story is conveyed, let me read you the note from Joseph and see if you could figure it out for yourself. We enter the boss fight with the umbilical cord in hand and any weapons we choose. In the room is a large being that's meant to represent Walter and a few stone pillars. These pillars have spears on them, and Walter is invulnerable to damage at this point. Here's the note. Quote, "If thou would stop the descent of the devil, you must bury part of the conjurer's mother's flesh within the conjurer's true body. Thou must also pierce the conjurer's flesh with 8 spears. Do so, and the conjurer's unholy flesh will become that which once it was, by the grace of our Lord." I've told you everything you need to know already, including the items, so I'm curious if you figured it out. The solution involves the umbilical cord. Walter is the conjurer as he enacted the ritual, and the umbilical cord is about as close as conjurer's mother's flesh as we got, so shoving the cord into the beast weakens it. This also opens these stone pillars housing those spears. There are 8 spears in total, and after piercing the conjurer's flesh, the unholy body will become that which once it was, meaning Walter is now vulnerable to attack. Genuinely impossible to praise this more than I already have, so I hope my constant gushing was able to convey my love for this system. Regardless, killing Walter brings about the end of the game, and from here we could talk about the endings. Assuming you saved Eileen and dispelled the hauntings, you received the best ending titled Escape. Henry travels back to the hospital to check up on Eileen, and she's recovering well. She's safe, Walter's dead, all is good. If you didn't dispel the hauntings, Eileen's dialogue will change. Instead of saying that she'll need to find a new place to live, she mentions how she'll have to return to the apartment complex. The name of the ending is called Mother, possibly implying that some of the possession from Walter still lingers within her. What the result of that is remains to be seen, though. On the inverse, Eileen dying shows Henry returning home, clearly upset over not being able to save her. Failing both means Walter succeeds. A news report explains that the 4 previous victims we met, along with Eileen, Henry, 5 police officers, and Frank the superintendent, have all died. And all the other residents have experienced severe chest pain and were rushed to the hospital. What follows is a brief look at child Walter cuddling up with his mom. Child Walter has appeared just as frequently as adult Walter. They are even in the same scenes together. At some point during the ritual, his consciousness seems to have manifested these 2 versions of himself, his older current self and his younger self, back when he was just being introduced into the cult. Adult Walter exists to help fulfill the fantasies of child Walter. Ever since he was a kid, he wanted to see his mom, so now as an adult, Walter can fulfill that fantasy and reunite his child self with his mom. But as the Crimson Tome says, this was a ritual to birth their godly mother, now Walter's mother. So is this truly the result he wanted, or was the cult deceiving him to bring about paradise? It's pretty clear from our discussion so far that there has been a bit more negative criticism here compared to the previous games. Although to be fair, I had next to no issues with either of those games, so it's a tough competition. But the sentiment is echoed across the community. Many say this is the best game in the series. I'd personally give that to Silent Hill 3, but 4 absolutely gets my seal of approval. I, like some, do not consider it to be the black sheep of the series. I think it's another solid entry, a Silent Hill that tried to be something different. Consider that one of Silent Hill 3's biggest criticisms is that it was more of the same. Silent Hill 4 from the ground up was meant to be different. It's nothing if not experimental. It added a health bar on screen, giving us an actual HUD for the first time. Melee weapons were given charge attacks, wormholes replaced save points, there's a save room / hub, limited inventory, an item box, an in-depth escort quest, a narrative that's built over time with scraps of info and not exposition. The game introduced playable cutscenes, as the team calls it, as they wanted the player to move about during cutscenes rather than be stuck watching it, which is also why subtitles fade in and out depending on the distance to give it that immersive feel. And that's not even getting into the new enemies and equipment to deal with those enemies. Hell, the game doesn't even take place in Silent Hill. We were sort of going that direction in Silent Hill 3, with more than half of it being outside the town, but Silent Hill 4 barely comes close, only briefly touching its coastline in the other worlds. Silent Hill 4 set out to be different, to take Silent Hill in a new direction, and I appreciate it for that. As from here, the series would garner a reputation for being more of the same, riffing on its old ideas while refusing to innovate on them, and just a few years ago, Team Silent was already trying to do that, and that's why I enjoy Silent Hill 4. It's a new experience, and one that I felt was executed well, but my opinion is not the popular one. Because of its changes, Silent Hill 4 since launch has earned quite a negative reputation, and even today it's considered the most divisive game in the series. From what I've seen, most fans hold the first 3 games in high regard. Some may have more negative things to say about one game over another, and they might rank them differently in a tier list, but at a minimum, most fans see the first 3 as all-around great games. All the games post Silent Hill 4 have varying reputations depending on players, leading many to consider only 1 or 2 of them as their personal favorites. Silent Hill 4 is stuck in an interlocking war, where it is both the best thing since sliced bread, whilst others see it as a flop. This was all exacerbated post-release when fans learned that the game wasn't even meant to be a Silent Hill game. Tsubuyama mentions in an interview with Eurogamer that it was not meant to be Silent Hill, but rather something called Room 302. And when talking with Game World, the dev team also mentioned that it wasn't supposed to be a Silent Hill game. This isn't exactly true though. See, instead of the Room being the subtitle, Room was going to be the main title. Silent Hill would have likely switched places with it. The point of the title change was to illustrate that it was a different experience and not a main entry in Silent Hill. Tsubuyama and Akira Yamaoka both clarified to website Boomtown that the game is always going to be, at minimum, a spin-off for the series. Further saying that if Silent Hill never happened, then the concept of the Room would have never existed, so the two have always been together. This initial confusion added more fuel to the fire, and created an intense divide between fans. At the end of the day though, Team Silent was proud of their game, and they were already working on the next title in the series. Even looking into the criticism of the Room to see where they went wrong. They wanted to explore this concept of daylight and shadows. Ever since the pre-production of Silent Hill 2, the team wanted to set a Silent Hill game in a normal everyday environment. They wanted the horror to come from the normality of the world rotting away before you. They also seem to have at least considered a more dramatic otherworld, as criticism from Silent Hill 4 is that the otherworld's presence and its horror was not nearly as good in this entry as it was in others. There was also going to be less of a focus on melee combat, at least when compared to Silent Hill 4's major overhaul of it. But Konami had other plans. Konami seemingly wanted to outsource Silent Hill to other developers. So Team Silent was disbanded, with the current team moving on to other projects within Konami or to new studios entirely. While studios here in the West would get a chance to take a crack at the iconic Silent Hill, thus beginning the second, but very controversial era of the series. New developers, new ideas, and a new legacy. The sky's the limit. But if we're going to start fresh and begin anew, it's only right to start from the beginning and take it from the top once more. This new era starts with 2007's Silent Hill Origins, made by Climax Studios. The outline for the game is right there in the title, Origin. An origin story for Silent Hill that explains the plot from when Travis here arrives on scene to when Harry and Jody find Cheryl on the side of the road. It just doesn't do a very good job of that. Origins attempts to be both a prequel to Silent Hill 1 and a story about a personal struggle of the protagonist a la Silent Hill 2. And by attempting to be both, it ends up making neither experience interesting. Real quick though, you'll notice that the flashlight illuminates only 3 quadrants of the screen. I played Origins via emulation, and apparently this is a pretty common bug, and one I could not fix, so I apologize for that in advance. The game will first begin with Travis taking a shortcut through Silent Hill, only to come across the burning house of the Gillespies. Dahlia can be spotted walking away from the scene of the crime, while Alessa is still in there burning. Travis succeeds in rescuing her, but passes out, only to wake up outside the Alchemilla hospital. From here, Travis goes to visit Alessa to see if she's okay, but not only stumbles upon the creatures of the otherworld, but finds Alessa creepily stalking him throughout the hospital. As we know, Alessa was taken here and placed in a secret room in the basement. Dr. Kaufman even appears and seems to hint at this, telling Travis to just go home. Travis has stuck his nose into some business that isn't his, and he refuses to let go of that scent until he finds some answers. Along the way though, you'll start to see those glimpses of Travis's past that hint at something going on with him. Unfortunately, because the game is tethered to 2 paths, it can never fully commit into fleshing out one of them. Here's the long and short of it. Travis was born to parents Richard and Helen Grady. Helen over the years started deteriorating mentally. The tipping point was when she tried to kill Travis, citing him as the devil's child. She was later committed to a sanatorium in Silent Hill in order to cure her condition. It failed, and she would continue to get worse as the days followed. Richard went to see his wife hoping it would help, but all she wanted was to kill Travis. Richard then decided that it was best if Travis never knew about his mother's fate, so he lied and told him she died. Travis was likely too young to understand, but Richard was grieving hard. He had lost the wife he once knew. Her body was moving, she was present, but she was gone. The lights were on, but no one was home. The Helen he knew died a long time ago. As a result, Richard hung himself at the Riverside Motel before Travis walked in on his body. This had seemingly left its mark on Travis, as evidenced by the town bringing this up. The problem is that it's just there. It's like a presentation of Travis's past. We'd get just as much closure out of this as someone had just made a PowerPoint out of it. There's no closure, recollection, recontextualization, or even an ending. It's just, here's the story of Travis, and that's all. Origins seemingly wanted to capture the magic of Silent Hill 2, but doesn't go all the way. It wants to display these traumatic moments to the player, but doesn't want you to do anything with them. It's just simply saying, hey, this exists, and then moves on. Is trying to use the elements of Silent Hill 2 to create a story, a novel idea? No, and as we get deeper into the series, this will be all too common, but I think there is some potential in this. The sanatorium and motel are areas we travel to learn about Travis, but part of me wonders what would happen if they went all the way. Each provide enough info to explain what happened, but it never goes further than that. The sanatorium explains what's wrong with Helen and what her condition is, while the motel simply explains that Travis and Richard once came here, leading to Richard's death. These are all surface-level examinations of the areas, but that's all we get. There is no deeper, shiny center where all the creative ideas reside. Origins wanted to capitalize on the personal struggle and trauma from Silent Hill 2, but seems confused as to how to achieve that. Now, to give the game credit, there are hints at something going on here, which do help elevate the story a little. Helen speaks of this mirror world throughout her conversation at the sanatorium. She's talking about the other world, but she mentions how she can pass through mirrors to see it. This is related to a gameplay mechanic in Origins where Travis can travel to and from the other world by touching a mirror. It's actually a really cool mechanic and I quite like it. It's a different approach to the REM sleep style of the worlds that we're familiar with. To use the analogy already established by the game, this new otherworld would operate like a proper nightmare, where your body is stressed and flipping between gears while you try to wrestle out of your mind, and I really like that. Back to the point though, the mention of the otherworld by Helen could be implying that Dahlia had manipulated her somehow. It's unclear how or why, but it's possible that Helen had these visions and feelings already and that Dahlia helped reaffirm them in order to recruit her. Some of the enemy design also hinted at a dark, sinister past, mainly the Butcher. He, like Pyramid Head, is seen carving up and dissecting enemies of the Otherworld. His existence is extremely peculiar though, as he only shows up a couple of times, kills an enemy, and then we fight in a kitchen, resulting in an unsatisfying death. What was the Butcher? Beats me. There are some hints that Travis and the Butcher are like James and Pyramid Head, two beings who are connected in some capacity. The bad ending of the game hints that the Butcher could be a sinister second side of Travis. To be honest, I just think he's an attempt at creating Pyramid Head without actually using him. Their intro scenes are very similar. But I've seen some people on forums extrapolate this to mean that Travis was possibly a serial killer, and I actually quite like that theory. But this is the kind of stuff that's missing from Origins, the problem with going halfway. The concepts of these are there, but they were left on the drawing board. Travis's mother cannot be a cog within the cult because it's trying to be both games at once. And she can't be anything further than an unstable mother who is losing a battle with her mind, because it's trying to be both games at once. There was also no development on this mirror ability as it involves Travis. Is this a hereditary power? Is that just something that happens now at this point and anyone who touched a mirror could go to the other side? We have no way of knowing. The Butcher could possibly hint towards a darker hidden past with the game, but with so little info we're just grasping at straws here. The levels within the games are great setups. They provide enough info to get the player wondering what happened, but because the game is trying to have it both ways at once, the story of Alessa has to take precedent right after. And her story is even more baffling than Travis's. All this other part of Origins serves to do is add about 15 extra steps just to get us right to where we were before, which is often the problem when making a prequel. While the two aforementioned locations, the motel and sanatorium, are about Travis, the other two, the hospital and theater, are about Alessa. Similar to Travis's locations, they are only skin deep. The Alchemilla Hospital especially, as it's the same location from Silent Hill 1, the place where Alessa was taken after the ritual. New fans to Silent Hill wouldn't know this though, so I can respect the decision to put this in here, as there are some playful callbacks to past characters that hint to the treachery soon to follow. The theater's purpose feels like a bit of a waste though, as its supposed reasoning was summarized games ago when we looked at the Silent Hill 1 enemies. Alessa had a fear of dogs, that's why they manifest in the town. The theater was a place Alessa came to a few years ago, but she ended up getting scared by the character Caliban. The theater was practicing their play for Shakespeare's Tempest. Caliban is both half beast and half human, so its monstrous appearance would clearly scare someone like Alessa. This manifested in the boss we fight at the end of the act. It's visually quite striking, and I have to say the series hasn't delved much into larger-than-life creatures like this, and I'm glad Origins does. All the bosses in Origins will eventually become standard enemies after their debut, so these large creatures continue to reappear, often serving as large roadblocks while walking the streets or alleys. But while I liked the larger creatures, enemies like this literal floating harness still make me laugh with just how matter-of-fact it is. The ghostly shadows on the floor create the image of a human body, as they're meant to represent the lost remnants of those who previously were admitted to the sanatorium. But I still cannot get over Travis fist-fighting a harness. As for the theater though, it's meant to be a reference to Antonin Artaud, most well known for his creation of the Theater of Cruelty. It was a form of theater meant to portray a unique feeling within the theater, one that would, quote, liberate the human subconscious and reveal man to himself. The plays that were made were intended to be realistic, not shying away from the cruelty of man. Many of these plays heavily focused on mise-en-scene, which zeroed in on sound design and costumes. Artaud believed that language was sometimes inefficient at portraying trauma, so he used sounds and screams to replace these moments instead. He even envisioned there be no sets or props. The audience would sit in the center and the play would happen around them instead of in front of them. It's had a bit of a questionable history, as it seems to by nature have less interest in plot, which could create confusion amongst the audience, leading to poor reception. Unfortunately, Artaud was mentally unstable for most of his life and would die a few years after writing these essay ideas of his. Still, it's pretty clear that this is an inspired choice for a location, and had the game ran with this idea, they could have created something truly horrifying. A one-stop shop to all of Travis's trauma played on the big screen, or being strapped to a chair while the otherworld creatures act around him. As it is now, it's just a theater that references a character within a work of Shakespeare. That's not the only reference the game has though, although this one was likely unintentional. After defeating each boss, a piece of the flower rose appears. You're meant to assemble the pieces of it so we could stop Dahlia, even though this would help Dahlia according to Silent Hill 1. Every time this happens though, Alessa appears, has this smug look on her face before causing Travis a headache. It's quite a weird departure from her shy, scared attitude in Silent Hill 1. Part of the reason she was running was because the flower rose. Its power could reunite Alessa and Cheryl and commence the ritual. The Flauros doesn't act that way now, it acts as a prevention tool to stop the ritual. Dahlia even says as much when we find all the pieces, that the spell she put on her was broken. Okay, so which version of the Flauros is correct here? Does it help her, or does it not? It seemingly doesn't matter because they're going to complete the ritual anyway, but it's one of the many changes Origins makes to series canon. The other world, as far as I remember, was created by Alessa's nightmarish delusions. This is said as much by Harry in the boat when talking with Sybil, so everything here should be about Alessa and not Travis. Unless the game is trying to establish that the powers of the town that occurred in Silent Hill 2, where it was based on the individual, started here, and that would explain why there is brief overlaps, where one chapter is about Alessa and the other is about Travis. Even if that's true, do you see how muddy and unnecessarily complicated this is becoming? This complication leads me back to Alessa. That reference I alluded to has to do with her because is there a reason why she's acting like Alma Wade? Alessa creepily appears after boss fights, says nothing, and sends Travis back to the fog world. If the Flauros was the key to her escape, you'd think she'd be a bit more forthcoming about this information. Like Alma, all she does is appear like a ghost haunting the player, which doesn't make sense for Alessa to do. Furthermore, what makes Fear great as a series is that there's always a connection between Alma and the protagonist, either by them being her offspring or being involved in similar experiments together. Alessa and Travis have no connection whatsoever. Travis is a truck driver, Alessa is a psychic child, nothing more. If there was some connection, then that would explain the presence of the protagonist, but then you'd have to come up with one that fits. That's the issue that prequels run into, overcomplicating the narrative and failing to find a suitable time slot to explain events that occur before the first game, and Origins fails at both. The plot starts at the house burning and ends with Harry finding Cheryl. This all happens in a single night. The problem is that Silent Hill 1, for as vague as that game can be, was clear and concise about what story it was trying to tell. Origins attempts to add extra steps because it somehow needs to find a seat in an aisle it can't even walk through. Most players coming off Silent Hill 1 would have assumed that after the burning, Alessa used her psychic powers to split her soul into Cheryl. Origin says that random truck driver Travis Grady, with his military budget arsenal of guns and typewriters, helped Alessa split her soul using the Flauros he collected and pieced together. It's not only complicating something that didn't need to be complex in the first place, it's also giving way too much credit to a character that doesn't need it. It reminds me a lot of what happened with Bioshock Infinite and its DLC Burial at Sea. While it was cool to see Rapture again, the DLC goes to great lengths to make Elizabeth, one of the main characters of that game, the cause of every event in the series. These little sisters bond with these large beasts called Big Daddies. They only do that though because Elizabeth used some Atom to save the Big Daddy, which inadvertently created the bond. She was also the one to find the ace in the hole, which was an encoded message regarding the character you play as in the first game. This was also how Atlas discovered his iconic "would you kindly" passphrase. It's a fine DLC, it just gives Elizabeth way too much credit, having her be the one to push the events of the games into motion, events that don't even involve her own game. The same is happening with Travis. He's given such an important role in the series which muddies the waters of what was a fairly concrete and easy to explain plot. If not for him, Cheryl would not have been born. Harry would not have found her, Silent Hill 1 would not have happened, Cheryl would not have been reincarnated, and Heather would not have been there to stop the cult again. All of this falls on Travis and his undying motivation to stick his nose in a plot that doesn't concern him. Even now I can't help but think about what the game could have been had it just stuck to a singular premise. Part of me wonders what would happen if they stalled the Otherworld reveal until halfway through the game. Have Travis's level start first, and then flow into Alessa's instead of going back and forth. This scene, and the following few minutes where the streets darken and you have to fight your way to the antique shop, is great, but I wonder how the game would feel if this was the climax. Instead of flipping between both worlds at a whim, what if each world took over one half of the game? Start in the fog world, but end in the other world, just like in the first game, but this time over the course of the game, and not a single area. Admittedly, it's not a perfect fix, but these two established plot threads are playing tug-of-war with each other, and they've been locked in a stalemate for hours. So, where is any of this leading to anyway? Well, nowhere you didn't already expect. To cap off the journey, Travis, after assembling the Flauros, confronts the cult at their ritual site, which is at the back of the antique store. Supposedly the cult is trying the ritual again for a second time to see if it will work. There he is forced to fight the demon inside the Flauros to contain its power. Once he succeeds, the Flauros uses its power to create the soul of Cheryl, while an explosion of some kind occurs. Here is where your endings will play out. Origins has multiple endings, 2 to be specific, but Origins recognizes that it's a prequel. It knows there is no reason to make a bunch of endings that will get people talking and theory crafting, if there's only one true answer. So it instead takes the approach of Silent Hill 3 and makes one canonical ending. The bad ending shows that Travis was strapped to a gurney while he slowly loses his mind. It's not canonical, but it acts as a what-if scenario, a question of what the world would look like should Travis fail. What really happened is that Travis goes back to his truck while Alessa holds Cheryl in her arms. The cult's rituals have failed twice. Third time's the charm, as they say, but Harry's going to be the one intervening in that, and we already know how that will go. At the end of the day, is Origins a good prequel? Partially. If you're fresh off the boat, never played a Silent Hill game, and want to start from the series' origin, then you'll be fine. The game is a prequel and is thankfully designed without much knowledge of these previous games in mind. Alessa's personality might feel strange coming off Origins, but not many other characters fall into that same pit. Lisa and Dr. Kaufman appear, but because their conversations have little substance, they don't conflict with their appearances in the next game. Although that does beg the question of why they were even here to begin with then. And with Silent Hill 1 creating such a well-constructed first entry, it also makes you wonder why a prequel was even made to begin with. A lot of the game's issues actually came from early development. As you recall, Team Silent was disbanded and the Silent Hill IP was in flux. Climax Studios had picked up the IP but took it in a wildly different direction. Footage of these early builds still exists here on YouTube, and it seems like it was trying to piggyback off the coattails of Resident Evil 4. It would be an understatement to say that RE4 changed the gaming landscape. Its usage of the third-person over-the-shoulder camera was revolutionary, something games still use to this day. Climax Studios tried to emulate this experience, but failed to capture that magic. Many of its older elements are still present in Origins though, which will explain why the gameplay feels so different compared to past titles. Travis has all kinds of weapons at his disposal, from hammers and knives to literal typewriters and filing cabinets. The basic arsenal has durability, so you'll need to manage these as you go, but Travis can carry as many weapons as you pick up, and the game gives you these hand over fists, so it's not really a huge concern. The larger weapons can only be used once but knock the enemy down instantly, allowing you to do a finishing move as a follow-up. Guns are also thrown at the player like they just walked into an ammunition. Origins seems to take inspiration from RE4's collection of weapons. Both games even have an endgame Magnum that have very little ammo but pack a serious punch. All they need now is a rocket launcher for the final boss, but that was where they draw the line, I suppose. Climax Studios also pitched an idea for the PS3 called Broken Covenant, which was meant to be a game that goes outside Maine and into Arizona, where you would play as a father both in the normal and religious context trying to save your daughter as the cult believed her to be the next Alessa. Neither of these came to fruition, and development seemed to be so chaotic and confusing that the LA team who was initially hired to make this game was shut down, and the rights were then transferred over to the UK branch. This is where the development of the game would last until the game's release. The new director for the game, Sam Barlow, who you might know for games like Her Story and Immortality, did a few interviews, one with Games Radar and the other with PC Gamer. Both were about other projects, but Origins was briefly mentioned. The quotes are long, but they perfectly explain all you need to know about Origins. Quote, "It was bizarre. It was supposed to be a dark comedy, and at some point someone said Scrubs was the inspiration? We pushed back and said, look, if this goes out, it'll be a disaster. There's a hardcore fan base of Silent Hill players. Konami said you could change everything, but you gotta do it in the same time and budget." And for the other quote, "The first Silent Hill game we worked on, Origins, was started by a different group of people, and it was in a terrible state. When we took it over, I think we had 6 months to finish it, and they'd already spent half the money, so we were told to just finish the thing. But me, and particularly the lead artist Neil Williams, were thinking, aren't Silent Hill games usually really good? We don't want to make the first bad Silent Hill game, not just bad, but awful. Especially when it was an origin story, which was a terrible idea, by the way. The first Silent Hill already tells an origin story. We had very little room to maneuver, but we did our best, and part of doing our best was not in any way attempting to change the classic structure. The story would be told by the environment and through diaries. You feel like you were picking them up randomly and out of order, but it was clearly intended by us to deliver a certain emotional heft. We were locked into some cliche stuff when we started the project. There was a level set in an asylum, but there was no reason for you being there. You were just randomly walking through an asylum. We thought this location should probably tie into the character's backstory, so we set it up so that the last piece of paper you find is a log of your mother being admitted there, and a doctor's note about how well she's doing. And suddenly, it was much more poignant. I really enjoyed doing that." End quote. Never in my life have I found a quote this detailed. This explains pretty much everything that went wrong with Origins. It was a cobbled together mess of ideas from two different teams with vastly different ideas for the game. Like the game's story, its two contrasting creative visions prevented it from being anything but okay. Sam and his team's influence helped elevate the story into something deliverable, but because the influence of the prior team was still present, they were held back by all their decisions and had to make do with what they had. The inkling I got from this interview though was that Sam and co knew what they were doing. They understood Silent Hill, they were just dealt a bad hand. And had they been able to get a shot at Silent Hill from the very beginning, they might have been able to make something quite meaningful. Thankfully, the team was still within Konami's good graces and would get a second chance at making a Silent Hill game. This time from the top without any interruptions or changing of studios. But that didn't happen just yet. Game development takes time after all, and while Sam and team were working on the next title, the IP changed hands once again. This time to Double Helix Games' 2008 release, Silent Hill Homecoming. Following in the steps of its predecessor, Silent Hill Homecoming also attempts to blend the narrative styles of Silent Hills 1 and 2. There once again remains evidence of cult activity while the protagonist has to deal with the constant reminders of their past. This time, however, I actually think it works. Unlike Origins, these styles actually connect to one another. The reason for the protagonist's trauma is directly tied to elements of the cult, even if they aren't fully aware of it yet. Similarly, the game doesn't tie into the connected narrative built up by Silent Hills 1 and 3. Whereas Origins cut in line to the front, Homecoming prefers to wait in the back. Homecoming is not another prequel, it's presumably a sequel. A book-in game titled Through the Fog, a skeptic of Silent Hill talks about the town, the cult, the disappearances, and pretty much everything we've come to know by now. In it explains that Detective Douglas Cartland recently exposed the Order and its practices. The Douglas from Silent Hill 3, so this must take place after the events of 3. Despite technically being a sequel though, the game has no ties to its events. Characters like Heather, Dahlia, Harry, and others aren't mentioned, and Douglas is only mentioned in this one book. Homecoming means to distance itself from the story while still implying that those events occurred, so it can establish its story without ruining that which was already established. Homecoming mostly takes place in the town of Shepherd's Glen, a town that isn't Silent Hill, but one that has a deep connection to it, as it also lives on the borders of Toluca Lake. It's a standalone adventure, but the existence of the book makes it feel like a continuation. In that respect, this story could be seen as a second wind, a sort of revival of the cult. The sect involved in this game is not the same one as the prior ones. These members split off from the whole and have their own beliefs. It gives off the feeling that Silent Hill 4 had, that the cult's essence continues to permeate the world and its people. It's like a hydra, one head is cut, but then 2 more grow back. It's this strange but oddly satisfying mix of styles that I found most enjoyable about Silent Hill Homecoming. It doesn't want to ignore the cult's plans, but it also doesn't want to step on anyone's toes. So it tries to distance itself from the rest while still keeping them in view. This provides Homecoming with a nice, comfortable safety net. If it succeeds, then all is well, but if it doesn't, then its existence doesn't muck up previous entries. And thankfully, it really doesn't. Well, barring one particularly egregious moment later. But things don't initially start that way. The game first starts with our protagonist, Alex Shepard, being transported to a hospital room. As he attempts to break free, you can see the doctor being killed off screen by some kind of creature. As Alex breaks free, he finds his brother Joshua just on the other side of these bars. While getting to him, the hospital starts to change into the Otherworld, and what is so far the series' best interpretation of it. The Otherworld has always been seen as this different dimension, a place where time stops and the world misshapenly forms around you. Homecoming portrays this by having the literal fabrics of reality rip away to show the rusted colors underneath. It's an incredible transition and easily one of the best additions that Homecoming brought to the series, even if it's technically from the movies. And this is coupled with an Otherworld that continues to look great no matter how far into the series we get. The Otherworld has always been defined by its dark atmosphere and rusted color palette. Much of that atmosphere still remains, rusted walls and floors and fans and other machinery are still running. Homecoming also opts to make the area more dreamlike by removing that total darkness seen in past games, giving the skybox an orange, smoggy color instead. It gives off the impression that the Otherworld has polluted the atmosphere with its presence, not just ruining the immediate location in front of you, but the rest of the world now as well. The color scheme, the red lava-like liquid at the bottom, the skyblock smoke at the top, we really are in hell, and while we've always been in one since the start, Homecoming portrays this in a way not seen by the game so far. This feeling of being in hell is also helped by the fact that the Otherworld is a lot tighter than before. I believe this was a deliberate decision for the whole game because Homecoming feels incredibly claustrophobic at times. The camera zooms in real close during these moments and makes you feel like you're trapped. And you are. Most times I'd argue that this is more annoying than anything, and the slow camera movement isn't exactly helping its case, but I like the occasional friction this provides while you walk around. The Otherworld has always been oppressive in both function and form. Having the camera placed behind the player though, and then tightening that FOV makes it that much harsher. The game also places these flesh structures you have to cut through to proceed. These are mainly here so you can't run down the hallway when you're attacked by a new set of creatures, but I like that you can fight back against the Otherworld and carve your own path out of its flesh. It also helps that the Otherworld is much darker. It's always been dark, this is true, but the flashlight has been your go-to tool to push back against the environment. Homecoming makes the flashlight go about 2 feet before dissipating. To be honest, I actually hate this because the flashlight is downright useless in this game, such as in the footage you're seeing. The flashlight is on, by the way. Still, I think at certain points when you're not being attacked and just taking in the scenery, the otherworld is still a marvel to look at. The intro also continues to reinterpret its own meaning of Silent Hill by how it portrays the otherworld and its creatures. Silent Hill's had an interesting history with how it does side characters, and how those characters interact with the world around them. Silent Hill 2, for instance, introduced Eddie and Angela as separate from the otherworld experience that James goes through, whereas 4 had you take Eileen with you through the dark underworld. At the heart of each decision is an understanding of loneliness. Places that are usually populated are no longer. You feel alone no matter where you are in Silent Hill, even if people are present in the town. Homecoming takes a different approach to this, one that's quite novel to the series. Throughout the game you'll come across various NPCs, all of whom see the terrors of the otherworld and its creatures. There are a couple moments a few hours in that are quite memorable and highlight what I mean. One is where you and Deputy Wheeler have to move from room to room while the police station is attacked. It gives off this feeling of an apocalypse and that the world is ending and Shepherd's Glen is the next town on the list. It's no longer you anymore, the town itself is being attacked along with you. It's not as chaotic as something like The Last of Us Part 1's intro, where a whole town was being consumed by zombies. You're still showing up to the party late. But there's enough chaos drawn from the people left to feel like the town is being slowly consumed by an unknown force. The other is after you return home. Members of the cult ambush Alex and his mother and take her away. While they leave, the otherworld starts to appear and the cult members start running. They, like us, know the dangers of this world and know not to stay here longer than they have to. It makes the otherworld a sort of third party that has no allegiance. It just shows up and messes up everyone's day. Further reinforcing this idea that no one is safe and the people of the town are messing with powers they can't even begin to comprehend. What amplifies a lot of this carnage and really portrays this apocalyptic feeling the game is going for is the gore. Gore and violence have been absent for most of this series. This is mainly because Masahiro Ito has said that splatter and gore aren't really his tastes. Thus, many of his creatures don't bleed profusely or could be chopped to bits. Homecoming's designers seem to have added that style to the game. Cuts from your knife will appear on creatures' skin, and the amount of bodies being cut in half or found in half is quite astonishing. I don't think it's necessarily bad, however, it's more about your tastes. Neither style of monster design is inherently better than the other, because both creative styles are pursued with the same effort and passion. It's just whether you prefer one over the other. Personally, I do have a preference for the Team Silent style, as I think it shows a level of talent and creativity in making something terrifying without adding terrifying elements to it. This level of confusion was something that was at the heart of those games, and those creature designs carried that with them. The creatures in Homecoming don't always invoke that level of horror to me. Half the roster is just reskins of already present enemies like the nurses, or the CM, which is really just a closer from Silent Hill 3. The bosses, though, are quite marvelous, and are easily some of the best designs within the series. All told, though, the intro of the game provides a nice layer of intrigue and keeps that going as you continue past this very obvious nightmare sequence. As once you approach the end, Alex is stabbed only to wake up in a truck. He's getting a lift from a trucker who is likely Travis Grady from the last game, now with a thick beard and even thicker voice. As the title implies, it's a homecoming. He just got back from the hospital after being discharged from the military, and now he's here to return home and greet the family. Unfortunately, his home of Shepherd's Glen has changed a lot since he's last visited. The town is quite dead, no one is outside, and the shops are closed. Alex will run into Margaret Holloway, a judge who works for the town hall. They catch up a bit, but it's clear something is up with her. She keeps telling Alex to go home and see his mother, and then when he does, his dad and brother are missing, and his mom is also catatonic. He's also constantly plagued with this vision of his brother who runs away whenever he gets close. All the photos in the house also seem to be members of the family except Alex. It's like he's a ghost and never existed. This was the first game to be released for the new generation of consoles, the Xbox 360 and PS3, so the series had a chance to bring in a new audience. For those coming off the boat, I can imagine these would be fairly interesting and confusing moments. There is definitely enough mystery here to make you question what's really going on. 6 games deep though, and I think you know where this is going. To give the game some credit, while some of the twists presented in this game were way too obvious, their reasonings were not something I expected. The town of Shepherd's Glen seems to be in limbo, like the time has stopped. All the clocks are stuck at 2:06, and the banners of the town's 150th anniversary are still up, despite the happening years ago. Alex even remembers being there for the celebration before he left to serve. Talking with another resident of the town, Elle will reveal that people are going missing, and more seem to disappear every day. It truly feels like a ghost town. Nothing wholly original in the case of Silent Hill, but I did enjoy it regardless. As you continue, you start to learn a bit more about what's really going on here, and as you'd expect, it has to do with the cult. This sect of the cult started as an offshoot from the previous members of the original cult. They wanted to break off and establish a different kind of order, but still practice their faith. Text in the game mentions that the old faith is fractured, implying that the current order is broken, and that this new order they hope to establish will be better. However, they weren't just able to up and leave. I don't recall it being stated if this was a requirement to leave or just something the new order had to enter into, but they signed a pact that every 50 years, each of the founders' families must sacrifice a child of theirs to appease their god and keep the town safe from the harmful effects of the otherworld. Each of them seemingly had to do it in specific ways. One of the family contracts says, willingly co-sign our child to the earth in God's name, referring to Mayor Bartlett burying his son alive. In return, they were allowed to live peacefully, and to make sure this peace was kept, the founding families all had major roles, not just in the cult but in the town as well. So instead of the cult being used as a means to bring about paradise, this sect prefers to ignore that paradise and let their families in town live on in peace for the foreseeable future. They just have to make a deal with the devil to do it. As far as I'm aware, the game doesn't suggest that anyone knows of this besides the founders. And because it was their kids that had to be sacrificed, none of the townsfolk were ever affected, so long as everyone did as they were told. As much as this sounds like rubbish, the pact seems to be real, as when Alex arrives, creatures already pollute the streets. The pact was broken, and the town is paying the price for it. This explains the clocks and banners. The town is in limbo because time is stopped. The otherworld has come to feast on the town, so the town is no longer alive. This is the core of the storytelling within Homecoming, learning the how and then the why. Each major section of the game has you meeting with those members and the bosses within them. The Sepulture, Scarlet, and Asphyxia represent their kids. Sepulture represents Joey, Mayor Bartlett's kid who is buried alive. A sepulture is a small room or monument that houses a dead person. The boss itself pops out of the ground as if trying to dig itself out. And the flesh bags you're meant to hit during the fight could represent Joey, as he was carried here in a sack. Scarlet was killed by Dr. Fitch with a knife, but she loved dolls, so her boss is a porcelain doll you have to crack open like an egg. Asphyxia is related to Nora. The numerous hands on the body connect to how Judge Holloway choked her to death. The failure of the pact and subsequent realization that their children died for nothing seems to have taken a toll on the members significantly. Mayor Bartlett is seen digging up graves every time the sun goes down. I assume this is because he's trying to recover the body of his child and hope that they are still alive, as otherwise they would have died for nothing. He seems to be a heavy drinker as well, further worsening his condition. Dr. Fitch seems to have gone mad and stabbed himself multiple times to cleanse his body of the sin of killing his daughter. Judge Holloway is only minorly shaken up by these events, and that's only because she was captured. Besides that, she's fine, and she seems more annoyed that the pact was broken rather than the wasted sacrifice. A question that can be asked though is whether these families were responsible for their actions. You could best attribute their actions to that of those who participated in the Milgram experiment. This was a psychological experiment conducted in 1961, where two people would be on the opposite sides of a wall. One was hooked up to a machine that would shock them, and the other with the button that would administer the shock. Next to the latter was an authority figure who would tell them to shock the individual when they got a question wrong. As the test went on, they would increase the voltage, even to levels that would kill you. Thankfully, no one was actually being shocked. The test was to determine how long and far the authority figure could get the participant to shock the other person, even when they knew it was causing them harm. Another example I think that would be fitting, as it serves as a counter to Homecoming circumstances, would be from Fallout New Vegas. All the vaults in these games are experiments, and Vault 11 was heavily inspired by the Milgram experiment. The vault dwellers who lived in the vault post-apocalypse were told that they had to sacrifice a member of the group every year or so, or everyone in the vault would die. The difference is that in Vault 11, nothing was ever going to happen. It was all an experiment. If the vault dwellers had just ignored the request, they would have been fine. But in Silent Hill, we know the pact is real. We've already seen proof of it failing, and we know that the otherworld already exists. The question that remains is if they did as well. The game mentions that they signed a pact with God, so I believe the founders may have seen the otherworld, but that was over 200 years ago. So did the current founders of today uphold the pact unquestioningly, or did they see the horrors of the otherworld and know that they had to uphold it no matter what? The game leaves this vague to let you judge them for yourself, but it is an interesting thought nonetheless. But this is just 3 families, so who's the 4th? Well, I think that one's pretty obvious. The Shepherds were the 4th founding family. With the ritual being broken and each family succeeding so far, that must mean the Shepherds were the ones who failed. But then how would that explain Joshua? It's probably pretty obvious by now that this Joshua we're chasing isn't real. And while I'll get into the meat of that in just a second, it's worth examining the monster associated with them. Their monster, Amnion, is actually great, even if the symbolism is lost on me. But there is another monster that stalks Alex only. I've been hesitant to talk about this though because I really want to preserve the decent memories I have with this game, but it becomes harder and harder the more I think about this. About 2 hours into the game, Alex gets introduced to this. Pyramid Head is back. Somehow. Just to remind you, Pyramid Head exists because he is a manifestation of James's guilt over the death of his wife, the part of him that feels like he should be punished for his sins. So tell me, why is he here? Now he's been called the Boogeyman, whose sole task is to just look menacing and stare at Alex. While Silent Hill 2 deserves all the praise it gets, its success also meant that significant characters like Pyramid Head would be marketed to the extreme. The Silent Hill movies also include Pyramid Head despite not mentioning James, and now a mainline entry is doing it too. Honestly, I should have seen this coming. One of Homecoming's biggest inspirations was the Silent Hill movie that was released 2 years prior. That's where they got the Otherworld transition from. Given their love for the movies, it's no wonder they brought details from it over. Pyramid Head, like in the movies, is now a seeker of justice who punishes all people, while ash also rains from the sky. In the town, you can examine a box that Alex comments is filled with ash. This is carried over from the movies, where it was explained that the particles that rained on the town were ash. The particles in the games only exist in Silent Hill 1, and that's because it was winter, and it's snow. This might also explain the confusing nature of the Otherworld as well. The Otherworld is meant to reflect the psyche of a specific person like Alessa or James. Homecoming doesn't follow this mantra, it only exists as a cruel punishment for the town should they break the pact. It reminds me a lot of the movie's interpretation of it, as in the films, the fog and Otherworld were created by Alessa from splitting her soul. She would then use the Otherworld as a means to torture all those responsible for her suffering, a lot like the current Otherworld is doing to Shepherd's Glen. Even though the movies annoy me because of details like this, I'm not too bothered by it because they're meant to be separate from the games. I have a problem when the games do this though, because they're not only inspired by content that is largely divergent from series canon, it's also because the movies are inspired by the games already. Why are we inspired by a movie inspired by a game in the same series? Can we just skip the middleman and think of the games instead? Pyramid Head being in Homecoming not only makes zero sense from a Silent Hill perspective, it doesn't even make sense from a real-life one as well. All humans are unique. Our lives, feelings, and traumas are all perceived differently. No two people will experience depression the same, and no two people will kill their wives the same. It somehow manages to cheapen the feelings of real people by portraying Silent Hill as Monsters, Inc., where all the creatures of the Otherworld clock in when they're needed. Alex was in a hospital, so these nurses had to appear, despite these ones being tailor-made for James's mind. Pyramid Head's inclusion is even funnier because Alex didn't even kill his wife. He doesn't even have one. The one thing that connects Alex and James is that they caused a death, and somehow that makes Pyramid Head eligible to claim this shift. As Masahiro Ito said himself, when asked if Pyramid Head would ever return in future games, would the other people kill his wife too? All games have legacies, and often the legacy of the developers is wholly different from the ones the players craft. While I would love for people to remember Homecoming for its Otherworld, it's known as the game that tried to emulate Silent Hill 2, but ended up ruining its canon in the process. Pyramid Head showing up here causes irreversible problems for Silent Hill 2, because it characterizes Pyramid Head as a boogeyman, even though the entire point of his inclusion was to be a reflection of James. When talks of including Pyramid Head were being made, producer Tom Hewlett protested against the decision, recognizing the importance of the character in Silent Hill 2. It seemed like he was let go or transferred for this, because in an interview he claimed that he was sent to work on Silent Hill Origins after he made a big stink about this. Masahiro Ito, Pyramid Head's own creator, even disagreed with the idea. After Team Silent disbanded, he was hired to work on another Silent Hill related project, but declined because they wanted to include Pyramid Head under a different look, which was like the Butcher from Origins. He also didn't like the muscular design for the creature, saying that he disliked when enemies were made muscular when they didn't need to be, and Pyramid Head in Silent Hill 2 never was, because he never needed to be. Lead designer Jason Allen reassured people that despite looking like an odd cameo, Pyramid Head was integral to Silent Hill's lore, and that the monster serves a very specific purpose. Tom Hewlett, likely knowing that backlash was all but inevitable, attempted to rewrite things to make it fit better, which is why he's now called the Boogeyman. He is not technically Pyramid Head, he is a different creature with a different name and purpose, but he also looks like him and he was definitely going to be him. To explain his thought process behind the change, Tom in a podcast interview with fansite Silent Hill Historical Society said that he wanted the Boogeyman to be like the other bosses in the game, to be representations of the family. Even then, it's a terrible fit, because nothing is connecting Pyramid Head design-wise to Alex or Josh. It's clear from the onset that this was just a cameo, and nothing more. What's even more strange about this inclusion was the role he did end up having. I knew about this twist going in. It's hard to talk about Homecoming without someone bringing this up in conversation. What I did not expect was for him to barely be in the game at all. I assumed he would just be the big bad, just like in Silent Hill 2, a stalker-type character who appears throughout the game to periodically haunt the player. No, Pyramid Head shows up twice. Once right here, and then hours later when he eviscerates Alex's dad right in front of him. Really? At this point, either just remove him or get your money's worth. Throw him in every corner, put up posters, craft plushies, even make him the mascot of Shepherd's Glen. Why even bother putting him in the game at all if this was all he was going to do? Homecoming is generally considered one of the worst Silent Hill games in the series, and while there was a multitude of reasons cited as to why, one of them was this. So was the inevitable backlash they were going to get really worth the 45 seconds of screen time he got? I think you know the answer to that. So if the pack failed and the Shepherds were the cause, then what happened? Well, as I mentioned earlier, Joshua is dead. He has been for a long time, but the reason has to do with Alex. See, the Shepherd family didn't treat Alex kindly. You'll recall the photos of the family that don't include him. They pampered Joshua and treated him with kindness, while Alex got nothing. Where things start to change was a few years ago. Alex took Josh to Silent Hill's Toluca Lake. While riding, Joshua showed off his new necklace. This was given to him by their father. It was a generational ring passed down throughout the family, and their father wanted Josh to have it. Alex, feeling hurt and betrayed again, called the ring stupid and tried to take it from him. As they were pulling the chain, Joshua's hand slipped and he cracked his head on the side of the boat and fell into the water. After this incident, Alex, likely due to not being able to cope with the death of his brother, was sent to a mental hospital. Alex never served in the military. That was something he made up. He wasn't gone serving a tour overseas, he was in a hospital for 4 years. But that's not the real twist, at least I don't think so. I think anyone playing knew Josh was dead. The real twist is that the death of Josh is what screwed up the pact. Alex was chosen as the sacrifice, not Josh. Joshua taking his place and dying in the river instead of Alex went against the rules of the pact, and thus it was broken. This would explain why the creatures of the other world are already in the town by the time we arrive. Alex was meant to die, not Josh, so the payment wasn't received, and now the town has come to collect. As a result of their failure, the cult from Silent Hill with the help of Margaret has come to kidnap the townspeople and bring them to the town. They plan to abduct more recruits into their cult, while those that decline are killed. Alex's dad Adam went to confront the cult as shown in a letter he kept in the attic. This explains why his mother said that his father went to look for Josh. He had blindly obeyed, likely out of fear for his family's death, and saw no other way out. But now that the wrath of their failure has come, his eyes have been opened for the first time, as he's able to see the true evil that's at the heart of the town. Admittedly, I do like the twist. I was close to guessing it myself, but the reason was slightly off base. Initially, I thought Josh was the sacrifice, and that's why he was given a perfect life and all the love and attention a kid could want. Because he was going to die soon, so they wanted to end his life on a high note. But it turned out to be even more sinister than that. That Alex was belittled, Josh was made their favorite, and pictures of the family were without Alex so that they could make his death easier to accept. At a minimum, this is a horrific thing to do, sacrificing a child to uphold a pact. But I could have at least understood them pampering Josh if he was made to be the sacrifice. Learning that they intentionally ruined Alex's life because the family wanted to selfishly be able to cope with his loss afterwards is a real dark twist of fate. Alex feels like a ghost because he was never meant to exist in the first place. To get to the bottom of this, Alex will have to race through various locations, including the underground lab of the cult. All the enemies down here are members of the cult, and while I don't mind the designs, I really think Silent Hill 3 spoiled me on this. Having the cult members be diseased and malformed manifestations of themselves was a perfect way to complement the other world's rustic appearance. Here they're just people in hazmat suits, which is a little uninspired personally. The underground labs portray the twisted psyches of the members. Most of the rooms in this lair are killing rooms. Bodies are strung up, stabbed, and cut open, and those without bodies in them have blood from previous victims on them, showing that they're still open for business. Once you make it to the end, you face the final boss, Amnion, supposedly meant to represent Alex's guilt over killing Josh. The spider is because he was obsessed with spiders, as seen by his collection at home, but the symbolism of the pregnant woman is admittedly lost on me. It's easily the most disturbing design in the game, possibly the whole series. Once it's defeated, your cutscene will play, which is determined by two factors. While in Silent Hill, Alex finds both his parents strung up on a device. Each one will kill them soon and there's no way to save them. Your choice then relies on your perception of them. You can choose to mercy kill your mother before the device kills her, and before you meet with Dad, there's a Silent Hill 3 style confession booth in which the sinner is speaking of events similar to that of the protagonist. In Alex's case, I believe the being he's speaking to is his real father, so your talk with him determines whether or not you believe Alex should forgive his father for what he did. The 4 endings in this game are combinations of these choices, and I like all of them because of how they can all fit into the story. Well, except for one, so let's get that out of the way first. In one ending, Alex is seen strapped to a chair, while 2 boogeymen come and attach the pyramid-shaped mask to his head. This also removes his clothes and increases his muscle mass, making him the next boogeyman. Wonderful, there's more of them. Moving on. In the other endings, Alex wakes up in either a bath before his dad drowns him, wakes up back at the hospital and realizes that this was all a dream, or escapes and meets with Elle before the 2 leave town. The one with Elle and Alex hugging is likely the canon option because the others just don't make sense within the context of the game. But I like the others as alternate possibilities. They are still what-if scenarios like previous games, but instead of it being different ways of achieving the ending, it's more like an alternate reality. The bathtub scene will be what would have happened if Joshua lived and Alex died like he was supposed to. And the hospital will be an alternate timeline where he was still present and was never let go. As odd as it is to say though, I do think the hospital scene is my favorite of the bunch. It is the typical it's all a dream trope, but it's clearly riffing on Jacob's Ladder, which has been a huge inspiration for the series since the first game. The only reason this movie is one of the few exceptions where the dream trope works is because it sets this up across the film. Snippets of the truth are alluded to or disguised throughout. Homecoming doesn't exactly do this though, which makes it hard to say that the ending was well constructed. Still, some bits are there. His room, room 206, was referenced in the clocks, and Deputy Wheeler's voice seems to come from one of the doctors. There was also a note both in Alex's house and in the intro that talked about the patient in 206 being scheduled for a lobotomy. It's kind of like one of those weird dreams where things that happen around you, like a TV show you left on, somehow make its way into your dream. Each ending grants you the end of Homecoming's story, but it feels like things ended rather fast, doesn't it? When Alex talks with Elle, he claims that what he saw, his memory of Joshua's death, is what he needed to see. So we've progressed in some manner, Alex remembers now, but then it ends. Recall how we still had about 30 minutes worth of content to explore as James, including a fight with Pyramid Head and Maria. Alex learns the info and then defeats Amnian directly after. He learns of his past, but then is just magically cured afterwards. It just doesn't flow nearly as well as it should. It's got the same issues Origins had, but on a much smaller scale. It wants to emulate Silent Hill 2, but is confused on how to cap off the journey, which actually segues quite neatly into the purpose of its namesake. In an interview with fan site SilentHill5.net, Jason Allen said that he wanted to make the game like its title to feel like a homecoming for older fans. Ironically, this statement is both true and false. Silent Hill Homecoming is not like other games. The change in tone, combat, and creatures make it too different for fans to identify or appreciate. Yet it's also the same game we've played a few times already. Its similar narrative structure to the previous games will make it a proper homecoming, but this is part of the reason behind the series' stagnation. The idea well for these games is running dry, and we're still trying to do the same things over and over again. While each game so far has done its best to change up the formula, it hasn't been enough. The grasp Silent Hill 2 has on this series extends far past its own game. It was lightning in a bottle, and the series is trying to recapture it again. For what it's worth, I do appreciate some of the changes that Homecoming brought with it, and I think it succeeded in blending the styles of the first 2 games effectively. But the series has suffered an extreme degree of fatigue. 6 games in, and we're still talking about the cult and still talking about traumatic pasts. Some would argue that this is all Silent Hill could ever be, and admittedly I do agree with that. Silent Hill wrote itself into a corner years ago, and it still hasn't dug its way out. There's only so much you can do with a mysterious town that warps its land to reflect the individual. That might be why the next entry tried to be something completely different, even if it meant breaking away from the identity and mechanics that make a game Silent Hill. Silent Hill Shattered Memories was the next game to be released in 2009. It was the game Sam Barlow and the UK team were working on after Origins. It originally began its life as a different project called Brahms PD. Back in 2007, shortly after Origins was released, Konami had wanted to make another PSP title. But one of the main producers for the US branch of Climax was already working on a game for the Wii. It was designed to be a first-person shooter where you play as an amnesiac police detective working for the Brahms PD, the same place as Sybil from the first game. It was designed to be an interactive psychological horror game. The game would periodically use psychiatric appointments to analyze the player. The responses you gave, or lack thereof, would influence how things would develop throughout the game, essentially creating a horror story tailored to each player. This ended up not going through though, as Konami refused the pitch. Climax then returned to the drawing board and crafted what became known as Silent Hill Cold Heart, a game about a traumatized university student named Jessica exploring the town of Silent Hill. Numerous changes were made, but the one that stayed was the psych profile. They knew they were onto something here, so they wanted to try and find a way to make it work. This was also refused, except it was halted by Climax themselves, who believed that pitching such a drastic overhaul would not have gone through. A design document was still made, however, that allows us to peer into that world, albeit briefly. Jessica was going to get caught in a snowstorm, forcing her to seek shelter in Silent Hill to explain how she arrived here. The main gameplay features that were included were made to be fully interactive with the Wiimote. The flashlight you carry could be moved with the Wiimote. You could even use it to burn flash-off monsters and reveal secrets on walls. Puzzles would also use motion controls instead of buttons to make it more immersive. It would also control the swings of combat, having you physically swing the remote to attack the creatures of the Otherworld. Speaking of the Otherworld, that would be replaced with the icy frozen Otherworld conjured from the icy depths of Jessica's heart. Weather effects would be introduced to halt progress. Hailstorms would deal damage, and large mounds of snow would be harder to trek through, making escape more difficult. All of this was coupled with the psych profile mechanic, where Jessica's therapy sessions and the answers you gave in them would change the world around you. Buildings could change names, and people could change clothes or attitudes. There were a lot more minor mechanics pitched as well. The game would have a focus on survival, so health items would be a thing of the past, replaced with food and clothes. Barricades could also be made to block entryways so the creatures couldn't get through, which was actually a carryover from a previous mechanic that Origins was going to have. But this, as we know, never went through. But this time, instead of starting fresh, they knew that this package would be perfect. So they changed the basic plot, to be a reimagining of Silent Hill 1, which is how we got Shattered Memories. This is a major part of the game's legacy. All these changes led people to wonder what could have been. Shattered Memories, like the rest of these games in this era, was held to much greater scrutiny than before. There are good reasons for that for sure, but much of it comes from Cold Heart and what it could have become. But Cold Heart is Shattered Memories. Minus a couple of features, most of the game is still there. The psych profile that dynamically changes the environment has returned. Periodically throughout the game, you'll be asked a series of questions or asked to participate in a certain activity. Such as this example, we are told the story and then have to rearrange the characters from most to least guilty. None of these sessions have right or wrong answers to them. It's all created to judge your personality, and in return reflect your environment. Characters' outfits will often change based on your answers, as each one goes into a set group. Michelle, for instance, can be seen wearing a casual beige dress. But answer yes to more questions centered around sex and sexuality, and she'll be wearing a more elegant dress instead. Sybil starts with a black standard issue police outfit. But if you have a more family-focused psych profile, her outfit will be a coat instead. Her dialogue also changes, from referring to him as Mr. Mason to now Harry, showing a slightly more personable demeanor. Buildings can also change, with their names and interiors reflecting those changes. Admittedly, I can't say for certain what changes what though. For instance, in my first playthrough, Lisa crashed an ambulance truck, but in the second it was a car. It doesn't change much regarding the actual story. She still crashed and Harry needs to walk her home, but something changed and I'm not sure what. The reason why it might be hard to deduce what actions count is because it seems like seemingly innocuous things contribute to these changes. Halfway through the game, Harry gets a new set of clothes. This is meant to be a check to show the player what ending they will get. It's not set in stone, nor would the player know what that ending means just from an outfit, but how I got this is still unclear. From what I remember, this outfit is for the drunk dad ending, which is acquired through looking at drugs and alcohol throughout the game. But how much one item contributes versus another and what questions go towards it is not a well-known factor. I've also heard that glancing off into space and not looking at Dr. Kaufman while he's talking contributes, and even blitzing through the questionnaire by just marking the same answers can as well, but I haven't been able to test that myself, so I can't say for certain. This also extends to the messages and voicemails you periodically receive as well. Left behind as a sort of remnant of the past, these provide depth to the story through small subplots. These texts have different variations on different playthroughs. Some add a bit more context to the previous playthrough, others can change the whole mood of the subplot entirely. There is an echo left behind of her mother and her daughter. The daughter accidentally cut herself on the father's glass and is bleeding. Some variations of the voicemail show the mother as angry towards the daughter for being clumsy, others show her as more sympathetic. Another was this guy trying to meet with a girl and have her roleplay as a schoolgirl. You can find the girl's ghost crying on a chair, take a picture and receive a message. Either the guy is disappointed that the wig came off and the illusion of the roleplay was shattered, or that he punched her because she reminded him of his daughter. That's why I'll say that when playing Shattered Memories, just play the game like how you would. Don't consider the ending or the options, don't even look at what the endings require. Just play the game like you would. Shattered Memories has no canon ending, but it's technically all canon because the canon is yours. If you answered truthfully and honestly during the therapy sessions and played the game exactly how you would want to play it, from staring at items to interacting with NPCs, then the ending will be yours, no matter how good or bad it is. It's possible you'll be disappointed, but it's hard to be mad at an ending that resulted from all your personal actions, as opposed to ones out of your control. But sometimes those do occur, and they won't necessarily reflect your intentions. Harry's point meter for these changes sometimes comes from you looking at items. Instead of pressing X on items, then getting a blurb about them from the protagonist, zooming in with the right bumper and then waiting will cause Harry to comment. This, however, results in items you were simply glancing at to be reacted to, and items you did look at to not spark dialogue. For instance, I found a bong in the janitor's closet, and I figured Harry would say something. I stared at it to no avail, only for him to comment something on my second run. I believe it was because I was too far, so I wasn't close enough to react to it. Technically, I should have gotten points towards one of the set psych profile types, but I ended up missing this because I was too far away. This is fine, as I didn't want the ending that would result in anyway, but I do feel like I cheated a little and didn't get the accurate experience. There is also a chance that you simply looked at it for the sake of curiosity and not because it interests you. In the high school is a poster of the school's cheerleaders with numbers on them. It seems like the boys are ranking them based on their attractiveness. I figured that this was a puzzle and thought that this was a code for something later. Surveying the item to the game implies that the player likes this stuff and enjoys looking at it, but that might not be the reason why you're actually viewing it. I think a simple solution would have just been to replace this with the X button like back in the old days. But they felt that the X button, at least for the intro of the game, should become a Heavy Rain style Jason button where you call it to Cheryl.
Cheryl! 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 Cheryl!
However, I can recognize that there are about 1,000 different reasons a player would investigate an object, and it'd be too hard to program that all into a game. Overall, I think the system worked as intended, as a final evaluation note will be made at the end of the playthrough, and it matched my personality with almost complete accuracy. That's the beauty of Shattered Memories. The therapy sessions perfectly reflect the world around you. If you envision things a certain way, the environment will reflect that. This is the ideal world you've created based on your personality, and now you get to live with those choices, whether good or bad. That's what I really love the most about this game. Shattered Memories is best when you play the game how you want, whatever that ends up meaning. The other memorable details of Cold Heart have been changed quite a bit though. The icy otherworld has returned but serves a much different function this time. Mostly it's narrative, but its presence is really only seen in the combat, which was completely gutted from this entry. The only enemies in the game are the Rawshocks, these pink creatures that chase you during the otherworld sections. They're completely independent from the real world, so as long as there is no ice, you are safe and won't be harmed. Back to that interview with Games Radar, Sam Barlow went on to explain that the removal of combat was to help win over the Wii's non-core audience. Combat in a horror game, according to Sam, didn't sell well to a broader demographic. Nowadays, the idea of a horror game not having combat is anything but controversial. Games like Outlast, Soma, Alien Isolation, and many others are doing it with great form. But consider that this was late 2009, a whole year before Amnesia: The Dark Descent would come by and be YouTube's big Let's Play game. Shattered Memories wasn't the progenitor of this no-combat style, but it was certainly ahead of the pack. So while it would be quite acceptable nowadays, back then it led to quite a bit of negative reception. The combat for these games revolves around you running from one place to another while avoiding the Rawshocks. Anytime they jump onto Harry, you either have to press the corresponding button or push in that direction with the Wiimote. The areas you navigate are essentially semi-large open maps with lots of doors and walls you can climb or go through. The map on your phone is supposed to give you a good indication of where to go and where you've traveled. In practice though, you just find yourself running and hoping for the best. Using the map doesn't pause the game, so it's hard to keep track of where you are when you're being chased. You can opt to hide in cabinets and under beds to lose your pursuers, but I still found running forward and not stopping a lot easier. While I don't know how true the statement of no combat being effective at selling Wii copies really is, I can agree with his follow-up statement. During its development, the game was slated to have a PSP version, which is the version you'll be seeing throughout this video. A PS2 release was considered but ditched after the budget was getting tighter. Konami resurrected the port though, as they figured it would help the game break even. It seems as though this was the right choice, as the game sold about 440,000 copies, and the PS2 likely accounted for a large chunk of that. Sam Barlow, while happy, was also disappointed at the cuts that were being made, saying, quote, "It was a catch-22. Its problems commercially were that it was a Silent Hill game and it was on the Wii, but if it hadn't been a Silent Hill game, and it hadn't been on the Wii, it would never have existed the way it existed." Shattered Memories on the PSP and PS2 play just as well as the Wii version, but it's clear the interactivity and motion controls are at the heart of its design. So while I'm normally not one to say that there is a right way to play a game, there is at least a better option. The Wii port of the game uses the Wiimote and nunchuck attachment to really immerse you into the world. On the PSP, the flashlight never moves from the fixed point in the center, whereas on the Wii you can control it independently from Harry. Plus, assuming you have the nunchuck in your left hand, you and Harry use the same arm to move the flashlight, keeping you both in sync. Puzzles were a lot more engaging at times. The interactivity still exists, you have to move a cursor of some kind towards the object you're looking at, but there is a wealth of difference between using the joystick to move the cursor versus your actual arm. Then there are all the smaller details, like having to push the enemies off you instead of using a button. Sometimes the Wii doesn't accurately track your movements though, so you will take more damage than usual, but in a way it kind of works as a struggle between you and the raw shocks. Success means that you are physically stronger than they are, not just because you pushed a button. Where the interactivity shines though is the puzzles. It's just that the puzzles aren't nearly as bright. The puzzles within Shattered Memories are shockingly easy. They wouldn't even fit in riddle level easy. Most of these puzzles are more so obstacles. Many of them require you to find a key that opens a door. The key is almost always in the same room or within about 15 feet of you. The actual puzzles are at least interesting in how they use the phone. To get this one door open, you need to listen to a voicemail you receive when you enter. The music in the background plays two different kinds of tunes. Those tunes are found within cards within the store. Match up the tune with the correct card, find what number it says on the card, order them in the way the video played, and there's your code. The reason for its relative simplicity was also discussed in an interview. When asked about the puzzles and how they'll function in Shattered Memories, Tom Hewlett mentioned how they wanted to integrate them seamlessly into the game, rather than them functioning as progress stoppers. Director Sam Barlow didn't comment on this specifically, but he did answer a separate question, to which he responded that he wanted to make sure players saw the end of the game. Because of the game's story and the final plot twist, the rest falls flat if the player doesn't make it that far. So this attempt at streamlining the content from combat to puzzle was to help more players reach the end. I personally think having harder puzzles would have still been a bit more fun, but I do heavily respect this vision, because the story of the game is the best part. I would even go as far as to say that its implementation thanks to the psych profile is why Shattered Memories is my favorite within this middle era of the series. Shattered Memories is not a remaster nor a remake, but a reimagining. It has characters from Silent Hill 1, but most of them have different roles now. Harry is still in a car crash and still looking for Cheryl, Sybil is still a cop, Lisa is still a nurse, but Dahlia is no longer a cult leader, Kaufman is a therapist, and the cult is completely gone. I wanted to highlight this specifically because some people might decide to pick up Shattered Memories, considering it to be a modern alternative to Silent Hill 1, but that is far from true. The only thing these games share is the names of the characters, so if you're trying to play the first game, then just play that. But if you are interested in an alternate dreamlike experience using names of characters you might remember, then that's where Shattered Memories comes through. It's hard to talk about Shattered Memories though without discussing the ending. Despite jumping around in the script throughout most of this video, I've tried to keep the beginnings and endings where they belong. But Shattered Memories' big twist will explain a lot about what's going on, otherwise we'd have to circle back anyway to discuss it all again. Throughout the game we've been attending a therapy session. It's learned right at the end that the person we've been controlling is Cheryl Mason. Moreover, this whole game has been played out inside her head. Shattered Memories simply starts with Harry Mason post-car crash on a quest to find his daughter Cheryl, just like in 1999. In Shattered Memories, however, Harry died in this crash when Cheryl was 7, and for the past 18 years, she's been trying to block out this memory and drown herself in those shattered memories of her father. Just like the previous games, everything that happens is based on the individual, except this time it's all a fantasy played out in Cheryl's head. That's why the Rorschachs are the only enemy in the game. They seem to be a play on the words Rorschach, like the Rorschach test, where you try to determine what you see in an ink-blotted picture, because these Rorschachs also change appearance based on your answers. Thematically though, they represent the mind of Cheryl trying to suppress the memory of her father. We as Harry then represent the truth of who her father is and what became of him. It's basically an in-mind battle where each side of her mind is wrestling with each other's to see who succeeds. That's why the Rorschachs don't kill you, they lay on top of you and put you to sleep before you wake up at the start of the maze again. The Rorschachs are trying to stop you from succeeding. They act as the part of her that's stopping herself from remembering the truth. In theory then, giving up and uninstalling the game means the Rorschachs triumph, and Cheryl gets to continue remembering the fantasy she created of her father. This could further be applied to the icy otherworld. These always happen during major story moments, although they are mainly in-universe reveals. Early on, Harry meets with Sybil, who doesn't believe Harry is telling the truth. To get to the bottom of it, she looks into Harry and finds out that he died years ago. Right before she tells him this though, the ice-cold walls of the otherworld appear and halt the story in its tracks. A few hours later, Lisa will die and Sybil assumes Harry killed her, only for the otherworld to freeze her solid. In universe, this is usually to stop Harry from finding Cheryl. Out of universe, it's likely a representation of Cheryl dodging a question or refusing to accept the truth of something Dr. Kaufman said. One thing Kaufman continually mentions to Cheryl is that these memories aren't real. Cheryl was 7 when he died. She doesn't actually know who her father is. She died too early into her life, so she looks back on old recorded footage to get a sense of it. Like the games often do to the player, these films gave her a piece of the puzzle and she filled in the rest. That's where these shattered memories we play through come from. It's a reflection of how she thinks Harry would react to such things, and this works because the final ending tape shows the culmination of your actions. Look at drinks and alcohol more and you'll get the drunk dad ending, where Harry comes stumbling home wasted. Throughout the game are voicemails and text messages you could find, and the variations usually align with that ending. In the previous ending, a lot of the messages portrayed Harry as a lazy father who wasn't there for his daughter, who also often drank and slacked off, which connects wonderfully to that ending. That's also why the world can change at a moment's notice. It's Cheryl's mind changing how she thinks things happened. Even things that Harry comments on are a result of this. Early on, you learn that Harry lives on Levin Street. Go to the house and find a couple already living there. Later, it's learned that Cheryl lives on Simmons Street now. Cheryl might have changed addresses since the accident, so the world is trying to reflect that change. Over time, though, things start to become warped. You ever have a dream or even daydreamed a scenario, and then your mind wanders and now it's not the stable scene you had in your mind? That happens a lot in Shattered Memories. One time you're with Michelle, having a drink, then you freshen up in the bathroom, come back, and now she's replaced with Dahlia. Except she knows what your plan was. At this point in the game, you were supposed to get Michelle's boss's SUV. Now it's Dahlia's boss. It's like they switch roles and no one is aware of it except Harry. Shattered Memories continues that theme of dreamlike, as it's both a timeline of Cheryl's life after Harry died, and also a fantasy of her attitude towards her father. Some things are real, others are not, and it becomes increasingly harder as the game goes on to figure out which is which. This is also coupled with the ever-changing nature of the world thanks to the psych profile. Some of these echo messages and voicemails we talked about are related to Cheryl, others are not, and the variations in them can also change how the story develops as a result. In that earlier example where the girl cut her hand on the glass, that was Cheryl. Your psych profile will then change how this act is responded to, either with anger, confusion, or sympathy from her mother. As another example, Cheryl was invited out to a party in the woods. Some of the guys at the party thought it'd be funny if they spiked her drink, which I think we have different definitions of fun here, but the picture you receive can evoke a different feeling. In one, I got a picture of her face down in a lake, while the other showed her running in the woods without clothes. The nature of these messages also adds more conversation to the game, as they can either be seen as literal or metaphorical. Like I said, it's hard to tell what is real or not in this game. In the woods is a cabin, and the short story here is of a father and son hunting a deer. I highly doubt Cheryl was watching these two shoot a deer, so my guess is that it's metaphorical, possibly representing the nature of her relationship between her and Harry. Some seem to be literal moments from her life, though, in order to flesh out the world. There are a few messages about this choking game. Kids are basically choking themselves to get high. This is also a wild blast to the past for me because I remember this happening quite a bit during my time in middle school. These messages, though, don't seem to mention Cheryl, so it's unlikely she tried this herself, so it might just be an attempt to add extra depth to the school kids' lives here in Midwich. Then there is also the characters. Harry and Dahlia's inclusions make sense as they are her parents. Michelle I could see is a literal interpretation as she claimed to be a year under Cheryl in school, but characters like Lisa don't seem to know of Cheryl, so her appearance must be symbolic. Also consider that Michelle is meeting with Harry who would not have done this in real life, so it's not like she's replaying a memory of the two, this is entirely fabricated. Moreover, also consider that the attitudes and personalities of these people can change, such as Lisa being more flirtatious with Harry versus one who isn't. That completely changes the symbolism then when that's taken into account. With all these variations, it's worth shaving down its icy edges so we can establish what actually happened to Cheryl, her family, and her life after Harry passed. So from what we know, Cheryl was born to parents Harry and Dahlia. It seems though the couple had divorced some years after Cheryl was born, only for Harry to die when she was 7. During that time, she likely moved to that Simmons Street address and also attended Midwich High School. School was not so great for her. She was bullied and harassed by many students there during her time. There was the aforementioned party we talked about, but another side quest has us taking photos of these ice sculptures. It's revealed by the end that these are of Cheryl. She was presumably sleeping with her teacher, Mr. Gordon. Her life outside of school was just as bad. She started to be enveloped in the memories of her father and saw her mother with hatred, causing a rift between the two. It seems like the family was poor or at least on hard times, as Harry claims that Simmons Street isn't a good neighborhood, so the rent was probably the cheapest. She was also caught stealing at the mall quite frequently, grabbing all kinds of things from CDs to clothes. Eventually, she decided to go to a clinic though, which is when she would meet with Dr. Kaufman. Keep in mind, there was a lot of variation here. The result of the divorce can come from a variety of factors shown in the end slides, either from something as simple as Dahlia and Harry falling out of love, or that Harry was a drunk or an adulterer. Cheryl and Dahlia can also develop a much more angered tone towards certain actions. Dahlia can get angrier towards Harry, and there's even an ending where she's physically abusive towards him. Cheryl too can act this way. When she was caught stealing, she claimed that she either acted sad and helpless in front of the guard, or didn't do anything because the guard was too scared to do anything to her. And remember, these aren't always consistent. The ending you're heading towards seems to reflect the variation of what message you receive, but that can change if you start going towards another ending. So it might seem like the couple hates each other, but then you get the love-lost ending, and the divorce could simply stem from lost love. This would imply then that the arguments they had were either reoccurring or occasional. Harry might start as a drunk father, but then he might turn himself around later, implying that he might have had a drinking problem but focused up later in his life, or he was always a drunk, and that the neglect of his family is what caused the divorce. So ultimately, it's best to just play the game and experience the story your way, because that will be the most accurate retelling of the story you could have. Not just in the ending slide, but how the ending comes about, either sticking with the same ending all throughout or having it change partway through. It realistically shows the evolution of time and how things are not always consistent. Harry, Dahlia, and Cheryl are not static people. They evolve and change as their world continues to move, just as people in real life change based on circumstance. Like Silent Hill 4 though, my commentary isn't doing much justice. Both games have to be played to experience the intentions behind the game. My story is my own, just as your story is yours. Our two stories won't be compatible, and by the end we'll have multiple different reactions to its ending. In my playthrough, there were some disagreements. Dahlia was quite loud and aggressive towards Harry at times, oftentimes thinking he is incompetent, and it seemed to rub off on Cheryl, who seems to appreciate her dad more than her at times. Harry and Dahlia were happy with one another though, despite the arguments, but would eventually fall out of love for each other, even though they still deeply cared for their daughter. The spark that they had was gone, but they still cherished the memories they had. Cheryl had a hard time coping with her father's loss, but the therapy had reminded her that while her dad is physically gone, he will always be with her no matter what. She might not be able to recall what her father was like, but she knows that what remains are happy, hopeful memories, ones that are no longer shattered. This game provides an interesting conversation about the memories we leave behind. Something I've always believed is that people remember how you made them feel more than the act itself. I've met with many people throughout my 24 years on this earth, and many of them have affected me. The actions these people take are something I've forgotten, but I remember how they made me feel. Like, if I cussed you out in a YouTube comment, you might not remember what I said specifically, but you definitely remember how it made you feel. Actions speak louder than words, but memories linger the most. They are the only thing we have to hold on to once that person fades. Shattered Memories is about these lingering memories, and how the memories we leave behind will affect each person every day, even if it's in small ways, so it's best to make sure those memories are filled with happiness and joy. But it's also how easy it is to lose yourself in those memories. Sometimes we let the memories linger longer than they should, like the memories of a past relationship. Think about these too often and you end up just like Cheryl, not just feeling obsessed with these past memories, but as time goes on, fabricating new ones. Either through reinterpreting how past memories happened, or making up new ones where you and that person are happy, living in a fantasy where those days never happened. So it's important to make the memories last while they're here, but also remember that at the end of the day, they're just memories. Over time they will fade, so it's important to make new ones to fill the void. Shattered Memories was truly a change in direction. It was never going to be a permanent change, not unless it sold like hotcakes, but I don't think Climax nor Konami expected that much. It was meant to be a change of pace, something of a curveball to the style we've become accustomed to. It's hard to articulate unless you've experienced it for yourself, but go through this many games in a row, and you start to see a lot of repeating elements. I think that's why I have such a fondness for Shattered Memories. In an era defined by stagnation, it was a chance to break away from that, if only for a little bit. But Silent Hill was plagued by those shattered memories, a time when it wasn't scrutinized for every release, and a time when it was the fresh new experience people had back in the day. The series, as represented by its titles, is chasing that dream of the good old days. It wants to see that magic again, if only for a little bit. So once again, it's back to the drawing board, to see if that magic can be recaptured. This leads us to 2012's Silent Hill Downpour by Vatra Games. Downpour follows in the footsteps of its forebears as it once again deals with the trauma and past hardships of our protagonist, albeit with a twist. The series has been filled with morally good people with a complicated past. This time, however, it's different. We now play as convicted criminal Murphy Pendleton. In an interview with website Silicon Era, Tom Hewlett explained that early on Murphy was going to be a criminal with a much darker past than other protagonists. But both Watcher Games and early game testers are both split on the idea. They didn't really enjoy playing as a bad guy. This confused Tom as that was the initial reaction they were going for. But it seems like players, despite intending to feel uneasy, did not want to experience the game if that was the emotion they were feeling. Not wanting to make him a complete goody two-shoes though, they decided to strike a balance with this style. Personally, I think playing as a criminal would have been a fantastic direction to take things, especially with how unique that is personally to Silent Hill. Instead, Murphy is kind of a criminal, but not one at the same time. The very beginning of the game doesn't convey that though, as the very first thing you're told to do is to kill someone in the showers while the guards aren't looking. Officer Sewell is a dirty cop who organized the whole ordeal, so he's sure to make sure no one takes a peek, giving us all the time we need. It's a pretty bloody scene with him bleeding all over the floor, as we continually find more weapons to beat him down with. It ends with Murphy dealing the finishing blow and heading off to his cell. Even though Murphy doesn't become the stereotypical criminal you might assume him to be, I like the initial gut punch of a human being the first enemy we kill in this game. It really sets the tone going forward for how Murphy is meant to be looked at by the player. I didn't look at him with disgust, but I will say I was uneasy, as his crimes are not mentioned until much later. Once that does happen though, things start to change. About halfway through the game, you learn that Murphy's criminal charges were robbing a police car and going on a 10-hour high-speed chase. You might, like me, question that, because yes, while that is a crime and can be dangerous to the general population, you think they could have landed on something more severe than that. It's not until even later than that though when you learn why he did it in the first place, and that's where I started to come around to the idea. I was worried due to pushback by Vatra and early game testers that they were going to pose Murphy as a criminal but then have that crime be something petty. Downpour seems like it's not going anywhere at times, but you gotta give it time to breathe. It takes things slow and really wants you to immerse yourself within its story and world. So while things may not make sense now or feel like odd choices, all creative decisions eventually wrap themselves around by the end. And frankly, this is just one of the many things Downpour has done to separate itself from the rest. Continuing with that decision to take it slow, Downpour wants you to explore more of the world than the game has ever before, and they did this by expanding the playable space of the game. Silent Hill is once again our main residence, but you're able to visit a lot more places than you could before. Downpour centers itself on the southeast of Toluca Lake, giving us an all-new area to explore. Unlike previous games though, where most of this was set dressing, Murphy is given many opportunities to do more than just window shop. The next time we gain control of Murphy, he's being shipped to another facility, before the bus crashes on the way to its destination. Murphy finds his way out of the wreck and onto the streets of Silent Hill, where his whole objective is to escape and hopefully not be apprehended by police. Once the player does make it to the open parts of the town, there are a lot to explore to their heart's desire. Downpour is split into sections denoted by the different maps you acquire, but they can all be visited at any time. Like previous games, this large town was constructed to give you something to travel to between objectives. For example, you'll have to visit the Centennial Building at one point in the game located here, and then later you'll be asked to go to St. Maria's Monastery. In between these moments though, you're free to explore and see what the town has left behind. For the first time, a Silent Hill game has actual side quests. Side quests can be troublesome for horror games because there needs to be a good reason to do them. A typical D&D style kill 10 beetles doesn't fit in a horror game. There also needs to be an incentive. If you're asking the player to risk their necks and possibly use the ammo and health kits they've stocked up, you better at least recoup their losses or make the item or task worth doing despite the loss. Downpour seems to follow the same pattern. Not every quest, but most offer up ammo, health kits, or both as rewards. Some are especially lucrative, like this bank heist, where you have to fight off a few waves of enemies. But if you survive, you can rob all 5 safety deposit boxes and really come out on top in regards to resources. Some provide benefits in other ways. This one with the homeless man can give you a map of the underground tunnel system. Staying within the theme of its name, Downpour places a heavy emphasis on rain and water. I'll explain how that affects the other world in just a moment, but while out on the town, there is a chance that your screen will flash blue. This is followed by harsher rain, thunder, and lightning. This riles up the enemies that patrol the streets of Silent Hill, who all seem to know where you are, so expect a few more encounters than normal and a few more enemies to boot. I'm not sure if this is intentional, but the radio that usually signals when enemies are near is also not as effective in Downpour as it is in other titles. Numerous times I'd be doing side quests only for a creature of the night to come stumble on in like they're my neighbor. I'm also not sure if the rain is activated based on a timer or random chance, but a surefire way to avoid this and the enemies is to take the tunnels. It's slower than walking topside, but it's an easy and effective way to save resources, and doing this quest can make sure you're not lost down here. Other times though, it's for a story. One starts by finding a note on a door. It's from someone within the apartment, who claims that he'll kill the tenant for what he's done. Checking inside, we find the body of the tenant and some leftover valuables. The guy seems to be a thief who stole people's goods. The note on the door called the guy a junkie, so he may have been pawning off these items for drugs. We then have to take these items and put them back where they belong. As we approach the desired locations, we start to hear noises, likely from the people they belong to. One is of a kid crying, but when we put their money box back, they start to playfully laugh. A mother is also heard crying, only to have her tears replaced with joy and happiness when we return her locket. There isn't much to this quest. It's nothing more than a delivery job that takes place all within the same apartment complex. But the framing made it feel like there was some actual weight to my decisions. It felt like the spirits of these people were left behind because the thief took their items, and their connection to these places is what kept their souls trapped here. And through our help, they were able to pass on properly. This seems to be the explicit ending to another quest we find, where we use a gramophone to reveal a murder where the father had killed his entire family. Your objective is to reveal the scene via the gramophone and then burn his portrait, eliminating his soul from this existence, and allowing the families to no longer be trapped in this hellish nightmare. The only explanation missing is why any of this happens in-game. I mean, there is an abnormal amount of death going on here. Someone wants their ashes spread at their special place, which is a bench by the docks. A mother killed her child because they couldn't deal with her anymore, and a guy was even killed during a match of poker. I assume this is a result of the town's magic, but it's not explicitly mentioned. There is also a chance some of these side quests are more symbolic, as Murphy is a child named Charlie, and these could be attempts by the game to hint at his fate, or a way for the town to torment Murphy because of that fate. The reason why these side quests were even considered for the game was talked about in an interview with Videogamer.com. Tom Hewlett mentioned how previous games had clues and artifacts tied to small side stories. A great example would be that coin puzzle from Silent Hill 2. This all starts because of a note on a door directed at someone the writer is familiar with. It's its own self-contained story, but it never goes any further than that. Tom felt that there was an opportunity here to expand these short stories into something a bit larger and with more incentive. Producer Devin Shatsky further added that the town of Silent Hill was always empty. Houses were always boarded up, and those that weren't had doors that couldn't be open. It was likely a way for Team Silent to create a believable environment, but also not confuse the player by having literally everything be open. But Devin felt that this could provide players with a better sense of exploring the town. They didn't want to open up every door in town, but they also felt like adding something to the world instead of leaving it bare was a smart decision. On the whole, I found the side quest quite fun. It's a brand new decision for the series, and I like to see more of this going forward. Due to its design, it ends up bringing us back to our discussion with Silent Hill 4 regarding its notes. All of these quests are optional, none of them are required to beat the game, and in terms of tangible reward, all you receive are a few extra items, which you get more than enough of during normal progression. It was designed to encourage but not require. If the player happens to be going through the town and stumbles upon a quest, then maybe, if they have time, they'll look into it. There is only one point of no return in the game, and that's right at the end of the penultimate chapter, so you're free to hold out until the end or slowly piece away at these over time. And with the unlimited amount of potential on offer, the team can take these quests in any direction they wish. There's an opportunity for these side quests to either expand on the world we inhabit or expand our knowledge of the protagonist. Having a central theme within the side quests might get boring over time, which is likely why Downpour added some reward-only quests. But I think with Silent Hill being a game where notes, conversations, and creatures all tie back into themselves, the side quests can easily expand this style of storytelling and give the game a few more unique ideas to play with. Expansion and depth seem to be a running theme within Downpour, as the game also tries to expand our pre-existing knowledge of the town, fleshing out many of the places we visit. The first is Devil's Pit, a large gorge near the lake. As the town is a tourist attraction, it makes sense that areas were designed with tourism in mind. We saw bits and pieces of this in prior games, what with the amusement parks and historical society. But much of the place was designed like any other town. Downpour wanted to add a few more of these hotspots to really give off that vibe. The gorge itself is a massive 1,000-foot hole that leads right down to the hardened floor where the limestone has gathered. The information is interesting if you're into geology, but the designs of the location are what capture me. There are instructions and walkways built around the areas to make guides around the gorge easier. Signs are posted up near significant locations with paragraphs of history on them, and at the end, there is a roller coaster where families can ride and experience a timeline of the mines. Of course, when Murphy goes, it's all corrupted and terrifying, but the small attention to detail made these places come alive. The other big change the game has is in the form of the Otherworld. The Otherworld has once again been given another coat of paint. We saw it in the last entry that some devs are willing to experiment with the Otherworld. Not just manifest dangerous creatures that match the protagonist, but manifest whole worlds to match them as well. Shattered Memories added ice caps and snowy barriers to give off a cold and intense feeling. Well, now that ice is melted, giving way to water, as water and rain are a central part of Downpour. if you couldn't already tell by the name. The design of the Otherworld seems to be a combination of Murphy's trauma with water and his life as a prisoner. The dark orange rust of the Otherworld is gone, replaced with a more industrial look now. Pipes, fans, and machinery still exist like before, but they have a more grayish color applied to them. There's also a myriad of cages and bars, most with barbed wire and others blocking entry. Some doorways have continuously moving blades that slam down on the floor periodically, and sometimes Murphy will have to squeeze through tight corridors with spikes that continuously thrust out. Enemies like the prisoner minions are obviously inspired by Murphy's life as a prisoner. There are even a few scenes that have moments from Murphy's time in prison, further reinforcing that this is supposed to be his Otherworld. It makes for another unique take on the Otherworld and is definitely one of my favorites in the series. I think I would have liked to see more of an emphasis on the horrors of water, especially given its reason for existing within this nightmare, but I recognize that I'm just being picky again. It's indicative of the intentions behind Downpour, as this Otherworld was definitely inspired by what Climax did with theirs in Shattered Memories. Downpour seems to be an attempt to make the quintessential non-team Silent Hill game. It's no secret that this middle era is not well liked by fans and critics. Downpour seems to be trying to remedy some of those complaints the games had, while also trying to reuse the mechanics that worked. As I've always said, just because it's a bad game doesn't mean it had bad ideas, and while these games were mostly okay, there are a handful of good ideas that they've added that could benefit from being used in better titles. Besides the inclusion of a personal Otherworld, Downpour also takes inspiration from Shattered Memories by giving us the means to look behind us, and reintroduce the chase sequences, now against the Void. From Homecoming, they also borrowed the weapon-specific talents, like using an axe to cut down barriers, now with the animations removed, making them much more fluid. The return of the action and riddle difficulties is back, with puzzles now having multiple solutions that get harder or easier depending on difficulty. The HUD has been mostly eliminated besides the inventory screen, but health is now up to the interpretation again, as it's shown by how many wounds Murphy has on his clothes. But by far its best change was the occasional fixed camera. Some rooms in Downpour drop the third-person camera and retain that classic fixed camera perspective, which is honestly kind of wild because I wish the whole game was like this. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as they say, and it's crazy how much I miss seeing this, having played 3 games in a row behind the shoulder. Whether or not these were well implemented or even needed to be in this game is for you to decide, but it does seem like Downpour was trying to be the Silent Hill game, something this era desperately needs. With that in mind, it is worth asking, did Downpour manage to pull that off? After escaping his constraints, Murphy finds himself in Silent Hill and needs to find a way out. Throughout his time here, Murphy is reminded of his past in notes and conversations, and they paint a pretty simple picture as to what happened. Murphy had a son named Charlie. One day, Charlie was kidnapped by a man on his way home from school. The man had then put Charlie in a sack and dumped him into the nearby river, which is when Murphy managed to find him. This man was Patrick Napier, the man from the intro. Murphy, in a fit of rage coupled with the undying motivation for revenge, stole the cop car and went on a high-speed chase so he could get put in jail and kill the man himself. Officer Sewell helped set this up, but he needed a favor done as payment. The task was simple: kill someone else in the showers. This time someone Sewell needed whacked. Sewell was the one who cleaned up the evidence and handled the body, so he hung the threat of exposing this over Murphy if he didn't comply. The man he was tasked with killing was another officer, Frank Coldridge. This disappointed Murphy, because Frank has always been nice to him. He had helped Murphy in his time of need and gave him job recommendations within the prison. He was too nice though, as his desire for justice and righteousness forced him to investigate Sewell and his corrupt behavior, which put a target on his back. Murphy was forced by Sewell to put him down, so he did, depending on your ending. Throughout the game, there has been a strange man in a wheelchair that continually haunts Murphy. He's not terrifying, but his presence is unnerving. He keeps showing up and yet never does anything more than watch Murphy go about his business. This being is meant to represent Frank. After his beating, he was in a vegetative state and could barely function on his own. He needed to get help from his daughter, Anne Cunningham. Anne is the officer who was escorting Murphy to the other prison before the crash. She chases him to the ends of the earth and always seems to pop up at the most inopportune of times. She wanted Murphy at her prison and had to do some pretty uncomfortable things to get that to happen. She needed Murphy in the palm of her hand so she could enact the revenge she desired on him. Revenge is a major theme of Downpour. Anne and Murphy are two sides of the same coin, each so consumed by revenge that they're willing to do whatever it takes to take it. This is why the game created the manifestation of the Boogeyman. The Boogeyman is another Pyramid Head-like character, but he's not Pyramid Head, so we're already a few steps ahead of Homecoming. This being is meant to represent the person's target of hatred. When Murphy meets the Boogeyman and kills him, the face underneath is revealed to be Napier before it switches to Murphy. This shows that Napier is his target for vengeance because of what he did to his son Charlie, but that he himself is also a target because he's disappointed in himself for not being able to save him. At the finale, Murphy and Anne get into an argument before Murphy becomes the boogeyman, implying that her object of hatred is Murphy for what he did to her father. Each of these two journey through Silent Hill alone, and dialogue from Anne suggests that she also went on her own journey same as we did, seeing notes and items from her past that the town magically has on standby. All of this could have been avoided though had they just let go of their revenge. Anne's anger is especially misplaced, as depending on your ending, you'll learn that Sewell did the job for Murphy instead, so Anne was chasing the wrong guy the whole time. Something different about Downpour is how, unlike previous games, the trauma is already known. There isn't a twist that reveals that Charlie is Murphy's son and he's dead. I mean, there is a twist, but it's for the players. Murphy already knows this, he's not like James. Our beginning is basically prior games' climaxes. Now we deal with the resolution of that decision. It's a lot like the story of The Last of Us Part 2. Say what you will about the game, but I've always been a staunch defender of it. Both this and Downpour also deal with revenge, except instead of Ellie chasing after Abby, it's Anne and Murphy. Murphy, like Abby, has already removed the threat to their mind. They got the revenge, their story is over. Anne and Ellie's are only just beginning. The reason why this is a game about Murphy and not Anne then is because, 1, I think it's better to be on the receiving end of this revenge rather than be the aggressor. But mainly because Murphy needs to reconcile with the fact that this was pointless. After he kills the boogeyman, Charlie appears and congratulates him on killing the monster, to which he laments that it won't bring him back. It's why he was chased by the Void, which is meant to represent him. He's running from himself and the honest truth, that getting thrown in prison to kill Napier was never going to bring back Charlie, and is just as unlikely to heal the pain he suffered from. It's why once this happens, Murphy gets the keys to freedom. It's the name of a boat, but it obviously means that he has been granted exit out of the town. But the sunshine road ahead lays just out of reach, as his revenge created a story of revenge in another. Anne has yet to finish her story with Murphy. She even says that the town is showing her things and that it wants her to finish what she started. Again, like Ellie, it's the choice of whether to repeat these mistakes or learn from them. The boogeyman then is not just a target for them to put their anger into, but a grim reminder of their pointless endeavors. Killing these people isn't going to bring back the one they love. Their success is likely not to heal them either, as we've seen with Heather. She absolutely needed to stop the cult, that's out of the question, but it didn't stop the pain of losing Harry, nearly halted it. They are both going through all this effort just to kill one person, and in the end there is a high chance they could fail to escape the town. As Confucius once said, before you embark on your journey of revenge, dig 2 graves. And 2 graves there might be, depending on your choices. At the very end of the game, you have the decision to kill or spare Anne as the boogeyman. This branches off into one of 2 sets of endings. The other deciding factor is your karma score. There are 2 moments in this game where Murphy could choose a good or evil route, which is either rescuing or not rescuing Anne in the beginning when she slips, or helping or not helping JP Sater in the gorge. These contribute to that invisible karma score you have, but each one ends up with the person falling no matter what the choice was. I should have known then how pointless these were in hindsight, as they were seemingly outclassed in point value when it comes to the other karma statistic. When an enemy takes too much damage, they fall over and become incapacitated. The player can then choose to finish them off here and permanently kill them. Leaving them incapacitated though results in good karma, while killing them doesn't. It seems like a riff on the mechanics of Silent Hill 3's bad ending, but it just ends up making the previous choices meaningless. I chose both good options in my first playthrough and yet still ended up receiving the bad set of outcomes because of how many kills I racked up. Either way, if you spare Anne and have good karma, then Anne realizes the error of her ways and forgives Murphy, while letting him escape into the forest. If you add negative karma, then she will proceed to find Sewell and ask to talk with a gun in her hand, still having not learned her lesson on revenge. Finish Anne off, however, and Murphy is seen back in his cell again, now realizing he's caught in a loop. Murphy's stuck now because he hasn't learned his lesson on revenge. Anne coming after him was his fault, killing her won't solve anything. It just further reinforces his deadly nature while keeping the cycle of revenge going. Have negative karma though, and Murphy is executed, framed for the murder of his son and Frank Coldridge. Either option though brings us to the end of Silent Hill Downpour. Can I be honest? It's been really difficult to try and talk about these recent games in a meaningful way that isn't just me regurgitating the same thing over and over again. Something I mentioned time and time again in this section of the video, to the point where you're probably sick of me talking about it, is stagnancy. But I hope by now you can understand what I mean. I mean, think about the amount of repetitive elements that have been brought up. How many games are claiming to go back to that Silent Hill 2 style of story? How many games have a boogeyman-like character? How many deal with the traumas and dark past of the protagonist? I've harped on this point so much because it's the defining feature of this middle era. Flowing water may flow in the wrong direction, but a stagnant one is deadlier. Silent Hill's biggest failure as a series was an unwillingness to evolve. It's why I've always been so puzzled at Konami's decision to pass this series off to a new developer after one game. I have read so many interviews where each team says that they decided to go back to the roots of Silent Hills 1 or 2 because they felt this was the best way to introduce the new games to a new audience, or felt that it would help generate better reception because that's what people loved. In a way, I can't blame them, because if I was a newcomer, I would naturally pick the game with the most critical acclaim. But then, every developer starts thinking that way, and now we have copies of a copy. The one game that showed genuine change was Shattered Memories, which happened to be made by the one team that got a second chance at making Silent Hill. But even then, they ended up using iconography and characters from the first game. Even this era's most ambitious title still can't escape the grasp of its betters. Downpour ended up getting hit the hardest because it happened to be the 4th in a row, or worse yet, it was the 8th game if you've been playing them all the way through. The early games had a very unique magic to them, but that magic's been running on empty for years. Both subtlety and a lack of it are core to Silent Hill, but after this many games you start to see the signs. After 8 games of this, the knowledge of knowing that the notes and events are tailored to the protagonist makes things way too obvious. It didn't take very long for me to realize that Charlie was dead. Downpour admittedly isn't helping its case by letting the player find a psychiatrist card who specializes in coping with the loss of children, and the literal missing person poster of Charlie. Many mysterious psychological reports and evaluations were clearly aimed at Murphy or Napier just from the framing of them, which really served to undercut anything this plot had going for it. There's also a handful of books related to PTSD, mental illness, the history of prisons, or my favorite one, which is the entomology of bees, where the last line says, quote, "Before long, the sentence is delivered and the death penalty rendered via lethal injection. It seems in high law, beetles are guilty until proven innocent." I wonder who that's referring to. Even if I didn't get every detail, I got the broad strokes of these games most times. This is mainly due to how many times this plot has been conveyed this way. You go through enough of these games and you start to acquire a nose for their plots and schemes. I think each era of the middle game's worst offense was unfortunately being placed in this era from the start. The ideas that this series created were great, the first time around. After the 3rd or 4th, you start to lose me. Again, I don't hate these middle era games, they are at worst just okay, as I do think there are some unique qualities that each brings to the table. Either serving as well implemented mechanics that complement the game, or as a lesson for future games to avoid, but they were all dealt a bad hand. There are many issues with these games disconnected from their attempts at creating a trauma-filled story, but as the years went on, excitement for these games waned, and Downpour got the worst of it. So when you zoom out and look at the bigger picture, it's easy to see why Silent Hill fell off the way that it did. All games need to evolve in some way, and if they don't, then they should be at least content with not lasting forever. Someone argued that the series should have died after Team Silent disbanded, and that it would have saved everyone 8 years of disappointing releases. Fair, but I also like seeing series grow and evolve as they continue, but Silent Hill can never evolve past itself. By some dark twist of fate, the town has continued to be a thorn in the side of not just the characters, but the series itself. Like Murphy, the franchise has been stuck in its own loop, and still can't figure out how to escape. It tried going back to the cult, then returned into a personal story, then a bad guy instead of a good guy, a complete pivot to no combat, a different otherworld, overhauls of the combat, different visual themes and motifs, and yet we still managed to find ourselves right where we started. It's almost as if the games could never escape themselves. Downpour ironically was prophetic in that way. On New Game Plus, there was a new 14 side quest added to the game that has you visiting dig spots. Once you've gone through enough, you get a secret ending called Celebration. Instead of escaping Silent Hill, he digs himself into another room with a birthday cake. It's a surprise party, and look who's here. Most of the attendees of the Downpour cast, but you've got Laura, Mary, James, Heather, even Pyramid Head comes by to cut the cake. The side quest required for this ending is called Digging Up the Past, which is so fitting. Silent Hill at this point is a stagnating property that can't make its way out of its own fog, because new games are still trying to dig up the past to see what scraps remain. It's a celebration, yes, but it's also a grim reminder that the series has been circling itself for years trying to retain the magic it once had, and still hasn't found it. Downpour was another attempt at recapturing that essence. I don't think it fully succeeded in doing that though. It's a fine game. In fact, every one of these games had great qualities to them, but in this era, fine ain't good enough. Downpour signifying a rainy, sorrowful end to Silent Hill, as this would be the last main entry in the series for a very, very long time. As they say, when it rains it pours, and when it rains this much, it's only fair to expect a drought. And what a long drought it was. For 10 years, Silent Hill was in this awkward state of limbo, where releases were coming out, but it seemed like excitement and hope were waning year after year. There was still life in the old girl, but it was becoming harder for Konami to convince themselves that it was worth keeping the lights on. This decade was the darkest period in Silent Hill's history, and it all started with a game you probably wouldn't expect to be on here, the Silent Hill HD Collection. Normally, I'm not one to cover ports of games, but this game, and mainly this section, is more about the history of Silent Hill. Over the past year of doing these kind of long retrospectives, I've realized there's quite a few games that aren't really worth discussing the same way I normally do, but are still important to the history of the series nonetheless, and the HD Collection is one of them. At its core, it's meant to be a remaster of Silent Hills 2 and 3, but it's so much more than that. Already I was put off by the amount on offer. For context, Konami had just released a year prior the Metal Gear Solid HD Collection, which came with not only Metal Gears 1 and 2, but Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, and Peace Walker. For a time, it was the definitive way to play Metal Gear Solid, until the Master Collection came along and replaced Peace Walker with the first game, giving you the first 5 titles uninterrupted. Silent Hill only has 2. Initially, I thought this was just for the PS2 games, which is why Silent Hill 1 wasn't included. But every Silent Hill game except 1, Homecoming, and Downpour were on the PS2. As said by one of the developers though, the reason for only choosing 2 was because they were the most beloved and they wanted to give fans a more quality-driven than quantity-driven experience. They felt that if they made too many titles, then they would spread themselves thin and not deliver the quality fans expected, so by downsizing and only focusing on 2, they could create 2 good remasters. A little ironic in hindsight, as I shudder to think what the quantity version of this would be if this was the quality one. One of the biggest issues for the remaster came during early development. Somehow half the code for these games was just gone. I don't know if it's gone, or deleted, or missing, but it wasn't there. As you may know, game development is made with duct tape, glue, and a whole lot of hope. It's like a Jenga tower. Yeah, it leans a little to the left and will wobble if you so much as breathe in its direction, but as long as no one touches anything, it works perfectly. But now that part of the code is gone, the structure is exposed and the tapes have been peeled off. Old bugs resurface, and now new bugs thanks to their new code appear as well. It was likely a mechanical hassle just to get the game to function, let alone run to modern standards, and this shows in the game. The most famous and iconic part of the HD collection is the font of Silent Hill Ranch being changed to Comic Sans. To be fair, this is like the least annoying thing the game has, so I'm not too bothered by this. It's one sign at the beginning of the game, and you might not even notice it while you're sprinting past. More important than that though are the textures that flicker in and out, as if they're meshed together. During the boat section of Silent Hill 2, there is a noticeable scene where the water texture was placed, something that was hidden in the original. In Silent Hill 3, when Douglas pulls his gun on Heather, the game switches between blurred and not blurred for some reason, even though in the original there was never even a blur to begin with. Near Alessa's room is this thick orange smog. I thought this was a stylistic choice taken from Homecoming, but it appears to be only in this one hallway, so I assume it's a bug. But I actually quite like it, and wouldn't mind if it wasn't as cloudy and spread across the chapel a bit more. I did also crash one time throughout the playthrough, which was at the final boss of Silent Hill 3. Almost poetic, honestly. And while not technically a bug, I did find that items were much harder to detect with the new graphics. In the early games, it was a little bit easier to see items when they were on the floor. With the new updated graphics of the HD collection, they are a bit harder to see. The most egregious implementation, though, has to be the fog. It might be a bit hard to tell on your screen, so I'll throw an arrow up to help, but there is a noticeable scene where the fog starts. The original felt like you were in the fog. Now it feels like you're in a small box of open air that pushes away the fog, and the scene gives that away. Because this fog also masks the game's textures, most of them are exposed. During the scene with Maria, you could see more of the lake than usual. The fog usually hides this, but now that it's open, you can not only see where the textures stop being placed, but the rope looks like it's suspended in mid-air, instead of it fading away into the distance like in the original. I should clarify though that these are only examples I came across. The footage you've been seeing is on my Xbox Series X, as the HD collection is backwards compatible. I don't know what happened between the original 360 release and now, but it's a lot more stable. Day 1 players reported constant frame drops, especially in areas with high monster density, crashes near constantly, lighting errors, bugged achievements, and the fog was colored blue for some reason, among a whole host of other issues. The game later received a patch on PS3 to fix these issues, but due to, ironically, other technical issues, the patch for the Xbox 360 was never made, so it seems like the hardware of the Series X is really carrying this game on its shoulders. Another issue the team ran into, specifically with Silent Hill 2, was those FMVs. As you can tell, the game is now played in a 16:9 aspect ratio, so no more black bars on the side of the screen. The game runs completely fine with this new change and looks great this way, but these cutscenes were not made in-engine. You can't just peel back the bars and get the rest of the scene. They were designed with 4x3 in mind. That's why the black bars exist in the footage you've been seeing. The team seemed to want to keep this aspect ratio consistent though, but how do you add space that isn't there? Well, the way they handled it was to stretch the image, making the characters look wider than usual. It's not terrible, but 4x3 footage isn't exactly meant to be stretched like this. The worst example of this is in Silent Hill 2's most pivotal scene. When James pops in the VHS tape of his wife, the game will replace the bars with a TV. It's meant to provide an immersive feel that you're looking directly at the TV. Here's the issue. The screen is tiny, tinier than just the normal footage. On screen you'll see some red bars. This is what the game is showing, and look how much we've cut off by comparison. This makes the already hard to see scene of James killing Mary even harder to see, as we're missing some significant real estate here. The TV also zooms in throughout the scene, so you get a full frontal view of the scene with James, which begs the question, if we were just going to zoom in this close anyway, why bother adding the TV at all? Moreover, why even bother making these changes at all? Maybe this stems from my own leniency for these kinds of things, but 4x3 has never bothered me once. Lots of games that I've played, like MGS1 on the Master Collection and the console releases of the Middle Era Final Fantasies, all have colored bars on the side. Honestly, this would have been a better idea. Keep the game 4x3, but add this to keep it consistent. Or, I don't know, just don't worry about the bars. The bars serve as negative space. They are meant to not take up space. Their lack of space makes your eye go towards the action on screen. Hell, I wonder if some of you didn't even notice the bars until I pointed them out. I can respect the decision to make things modern. The future is now, old man, and all that stuff. But I never saw the aspect ratio as a problem, and I think for a game designed this way, it might have just been better to keep it the way that it is. Even then, despite its flaws, the game itself would have been enough for me to recommend it to you all if you're jumping into Silent Hill for the first time. But then there was the other, more pressing issue that arose. The next big problem the team had to tackle was the voice acting. They initially wanted to use the original voice actors, the most logical decision, but Guy Seehee, the voice actor for James Sunderland, wanted Konami to pay him residuals. Residuals are extra payments given to those involved when their likeness is used in other products. That's why the actors behind the TV show Friends still get paid for the show despite it ending in 2004, as its constant reruns have essentially set them up for life. This was not only a hotly debated topic then, it's even one now as it relates to actors' rights within the industry. As of this video's publication, video game voice actors supposedly don't receive residuals. Although Eddie's VA, David Schaffel, did claim that he did receive residuals for his work in Tekken as Brian Fury when the game was ported to other consoles. It even seems like Guy could have had a case here, as Thessaly Lerner, who played Lisa Garland, sued Konami over using her voice without her permission. That brief flashback in Silent Hill 3 with Lisa was done without her notice, and a settlement was made because of it. Guy also claimed to not have signed a contract during the production of Silent Hill 2, something backed up by the voice actors of Eddie and Mary, so it's unclear how much power Konami had. As you can tell, the whole situation was quite a mess, thus the HD Collection announced new talent would be brought in to re-record the lines, much to the dismay of some of the fanbase. Fortunately, Guy and the other voice actors signed a waiver that allowed their voices to be used for the collection, allowing players to either select the old or new cast at the main menu. Silent Hill 3 was not so lucky. Apparently, due to technical issues again, the old lines could not be used, so only the new cast is available in this collection. This is by far the most disappointing part of the collection and why it's so hard to recommend. Now I'd like to address that none of the new talent are bad. Some of these guys are veterans in the industry. Their performances are good, but they just don't fit the cast. Everyone in the remaster, for instance, sounds older than they should, and knowing what they do sound like in the original makes the performances feel off.
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me.
What do you mean, just for that? Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you. Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me.
Also, for some odd reason, the voice acting in Silent Hill 2 specifically sounds robotic during those FMVs.
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
It sounds like James and Laura just suited up into some Brotherhood-issued power armor. On top of this, some of the lines are incorrect, at least when reading along with the subtitles. At the end of Silent Hill 3, Vincent says that God has lousy taste. In the remaster, he says terrible taste. Admittedly, it's just one word, but it not only serves as an example of a lack of polish, but it's something that compounds across these games, as more and more lines are slightly altered, especially in cases like this.
And then he took you away from us.
I'll kill you, you bitch!
I have a couple of hang-ups with this. One, the line isn't even close to correct. The subtitle is what Heather originally said back on the PS2. This line, though, also somewhat ruins a moment I really liked at the end of the game. As far as I'm aware, and forgive me, there is a lot of dialogue in this game, but I believe Heather only swears once, right at the end, right before she swallows the Aglophidus. She calls Claudia a bitch, same as the other scene, but the impact here is astounding. It's the first time she swears and it feels powerful. Like, yeah, let's go, finally, let's go kill this woman. I love it, and it's one of my favorite moments in the game, and while the remaster still has that triumphant quality to it, I feel a bit of that was diminished by adding this line so early. To add to this, because most of the original lines were done with motion capture, getting all the voice actors to redo it was likely too much hassle, so the remaster basically plays like an English anime dub. The lips on the characters sometimes start too early, or continue past their words because the voice actors were only able to speak the lines, not act them out. Part of my disdain for this decision may have to do with the original cast being the originals. I've played Silent Hill enough to have a connection with these old voices, and hearing new ones makes things sound off. I think my reasoning for this actually stems from a quote Eddie's VA had said in an interview. Quote, "Fans respect original art, whether it's music, films, or video games. I think fans connect with characters, then imitate a favorite line or two when playing the game or among friends. So if you suddenly change the voice, it's like an invasion of the body snatchers, and you start messing with the sacred memories and breaking links to personal experiences. The voice work by the new actors is not bad, but because it's replacing the older cast, the one most fans remember, it immediately draws a negative opinion. That's why the collection is so infamous. It was the first time these two beloved games were ported to a modern system. It let old fans experience the games again but with higher fidelity, and newer fans could experience these games for the first time. But thanks to its quality, many people recommend that you just stay away from this entirely, and unfortunately, that is not an easy decision to make. Silent Hill is an incredibly hard game to find. Go anywhere on eBay and the prices for these games reach the hundreds, sometimes $200 or $300, and that could just be for the disc, not even for the box art or manual. My physical copy of Silent Hill 2 was complete in box and was still $90. Add that on top of the price of the console and we're reaching unheard of heights for a single game. Even then, just playing these games on modern hardware is next to impossible. To give you an idea, here's a list of the Silent Hill games that can be played on the current and last gen. PC players get access to Silent Hill Homecoming and 2 Remake through Steam, and Silent Hill 4 through GOG. Xbox players get the HD Collection, Homecoming, and Downpour due to backwards compatibility. Although you will need a physical copy for Downpour, the rest can be bought from the store. For PlayStation, if you own a PS5, you only get access to the 2 most recent titles, Short Message and the Silent Hill 2 Remake. Even if we extend this to the previous gens, it's somehow worse. PS3 owners get the HD Collection digitally, Homecoming if you have the disc, along with Silent Hill 1 as it's a PS1 classic. PS4 gets nothing. The store was changed with the last generation, so the PS4 is too new to play those old games, but the console is too old to play the newer titles, leaving it lost in this no man's land. Xbox players also got hit twice for Silent Hill 2 specifically. Microsoft has been pretty good about having a wide range of classics available to be played on their newer systems. For example, a game I grew up playing was 2002's Red Faction 2. I used to play bot multiplayer matches for hours on the original Xbox. This was not even a first-party exclusive, it was a multi-platform game released by Volition, and yet all you need is the disc and you can play this 20-year-old game on your Series X. Not all games are considered, and not all ports are either, which is where Silent Hill lands. One of the best Xbox exclusives on the console is 2004's Fable: The Lost Chapters. In 2014, they released Fable Anniversary, a remaster of this game to bring the graphics more in line with the sequels. By definition alone, the Anniversary Edition has more polish, runs smoother on modern hardware, and just overall feels better, which is why it had priority over the original. Slot in a copy of the original Fable and you'll be met with an error, which sucks if you want to play the original. The same thing happened to the Xbox port of Silent Hill 2. By definition, the remaster has better graphics, modern controls, and a smoother frame rate. Silent Hill 3 was even bundled with it, a game that wasn't even released for the Xbox, making this collection its debut to the platform. So in theory it should be better, but this is one of those cases where the original still reigns supreme. But because the remaster was newer, it took priority when it came to backwards compatibility. So now you can't even sidestep the issue by putting the disc in the Series X. That's what hurts the most about the Silent Hill HD collection. It was a chance for these games to be brought to newer audiences and possibly allow the series to grow. Years ago, I would have recommended this collection to new fans on the pretense that there are much better options out there, but now the remake has squandered that. I find that the voice acting is truly what makes these games come alive. The way these characters sound is the way I'll always remember them, and that change in tone and subtitles is what makes this a hard sell. Silent Hill 3 is one I cannot recommend at all because of the option not being available. Silent Hill 2 I could recommend because of said option, but with the release of the remake, has managed to supersede this collection. It's not the original game, but I believe it to be good enough to serve as a substitute for first-time players. The one thing going for the remaster though is the game it's attached to. There is not a single world we live in where the words Silent Hill 2 or 3 mean bad quality. Even if the technical side of things is a bit shoddy, the gameplay and story of these games still remain, and because of how great these two games are, that makes the remaster at minimum mediocre. The remaster can be bad as a port, but when you extrapolate, look at the big picture, and look at the game as a game, then it's just okay. So, I guess maybe there is some value to the HD collection after all. You just have to sacrifice a few things to really enjoy it. The one thing I can say though is that it was, at its core, a Silent Hill game, not the case for the next entry. Around the same time the HD collection was being developed, Konami was looking for a Vita-centric Silent Hill. The idea was to create a handheld game that promoted the uniqueness of PS Vita games. Quick, short multiplayer sessions that could be played anywhere. And so came Silent Hill Book of Memories. Book of Memories is an isometric view dungeon crawler where you fight monsters and bosses, complete puzzles, and try to exit the dungeon. Now, before you start rolling your eyes, let me just explain the basics. Book of Memories is split into dungeons called zones. You start at the very beginning of the dungeon and have to make your way to the exit. Each dungeon is split into roads and rooms. The roads are just transition zones to get you from one room to the next. The rooms are RNG dependent. Most times it's a room with enemies. Sometimes though it's a save point, a shop, a boost, or an object room. What you really want is the rooms with blue orbs. These, when broken, release a handful of enemies. Once defeated, the orb drops an item. This item is added to your puzzle piece counter in the bottom left. You need all the puzzle pieces to solve the puzzle, which unlocks the door at the end of the zone. Okay, now you can roll your eyes. Because honestly, what is this? What are we doing here? I can respect change, but I feel like successful changes come from small tweaks, not grand sweeping decisions that completely remove the tone and atmosphere that made the series great. Even then, the game it's trying to be isn't even that great either. There are a lot of confusing elements about this game that I just can't seem to wrap my head around regarding its implementation. Your characters come equipped with a flashlight. Using this sometimes highlights objects red. These contain toolkits, ammo, or health that are mandatory to surviving within the game. But every time you die or enter a new zone, it's automatically turned off. So you'll end up going through the first 2 or 3 rooms, remember that you had it off, then backtrack to make sure you got all the items. If this is such a mandatory mechanic, why is it tied to something like this? I assume this is to add a layer of difficulty, while also attempting to keep that survival horror style the classic games had. As the weapons in this game also have durability and will break very frequently, so you have to scavenge for new ones all the time. But I also feel like it's a great example of Book of Memories being conflicted about what it wants to be. It wants to be a dungeon crawler, but its mechanics seem to place a large focus on survival, neither of which meld together well within Book of Memories. The game's layout is also extremely tiresome. Nothing kills enjoyment more in a dungeon crawler faster than backtracking. Having to run through content you've already completed just because you missed that one enemy or item in a hallway you passed by in the first room is exhausting. This kind of tedious feeling is littered throughout the game. The dungeons are not interconnected areas with multiple paths of entry. They're long snake-like paths with occasional branching rooms. Take for instance this zone. The red halo of the sun logo is the save room, and the area right here is the exit. Despite not looking that far, none of the rooms connect to each other in any meaningful way, so this is the fastest route you can take. There aren't too many egregious examples like this, but it's little things, such as reaching a dead end and then having to walk through that entire section you just completed, whereas a single door could prevent all this headache. This also detracts from one of its core tenets of quick multiplayer. Because of how large these dungeons are and how long it takes to navigate, it'll take you upwards of 20 to 30 minutes per zone. Not very short if you ask me. You could barely clear a zone on your lunch break. The multiplayer function is also a party session, not a drop-in, drop-out co-op, so you also have to invite your buddies before a session starts, then begin the zone. The puzzles are also quite simple, but this change I like. The puzzles are a side objective, even if it's the last thing you do to exit the zone. The main attraction is killing the enemies of the other world, not the puzzles, so they're incredibly simple. It's either based on color or size. If it's color, then you must sort the colors in a natural direction. The black and white pieces go from light to dark. The puzzle is what direction, left to right to left, up to down. For the others you have to make a rainbow, but the pattern is the same, either a regular rainbow or one that's reverse. The size one requires you to stack items based on size, so large to small or small to large. It's simple, yes, but spending more than 2 minutes on a puzzle in this game where you're already spending 20 minutes just trying to get to this point would be exhausting, so I can respect the decision to not halt the player's progression this way. Its biggest failing though is incentive. Book of Memories has no classes. You can choose a class that the game refuses to mention, as you do get different stats when choosing the Jock over the Goth, and the charm at the beginning is also a buff that the game never explains what it does until you start the game, but there are no differences that set the classes apart. Jocks can't hit harder, preppy kids can't recognize traps easier, and there are no skills to put points into. Every level up is just 2 points to one of your basic stats. Level ups are meant to feel powerful and rewarding. You actually feel stronger, sneakier, or more adept in magic. Book of Memories doesn't feel that way. Now, statistically the classes do have some difference. Jocks get a bonus to strength off the bat, which increases damage. So technically they hit harder, but everyone can level up strength and there are no skills or class passives that encourage choice. Just pick your favorite and move on. Which is fine, that's what I did even if accidentally. But there is nothing here to grind for. Weapons don't have rarities, there is no armor, and artifacts only exist to increase your character's stats and don't even offer unique buffs as far as I'm aware. There are apparently 500 zones you could complete in Book of Memories, but what's the incentive if the only thing you can do is increase your character's stats every so often, along with the occasional backpack upgrade? Which I guess begs the question, what are we even doing here in this dungeon? How did we get here, and is there any kind of narrative to follow that would make this journey worth it? Well, the answer might be the most disappointing of all, and not because it's bad. The game starts with a knock on the door. Howard the mailman from Downpour is here again, and continues to be the deus ex machina that moves the plot along, as he's got a package from Silent Hill. We don't know anyone from Silent Hill though, so it seems like the town is now sentient and just giving out gifts. Today is our birthday, and our package is the Book of Memories, a book that contains our fate. In writing is all the things that have happened and can happen to us in the future. But if our fate was written down, doesn't that mean it can also be rewritten? That is the explicit plot of the game. There are 21 zones in the campaign. There are 7 chapters during the story mode, so 3 zones per chapter, with a boss at the end to cap it off. Each chapter is centered around a different person, denoted by the portraits on the loading screen. Each of these individuals is tied to our protagonist in some way. Take Derek from the first chapter. He's a co-worker of ours who got a promotion at the job we work at. Well, screw you, Derek. I want the promotion. So our character rewrites our fate by having us get the promotion instead. This, however, can come with some consequences, like in Chapter 2. The main character of this part is either Matthew or Katie. They are the protagonist's love interest, who is the opposite sex of whatever gender you chose, so I got Matthew. But Matthew was already interested in another girl named Ashley, and there is no way in hell I'm letting her get her claws on our man. So we rewrite fate so that Matthew chooses us instead. This spills over to Chapter 4 though, where the main character is that previous lover, Ashley or Trent depending on your gender. They're annoyed that you stole their boyfriend or girlfriend and want revenge. So now we have to rewrite fate again to get them off our backs. Each of these chapters has a good and bad ending to it. Throughout the game you'll find these notes either clean or covered in blood, denoted as light or blood notes. Whatever one you collect the most of by the time you start the boss fight is the ending you receive, light for good, blood for bad. To go back to Ashley, in the good ending she gets off her back because she found a new lover who actually cares about her. Pretty cute. Or she starts to get behind on her rent and suffers an accident that causes her to lose her memory. Yeah, the disparity between some of these is a bit large at times. But these then end up becoming light or blood fates. These fates then are tallied up at the end of the game to give you your ending, which is determined by Chapter 7, as that is your chapter. If you get 3 and 3 split down the middle, you get a neutral ending. More blood fates means a worse ending, and more light fates means a better ending. So here we have a story about fate, how rewriting fate can create drastic consequences, and how sometimes it's best to leave fate alone. What? This is one of the most original ideas the series has created in years. Why is it stuck in this game? Somehow, years later, a team managed to dream up a plot about human greed and corruption, with a book that rewrites fate being at the center. Something that was also distributed to other characters throughout the story, meaning multiple people can rewrite fate at the same time. And yet the gameplay system they chose to use for this was low-budget Diablo. Now, for as much smoke as I've been blowing up its rear, it doesn't really deserve all that, because while the concept is cool, the execution is where it fails. Book of Memories was named as such because of the Book of Lost Memories, or the Chronicle as I've been calling it, and the book title Lost Memories, both seen in Silent Hills 2 and 3. The Chronicle, of course, detail much of the history and ideas behind Silent Hill, and in-game they serve as books about the history of the Native American tribe and human sacrifices respectively. The intent was to bind this game to that book, to show that this game has some significant plot revelations that tie to the rest of the series. Ironic, given it's also the title with the least interesting narrative and the one with zero ties to anything else. For instance, here's Valtiel from Silent Hill 3. Yeah, I guess the whole attendant of God thing didn't really work out for him after Heather took care of her, so now he's out of a job and is trying to make do by having you complete side quests for him. What do these do for him? I don't know, the game doesn't explain. As described by the devs, Valtiel was an elusive and mysterious character within Silent Hill 3, so they wanted to keep that same attitude here, but they've in turn made Valtiel just as important as Howard, who is now also a merchant within the zones. At this point, we could just be honest with ourselves. Each of these characters and the dozens of others added to the game like the Boogeyman, Pyramid Head, and the other enemies you come across throughout the series are only here to keep up the iconography to make you remember that this is a Silent Hill game. Valtiel doesn't serve any purpose to the narrative, he is a quest giver, nothing more. The actual delivery of the narrative though is my least favorite part about Book of Memories. The game starts out pretty promising with a cutscene in the beginning and a follow-up after experiencing the zone for the first time. But once that's done, you'll never see your room again. Each chapter's initial stakes are delivered via a single letter found conveniently at the beginning of the zone for the chapter. From there you only have the notes and occasional broadcasts as sources of narrative explanation. These notes, like I mentioned earlier, will either say good or bad things depending on which type you pick up, and the broadcast will add more details to each side as well. Once you reach the end, you face the guardian of the chapter, and the fate is sealed. That's it. No deeper look into the character's fates or rewriting, no explanation for why the creatures exist in these zones specifically, and no answer given to why the guardians are based off specific elements. At a minimum, one could say that these guardians represent the main characters of the chapter, but that would be giving the game way too much credit. What is there about Derek that makes his monster the Fire Guardian? Why is his zone covered in fire? Does he have a fear of fire, or does he like fire? I don't know. All I know is he is my coworker, and that he got a promotion I wanted. It just shows a real lack of creativity in both design and origin. All these zones are named after elements like it's the Legend of Zelda. Fire, water, earth, light, just a bunch of generic names. And even then, if the game had tied these to the characters in some way, I would have let that slide. But these issues compound, making the game feel creatively bankrupt. Which is why it saddens me to talk about this. I genuinely like the concept of the book and what it represents. This alternative Death Note with much less death but just as powerful is an easy avenue to writing a story about greed. I already referenced it, but we could look at Death Note as an example. Light had developed a god complex, serving as the world's executioner, judging and killing people he thought deserved it. His god complex was so powerful that it ended up becoming his downfall. The ending of this game even alludes to this kind of conflict, where the darker you go, the more justified your character feels in using it for personal gain, whereas the light endings are more altruistic. The neutral ending is actually quite cool because it ends with your character obsessively trying to balance the world, where things need to be balanced both in good and evil ways for the world to function properly. Everything from the ending to this concept is great. If only it was in any other game but this. A game whose gameplay is tedious, outstays its welcome within a few minutes, and continually undermines its own narrative by having the player run around picking up literal scraps of paper, which ends the same way it started, with a single note that explains the resolution. With everything on offer, it's not hard to imagine the reception of Book of Memories. Sales numbers have never been posted, but I can't imagine it was too successful, as it was also a PS Vita exclusive. Reviewers were less than pleased. Many questioned the new direction and complained about the mechanics within the game itself. So it became another knife in the back, a nail in the coffin. Silent Hill was on a downward spiral, and it was going down even faster thanks to Book of Memories. But just 2 years later, something would come crawling out of the fog, offering the world a new type of game, one that could revolutionize the horror genre. But as these games have shown us, the fog was meant to obscure. So was this new creature a friend or foe? In 2014, during Gamescom, a trailer was shown for a new horror game under the name PT. It showed a leaky bag pulsating on a table before showing an obscure figure in a hallway. It marketed itself as the world's first interactive teaser. It was a demo, and that demo was available right now. So people began playing this new game, and it was obvious that there was something different with this. The puzzles were extremely complex, and it was a very terrifying game. After some time, people would eventually complete PT, which is when it became known that not only was this a horror game being directed by Hideo Kojima, but that its official name was Silent Hills. PT is an iconic game, but a tragic one as well. It showed potential, promise. And with such names as Kojima, Guillermo del Toro, and Norman Reedus being involved, it seemed like this is exactly what Silent Hill needed to get off the ground. But it never did. The playable teaser, PT, was released on August 12, 2014, but in April of 2015, the game was cancelled. Just as it appeared from the fog without warning, it disappeared from it all the same. If you've been around the channel for some time, you might remember me talking about the Metal Gear series, and if you haven't, well, it's a lot like this video on Metal Gear, so you should check it out. You might also recall our discussion on Metal Gear Solid 5, and how it had a rough development history, thanks to the bitter relationship between Kojima and Konami. That was only one half of the story though. This is the rest. For a brief recap, after the release of Peace Walker, Kojima began work on Metal Gear Solid 5. It was going to be a completely new experience, with it being created on Kojima's brand new Fox engine. Amid the development though, Kojima and Konami had a dispute. As outlined by the website SVG, Konami had restructured their business models and executive board, and Kojima was not a part of it. Kojima at the time had his own team named Kojima Productions, so not being a part of the executive board feels really strange. Konami also attempted to remove the Kojima name and the branding of Metal Gear Solid 5. Prior Metal Gear games always had Kojima's name in the opening and on the box. Following the days since the restructuring, Konami and Kojima had not been on good terms, and it seemed like once the Phantom Pain was released, he was gone. GameSpot reports that key staff within Kojima Productions were restricted from using some of their emails, phone calls, and corporate internet. Kojima, again reported by SVG, claims that he even had to work in a separate room away from his staff. Lots of this spilled over into the game. There are quite a few things the Phantom Pain just refuses to elaborate on, like the Sahelanthropus that up and disappears during one of the last missions. Ground Zeroes, the demo/prologue, also added an interesting mission that almost calls out this dispute. There's a mission in the game Deja Vu, which has you recreating famous Metal Gear moments, and even erasing some of the game's logos. The only ones you can erase though are the ones Kojima worked on. Spin-offs like Acid and Arcade stayed. Miller, one of your partners, says that while you can erase the markings, the memories will never disappear, clearly hinting at this dispute, especially pointing at how Konami had planned to remove him from the company and continue Metal Gear without him. But that's Metal Gear's history, and that game was fortunate enough to be released. Not so for PT. The split between the two is what caused PT to be taken off the PlayStation Store, and since Kojima was the main director for the game and no longer worked at the company, Silent Hills was cancelled. So where one franchise was given one last gasp, the other was smothered in its bed. This is why PT is so iconic. It's a look at what could have been rather than what was. PT was just a teaser, this is true. But with so much promise packed into such a small game, who knows what this could have become. This could have been the Resident Evil 7 of Silent Hill. Both Resident Evil and Silent Hill were in rather precarious spots at this point in history. Silent Hill was failing, sales were low, and hype was small. Resident Evil was still pushing out big budget titles and raking in good sales. But it's clear that the shift from Resident Evil 1 to games like 6 and Revelations were becoming too much. Resident Evil 7 brought back the franchise's momentum, and one sequel and 3 remakes later, it's still riding that high. For Silent Hill, it once again drew the short stick. It didn't receive the chance of redemption it could have had. It didn't even get an attempt. But PT isn't gone. It's still available assuming you have a console it's installed on, but more importantly, its lifeblood permeates through Kojima's next project. Following his departure from Konami, he announced a partnership with PlayStation. Thanks to this, he was able to remain in the gaming industry, now under his own studio, titled, of course, Kojima Productions. The first game for the studio became Death Stranding, and without PT, part of me wonders what the game would look like now. Guillermo del Toro returned, providing his likeness for the character Deadman, along with Norman Reedus returning as main character, this time as Sam Porter Bridges. PT may have died, but in its wake, we got Death Stranding. In another timeline, PT would be the game we got, but I have to be honest, I like this timeline more. While I mourn the loss of PT and what it could have been, Death Stranding was such an incredible experience that you can't find in any other game. Feel free to watch my video on that too if you like. So all of this is great, but what was PT anyway? What was it going to be? Well, given it's a teaser that takes around 30 minutes to complete, not much. The gameplay consisted of you being placed in an L-shaped hallway. The door at the end of the hallway would then take you back to the beginning. The player was stuck in a loop and had to find a way out. Throughout the teaser, you would uncover more about the story, and also be introduced to some of the more horrific moments within the game, like Lisa. The puzzles were on a whole nother level too, harder than any Silent Hill game to date. Some puzzles required completing a set of tasks after the in-game clock was past midnight and not before. Others required going into the options menu to find a fragment. The plot seems to be that a man killed his family, and Lisa here seems to be the mother of that family, now haunting the house as a ghost. It's unfinished, but there were a ton of theories out there. Some believe that you are the husband that killed the family, and Lisa's come back to haunt you. Others go into the motivations behind the murder, pointing at certain scenes in the game as evidence. I can't offer much insight myself though, as I've never played the game. That's why the footage I've shown might look a bit off, as it's not actually PT, but the PT remake available on Dreams. It's quite a marvel that something like this can even be made in Dreams. Huge shout out to Dr. Jones and the dozens involved in getting this up and running. If you want to play this for yourself, I'll leave a link to it in the description, as well as Dr. Jones's Twitter. As someone who's never played PT, I can't speak for accuracy, but it looks almost identical to it, and the game's progression seems to follow the same path as the original. But even though the remake is great, it serves as a sign that PT is gone, and can only exist now in these recreations. That is why this part stings the most. Silent Hill had an opportunity to turn itself around, re-establish itself as one of the greatest horror franchises of all time, but it missed that opportunity, and it wasn't even its fault. After a mediocre main entry, a terrible port of two beloved classics, a game no one wanted but we got anyway, and a game we all wanted but never got, Silent Hill was, for the first time, at risk of becoming obsolete. Silent Hill would have still gone down as a classic, a game fans will look back on when remembering the good old days, reminiscing about the cool memories people had and the incredible stories the series told. But that's all they'd be. Memories. Shattered memories. That wasn't until October 19th of 2022, 7 years after PT's cancellation, when we got some incredibly hopeful news.
Could she really be here, waiting for me?
Konami had unveiled a new era for Silent Hill, and that era so far has come with 5 games: Silent Hill Downpour, F, Ascension, The Short Message, and the one everyone was talking about, Silent Hill 2 Remake. After 7 years, we finally got information on the condition of Silent Hill. Turns out the old girl still had some life left in her after all. This now creates the third and current era of Silent Hill, the Revival. They often say third time's the charm, but that only makes sense if the first 2 attempts were failures. And as we've seen, the first attempt was anything but. So I guess it's best to say, can lightning strike twice? Well, if it did, I sure as hell didn't see it, because Silent Hill Ascension is quite possibly the worst first step they could have ever taken. Out of all the 5 games released currently for this era, this was the one that should not have gone first. Downpour and F aren't even out yet, but I know for a fact that nothing can be worse than this. It is one of the most cynical and predatory things I've ever experienced. So predatory, yet so efficient at that you'd have thought Vincent made the whole game for some quick cash. Ascension was designed to be an interactive choose-your-own-adventure story, like Black Mirror Bandersnatch, with the twist being that these are happening in front of a live audience who gets to vote on the choices every week. During the episode, something happens that prompts a choice, like choosing one character over another. Depending on the importance, it might be a short poll of a couple days, other times it's all week. Then by the next episode, those decisions are added up and the winning choice becomes canonized into the game. The way people vote is with influence points, and that's where the predation lies. Influence points are the in-game currency. You get these by participating in challenges that happen during the show, but you can also get them during daily challenges, riddles, and puzzles. You can only do a set amount of these per day though, as you need access to the Season Pass to get the rest. The $20 Season Pass, which is really just a battle pass, is a paid bonus that gives you a ton of content, from customizable outfits for your avatar to wear, stickers to use in chat, to even influence points. Or if unlocking it through the reward track isn't your style, you can just buy the IP bundles in the shop that cost upwards of $20 US. Now you can see where the problems arise. Paying players get more puzzles and challenges and in turn more influence. Is it a lie to say that Ascension is a Silent Hill game where the community creates their own story? No, but it's not accurate either. It's not all the players who make the story, it's the players with the deepest pockets that create the story. It's ironic they're called influence points because you can't do much of any influencing unless you fork over a fortune. The system is inherently flawed, because people with more money get more influence, so those with 200 influence points feel less valued. It's like you are literally throwing in your 2 cents into the discussion, while others throw 2,000. That's just one half of the experience, though. The other is the actual story itself, the one thing that still remains. After the show was finished, they started running what-if episodes. Alternate scenarios they cooked up the fans didn't see, but they also disabled the store and battle pass because they aren't needed anymore. It's nice, but it's also like getting shot in the foot and being thankful it missed your head. They can't scam you out of your money anymore, but now all that's left is this wound of a story. Now real quick, copyright and free use are quite spotty when it comes to movies and TV here on YouTube, and Silent Hill Ascension is technically both a TV show and a game, so forgive me if I don't show too much footage. I'd rather not have this awful piece of media dismantle this entire video, the way it could have dismantled all of this new era's potential. The plot deals with 2 different predicaments, one in Norway, the other in Pennsylvania. The Pennsylvania plot is the more interesting one, as it has to do with the cult named the Foundation who's trying to prevent the spread of the otherworld. While in Norway, it deals with the traumas of a family's history, thanks to one of the family members committing a mass shooting near the town square. So we can clearly see it's not only trying to blend those cult and trauma elements again, but it's got a sprinkling of homecoming in it as well. The connective threads of these 2 stories relate to the 2 characters, Astrid and Rachel, whose children disappeared, as they're being used as catalysts to bring about the otherworld. Although by the end, the 2 mothers are able to succeed in saving their children, along with stopping the otherworld from corrupting their towns. There are some interesting threads here for sure. I have to say though, the way it's paced is frustrating. Because each plot is happening at different times, they interrupt each other constantly. To compare, allow me to use an example. Instead of these 2 plots, let's just assume the show was Silent Hill's Homecoming and Downpour. If we follow its structuring, then the nightmare sequence with Alex would be shown first. But it would cut right when we find Josh, and then it would go to Murphy killing Napier, only to cut after that's finished. Then it goes back to Alex in the hospital, who stops around the time the otherworld is introduced. Cuts back to Murphy waking up in a cell and walking to the prison bus. Cuts back to Alex trying to escape before being killed. Then returning to Murphy from up until the bus crashes. Then returning to Alex waking up again in the truck with Travis. I am not kidding when I say that the whole show is like this. Every time there is a conversation, it always cuts back to the other story across the pond. It takes hours for things to happen in this story because we spend so much of it going nowhere. Also consider that sometimes more than 2 things are going on at once. At one point, Rachel had split off from the group, and Britt, Astrid's sister, was also doing something important. So we had to jump back between the Foundation, Rachel, Astrid, and Britt every 2 minutes. A constant source of enjoyment for me though was the obvious character inserts throughout the story. Ascension allows audience members to be a part of the story by having them show up as side characters. They rarely do anything and at most just cause more chaos for the main characters. But the difference in models is so jarring that I was having a blast determining who was an audience member and who wasn't. The one genuinely cool idea that Ascension has is the monster design. The Collector is one of the series' best looking monsters. I mean, look at him. I can't be asked to figure out the symbolism on this guy because this isn't like the games where they're manifested based on the characters, so the creatures just look like this. But dude, come on. It's an otherworld priest with a staff and a cape. That's cool. I get the same vibes from this that I do with Book of Memories. Maybe I'm just an easy person to please, but I don't mind the concept of the Pennsylvania plot. The show is even willing to leave some of its story beats unanswered, as this character Zane seems omniscient, as he's aware of both stories going on in the show. The Collector, who's the sort of big bad, is also trying to get into the room he's locked in, and uses the fingers of those who die to unlock it. I assume that if the community had gotten more people killed, then the door would have been unlocked and Zane would have died. So, the concept is there. I just wish it wasn't wrapped into this greedy, money-hungry scheme designed to filter money from people's pockets. Because that's the hard part to swallow. You can look at the product now as a TV show, but back then it was such a different experience. Trying to grind influence points just to feel like your choices have meaning when people are willing to fork over thousands feels demoralizing. And I think that shows a clear indication in Konami's plans with their IPs. I tend to look at games through the lens of art because I enjoy the unique emotions and feelings that a game can provide. But the only emotions I feel here are disappointment and confusion. Honestly, had Ascension just not been the first product, I think it would have gone over a lot smoother. It would have been like Book of Memories, the arcade cabinet, or the mobile spin-offs. Things Konami did to expand the brand and rake in more cash. They didn't all succeed, but the franchise was still rolling out new entries, so it's okay if they disappeared from view. This was the first step, the first showcase of Silent Hill in over 7 years. And that was a terrible idea. You gotta put your best foot forward, as they say, but this one was withered and rotted. Thankfully, things did not continue in this direction. Ascension was a one-off and was never planned to be the standard for Silent Hill going forward. This is why the next entry serves as an excellent palate cleanser from what came before. The short message is a 2-hour demo. It's got a short message it wants to convey to fans, but since the game itself is short, the message needs to be concise and immediate, which is what you get when you play the short message. The message of this story is about bullying, self-harm, and suicide. This is blatantly shown every 30 minutes by a wall of text urging you to call the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. A major complaint one might have with the short message is a lack of subtlety. Silent Hill hasn't always been a subtle series, even back during the Team Silent days, but it was never as blatant as it is here. I don't mind this though because of its intention. The short message to me has always been more of a PSA than a game. Or I guess it's better to say that while it is a game, it's one with the message at the forefront. In every interview they did with the team, the same question about the message of the game is asked. It's clear they wanted this to resonate with people, and designed it as such. That's why the number for the lifeline appears. It's a game that wants to prevent people from harming themselves. The game is designed to show the turmoil of these actions outside reality. It can explore these deep and depressing moments because no harm is coming to the player. But the devs don't want to shy away from anything though, because there's a lot of uncomfortable truths you'll be forced to see regarding the dangers of depression and bullying. The game stars Anita, who comes to this small villa because her friend Maya had texted her to meet here. Anita has one noticeable quality about her. She's extremely depressed. Every line of her always goes back to this feeling. If you try to open a locked door, she'll say,
I'm trapped. I've always been trapped.
Anita hates adults, doesn't want to go to therapy because it doesn't work, thinks she's disgusting, isn't good at anything, and serves no purpose in this world. Anita is at the end of her rope, a dangerous place for a teen to be. Something the game also tries to show is how this attitude can come from outside influences. Anita lives in Kettenstadt, a fictional town within Germany. According to some notes, Kettenstadt is extremely run down and poverty is at an all-time high. The government attempted to rebuild the town, but were affected by the 2008 financial crisis. Then tried again in 2020, but COVID hit, and their efforts failed once more. Birth rates within the town are at an all-time low, with miscarriages raising as high as 31%. Researchers have claimed this is because a witch was killed back in the 30s who cursed the town. A witch known as the Witch of the Far East was responsible for the town's success, but her death supposedly created the economic collapse of the town. I'm not entirely sure how much of this is actually real or just a conspiracy theory, but the strings of failures to rebuild the town has likely made people create a reason for their circumstances. Living in Kettenstadt is not fulfilling and often demoralizing, which had a major effect on the residents. Anita's mom, Krista, had just gotten out of a breakup, leaving her with 2 kids to raise. She has to make it work though, as she vowed to be better than her mother who raised her terribly. Over time though, that generational trauma reared its ugly head, which had an effect on the kids. Krista tried to introduce a father to the kids' lives, but they weren't interested. Krista then continued to spiral. She would neglect the kids and leave trash and dishes piling up around the house. Numerous notes and quotes from the game imply that Anita would starve when her mother refused to feed her. Her final straw was locking the kids in a closet, which resulted in the death of Anita's brother, and the eventual arrest of her mom. Lots of her depression stems from her relationship with her mom. She would call her worthless and disgusting, and after some time she started to believe in it. Anita tried to medicate with antidepressants, but they didn't seem to work as well as they used to. And imagery within the bathroom shows that she self-harmed many times throughout her life. When she got into high school, things weren't great, but she found comfort in her friends Amelie and Maya, but even then, their success makes her feel like she's been left behind. Maya is a fairly well-known artist on social media, under the name CB. Her name, Cherry Blossom, sprouts from her work. She wants to show the impulses and urges of girls, things not many people like to talk about. She used cherry blossoms to represent the girls' trauma and their willingness to overcome it. Cherry blossoms only bloom for a short time, and Japan holds these trees in great regard. They are symbolic of a new life, as they blossom during the spring. It's meant to show that life is beautiful, but it's also fleeting, representative of their short lifespan. Even though they are only here for a short time, the effects of these trees and their beauty are remembered for the months to come. Maya hopes to achieve that with her art. Anita is an artist as well. She started drawing when she was a kid, but her difficult home life had impacted her work. She no longer finds enjoyment in her art. This has caused her to be less active on social media, where she would post these drawings. With her being inactive, she started losing followers, whereas Maya was gaining more and more by the day. This has led her down a depressive spiral of not wanting to continue and then being depressed when no one follows her, which makes her not want to continue more. From the outside looking in, it's an odd thing to be concerned about, but I relate to this specific part a lot. YouTube is a numbers game after all. Many people get started on YouTube because they want to create stuff, and they should. I always recommend doing YouTube because you want to, not because of money. If you do this hobby for money, you're going to be very disappointed. I started YouTube back in 2016, and I didn't really hit my stride until 2022. In those days, it was rare for me to break more than $50 a day. My content strategy at the time was focusing on hot new titles, until I gained a following on For Honor, a fighting game made by Ubisoft back in 2017. The thing is, the growth wasn't there. I was able to reach about 60,000 subscribers, but I wanted more. This was the one thing I've ever wanted to do in my life. And while it's fine to have a dream like that, if you put all your eggs in one basket, then what happens if it fails? This is how I started to feel around 2020, and why I made such a drastic switch in content. I wasn't growing as much as I wanted, and I was becoming depressed. The dream I set out to achieve was failing, and I feel like I failed my younger self. Over time I got over that depressive episode, and the channel grew alongside it, which helped quite a bit. But I do admit that sense of chasing numbers and attaching that to my self-worth still stays with me. I'm never going to do that SEO style content you see, like the $1 versus $1,000 stake, but I still do tie my worth to the numbers I get on this channel. But I don't believe my circumstance to be unique. I think everyone to a degree experiences something like this, but with different things. We as humans are materialistic. Not everyone is, but most people want more things, and see those with more things as better. People with more money are better. If you have more friends, you're better. If you have more followers, then you're more popular. Because of this, people like to attach their worth to their materials, further viewing themselves as worthless if they don't have much of a certain thing. Anita feels this attachment to her social media, and feels her worth is tied to her numbers. She's attempted to regain some of her lost traction by posting a cute selfie of her, but it's clearly forced and not something she wants to do. Plus the comments she receives are less than joyful. People want to see more of her and her body, and she finds this degrading, like she's just a piece of meat to be looked at. So there's a compromise. Post art that no one cares about and lose followers, or post more of yourself, gain followers but risk losing your sense of self. It's something she refused to go down, but it's also caused her to lose attention and make her feel invisible, which, unfortunately, already happens in her day-to-day life. When Anita first met Maya, she was caught spying on her because she was too shy to say something. Maya immediately took notice of her friend Amelie though, which made Anita bitter. She had always felt invisible, so this was just yet another occurrence of it. But each of these girls, like Anita, was dealing with something personal in their lives that Anita was unaware of. Amelie was studying to go to med school. Anita felt that she was being left behind as she never had any aspirations. But Amelie wasn't able to go because of her parents' financial situation. Her brother was also visiting for Christmas break, and while we don't hear much about him, it seems like he sexually harassed her. Evidenced by her not liking the way he stares at her, and her confusion regarding why the girls at school show so much skin. The last note in her room is a news report about a young girl who committed suicide because she wasn't able to get into college. The girl isn't Amelie, nor do I think the news report is real, but it's showing a potential future, in which she's on the brink just like Anita. Maya is in a similar vein as well. She's the granddaughter of that witch who supposedly cursed the town. This led to constant harassment from others, which forced her to switch schools. She managed to enroll in the local high school here in Kettenstad, but the harassment has continued. Her desk has words like witch written on them, and she's seen holding a bunch of threatening letters. Around this time, she had given a book to Amelie. It contained a letter with her thoughts on its story, but she told her to only read it when she got home. You can see where this is going. Anita at this time felt like Maya was stepping into her relationship with Amelie and taking her only friend away, so she took the book and letter to cut off communication from each other. That letter was her suicide note. This villa in Kettenstad has become a hotspot for this sort of thing, and Maya took her life here. Without Anita's interference, Amelie may have been able to stop her, something that Amelie still beats herself up over, not knowing that Anita was the reason she wasn't able to talk with Maya in her final moments. That is why she is even at the villa to begin with, and why this Maya, who is revealed to not be Maya, is taunting her. In the midst of her pain, Anita attempts to take her own life, only to wake up right back at the beginning. She continues to do this twice more, except on the last attempt, something changes. She confesses to Amelie about what she did, and how she's sorry for killing Maya. Right before she jumps, however, Amelie texts her back. She wants to go shopping, something she said in a previous loop, but Anita ignored. This has given her a second chance, a chance to talk things out with Amelie, but more importantly, it's given her a second chance at life. Anita always felt that she was invisible, but Maya and Amelie cared for her just as much as they cared for each other. Maya has a sketchbook with Anita in it. She was going to be a part of one of Maya's famous pieces. And Amelie has been continually texting her throughout the game. She's always been there to comfort Anita, but she never really took notice of it until now. The short message has a message it wants to convey, and that's to reach out to those close to you to make sure they're alright. And if you happen to be struggling, then either call a friend or call the Lifeline, because you deserve to be happy. I've seen some people say this is not Silent Hill, that the decisions the short message makes both narratively and mechanically are what make a Silent Hill game. Frankly, I disagree. I think this is a wonderfully complex take on a modern Silent Hill, although there is one decision that I still find a bit confusing. One of the notes in games talks about the Silent Hill phenomenon. Supposedly, the rise in self-inflicted deaths is related to COVID. During this desperate time in the world's history, a strange phenomenon has occurred, where people report foggy weather even on fair weather days, only to lose consciousness shortly after. They named it after the town as people have reported similar things coming from that town over the years. I'm extremely confused on why they decided to scientifically define the phenomenon, as now a lot of its mystique is lost. The whole point was for it to be an urban legend, a myth, something only a few people truly understand. I'm not against the game spreading this phenomenon to other places outside the town, we've already seen this in previous games, but I think defining it really takes that mystery away. The rest of the game, though, is quite enjoyable. Narratively, the tone of the game is right in line with the rest of the series. Where it may have faltered for some was its subject matter. One of the more infamous moments in the short message was this wall of sticky notes that says things like gross, ugly, nerd, and other mean things. Words that don't seem particularly hurtful, but the context is important. Anita is a high schooler, and while these insults don't mean much, they are usually in person, and she has to deal with these people every day at school. It's not like the internet where they're just people on a screen halfway across the world. Being called gross isn't very insulting, but I also think it's because I've gotten older now and no longer have to deal with that sort of thing. Plus, as a YouTuber, I get insults hurled at me daily. People have called me everything under the sun, even things that don't even apply to me, so maybe I've just become desensitized to it. Back in school though, I remember being made fun of for my red hair. People always used to ask if I took people's souls or if I had a soul myself. For years I cursed that South Park episode for getting that idea in people's heads. Now it doesn't even bother me, it's just a hair color. But at 14 it feels like your whole world, and now everyone is laughing at you. It makes it harder to find friends, further alienating you from everyone else, making school life even more miserable. The short message was designed for a younger generation in mind, which is why a high schooler was chosen as the main lead, and why social media has such a major focus in this game. If anything, the game is still a great showcase of the modern advancements in technology, and how that can be applied to Silent Hill. This even applies to the game's Otherworld. From back in the early days where we had to have a scene transition for this to work, to Homecoming ripping apart the environment in real time, to now, the Otherworld has never looked better. I think that's what has me most excited about the upcoming projects for this era. With this new tech, we can create those Otherworlds the previous teams only dreamed about. Prior games' developments have shown that teams behind these are willing to get creative with the Otherworld, and I'm really interested to see how that plays out in the future. Similar to the tech, it finally gives us a good look at what a Silent Hill game would look like from a first-person perspective. I'd prefer weapons, I'm not too fond of the constant chases such in games like Outlast, but I can't deny the added immersion. The game also has a few playful homages to those that came before, and in a way that fits with the story it's trying to tell. Maya's desk in the middle of the hallway has mean words on it, like witch and thief. A nice callback to Alessa's desk, while also using those words that fit with Maya's backstory. The main plot is in the style of Silent Hill 2, of a personal struggle related to the protagonist, with things being manifested based on their experiences. Anita is looping back and forth similar to Murphy's predicament in Downpour. It's got the Homecoming style reveal of the Otherworld. The final door you have to pass through in order for Anita to come to terms with the truth is locked behind various chains like room 302, and the slight changes in the apartment look a lot like PT's looping hallway. It is different, yes, but I also don't think different means bad, because the past few hours have hopefully illustrated that staying stagnant and not evolving was what got Silent Hill in this mess in the first place. The series needed to change, although I do recognize that both things can be true. Silent Hill does need to change, but that change can also be too much. Don't change at all, and we're right back to the 2010s with the non-Team Silent titles. Change in the wrong way, and we're back to Book of Memories and Ascension. The short message was different, but it was a step in the right direction. Although, anything after Ascension was always going to be on the right path anyway. Plus, the game isn't really asking for much. While I do try to not let prices and hours affect my judgment of a game, it's a 2-hour demo that's free. At worst, you wasted a couple hours of your day. When asked about the game, Motoi Okamoto, who's been the one spearheading most of this revival era for the series, had said that it had been close to 20 years since Konami had made their own Silent Hill game. They wanted to start with a smaller project with less budget to see if they still had it in them. The plan was to use this game as a jumping off point that would hopefully lead to them making larger, fuller projects in the future, just like back in the old days. For now though, that dream remains to be seen. But if this is the kind of thing that can produce on a small budget, I think the dream is all but guaranteed. And besides, the next larger, fuller project was already in development and released not too long ago. Silent Hill 2 Remake is the final game to be released for Silent Hill as the publication of this video, and what a stellar way to end things. The Silent Hill 2 Remake lovingly preserves a lot of the original's beauty, while even managing to add a few new changes and twists that don't detract from the original in any way. The remake was done by horror developer Bloober Team, most well known for titles like Layers of Fear, Observer, Blair Witch, and their most recent release, The Medium. This caused lots of people to be skeptical about the remake, as Bloober Team doesn't exactly have a good track record. I've played all those aforementioned games before in the past, and they are mostly okay. It's not that I was disappointed in them, I just can't really recall many elements of those games save for Observer, which is my favorite of theirs. Although that is likely due to my bias for anything cyberpunk. But it seems as though Bloober Team not only listened to criticism, as early trailers look nothing like the game now, but it's clear that they understand Silent Hill 2 and what it means, not just to the series, but to the industry as a whole. There's no better place to start than with the environment. The town has never looked better. The streets and roads are now covered in dense clutter, and the fog continues to remain a constant threat. The fog this time around is a bit less oppressive compared to the original, but there are a few moments where the wind kicks up and it feels just like the original, where you cannot even see more than 2 feet in front of you. The remake also piggybacks off Downpour and tries to add more depth to the town. You can't go into every single home, but many places you couldn't enter before are now unlocked. James can bash car and store windows now, which can give him access to more locations and more resources. There are no side quests in this game though, so don't expect to be running around the town doing errands. Coming off the original, you might be inclined to sidestep content by taking the original routes. Most if not all of that has been reworked however. Routes and areas are no longer the way you remember them to be. You should consider revisiting them though, as the game has left Easter eggs for you, where a chime will play when you revisit these scenes. For instance, the boss fight with Pyramid Head has been moved to a different floor, but the original, along with the lying figure, is still there. What's been quite interesting is watching conversations about this game sprout over the past few weeks. Along with these memories of the past are these Polaroid photos. They don't seem to have a consistent theme to them, so it's hard to pinpoint their significance. But something I've heard since release is the existence of a time loop theory, where James is stuck in a loop much like Murphy. The old nostalgic memories of years past then aren't just Easter eggs, but old events that James had already done in a previous loop, making the remake almost a sequel to the original. Supporting this theory is also a handful of interactions seen throughout the game. While the bowling alley is replaced with a new theater, you could still visit Pete's Bowlerama. If you walk inside, James will ask Maria if she'd like to wait outside. Maria finds this strange, as why would she wait outside with the monsters? James says that it's just a stray thought, of course referencing the original. And right before Maria and James are chased by Pyramid Head, Maria seems noticeably more tense than usual. She says that something isn't right and that she's scared. It's almost like she subconsciously remembers a past loop of hers. Whether or not you believe that is up to you, but the fact that a game could spark just as much discussion about its story as the original, even though this is a remake of a game that's been talked to death for the past 20 years, is quite astonishing. All these new unique elements do show how much Bloober Team has changed from the original source material, but it also shows that they know how much fans care about the original game. Maybe it's just playing off my nostalgia, but I enjoyed coming across these. It's a sign of those past beloved memories. But as we've discussed before, those old memories will fade, and new ones must be made to fill the void. Part of creating those new memories was crafting new routes for James to go through. The old locations are still there, but the routes you take are much different when compared to the original. Instead of finding a key and then using that key on the fire escape to get to Blue Creek, Pyramid Head's introduction takes you to Blue Creek instead. The coin puzzle is also the first puzzle you complete, which rewards you with a key that then introduces Pyramid Head. It's enough of the same content that you can use it as a way to track how far you are within these chapters, but they're not in the same order. Take some of the late game locations like Toluca Prison or the Labyrinth. Instead of being a single floor, they are now multi-layered levels with numerous different puzzles and obstacles to overcome. The prison even adds a chapel and some notes to show that a priest was trying to spiritually aid the prisoners, adding further context to some of the original game's notes about the cult. Some of the original puzzles have also been touched up a bit too. The coin puzzle, for instance, now has you almost performing a play of sorts with the coins, setting up new scenes when the riddle changes, rather than just slotting them in once and calling it a day. Part of the difficulty when discussing a remake is that everyone has their own taste for what should stay, what should be removed, and what should change. Then there is also the conversation that a remake should change something or else it's just a remaster, and then at that point they should have just remastered the original. I'm personally still torn on this myself. I like when a remake is a one-to-one recreation, but I can't always play that original game. I think a remake should strive to keep the same feelings, hit the same beats as the original, along with changing and shuffling things around. I think that's why I enjoy the Silent Hill 2 remake. In some ways it's the same exact game I remember playing, but it's also a completely new one as well. The changes Bloober Team has made might sting to some audiences, but not only do I think their replacements work well with this new style, in some ways they're even better than the original. Something I mentioned all the way back at the beginning of this video was how the gameplay within a horror game has the potential to uplift or dismantle the story it's trying to tell. If you can't feel threatened by the horrors of the game through its gameplay, then you certainly won't feel that when it's brought into the story. Part of keeping that horror fresh the second time around is changing how the gameplay functions at a basic level, and then using that as a foundation to build the horror on top of. Enemy behavior as well as James's options of attack have been reworked. James can swing weapons and aim a gun on the fly. It's assumed that the player will use this in tandem with each other to create combos, never letting the otherworld creatures get a chance to attack. To add extra friction, enemies take quite a bit of damage to go down. Their swings also encourage the use of the dodge button, letting you sidestep spewing bile or a knife swing. The lying figure can also spew bile on itself. It's not all the time though, so it's up to you to make sure you don't take a last second hit before their untimely demise. The mannequins have also gotten a specific, very unique change just for them. Mannequins now use their extra bendy limbs to hide around corners. Sometimes they'll stick to walls, other times they're behind a couch, and when you get to the prison later, you'll find them on the ceiling. This gives an enemy that was really no different than the others a completely new way to attack the player. The radio can't even help you in these moments either, as these static cracklings only appear after they move from their hiding spot. So the radio can no longer be used as a judgment of safety. There's always a chance of a mannequin hiding somewhere. This is a great example of a change that the remake makes that's different from the original, but one that also complements its new style. The remake is now over the shoulder, so the camera can only see what the player wants to see, whereas before it was Team Silent that dictated that. The horror of being jump scared in the original came from the camera often not being wide enough to show you what's in front, so oftentimes you'll run right into an enemy without even seeing them. This was the explicit design doctrine for the basement in the Lakeview Hotel. Without the radio, the player has no means to determine what is near them, so you run down the hall and are jump scared by a mannequin. The camera now faces James' direction, so that big surprise won't hit nearly as hard, thus a change was required. It's the exact same idea, creating horrifying moments using the limitations of the camera. Each game just does it differently, in a way that complements the respective styles. This is highlighted quite well in the game's new boss fights. Silent Hill 2 was never a game that focused on combat, that's why the boss fights were always short and in small enclosed areas. The remake with its advanced combat system wants to keep that pressure on by adding more complex fights, with greater fidelity and even greater spectacle. The first fight with Pyramid Head is a great example. It's no different than the original, but now you have boxes and crates as obstacles as he moves faster than ever. Dodging can now be used to sidestep his swings in case he gets too close. You can see from the gameplay that it's the exact same thing we were asked to do 20 years ago. Run around a small room dodging Pyramid Head, it's just altered to fit with the remake's new style. Some, however, have been completely revamped. The Abstract Daddy has now become a full-on room-to-room beatdown. The Abstract Daddy is massive in this game, completely towering over James, really conveying the size and veracity of the creature. He's so much more menacing than I ever thought he could be, and that's completely changed the tone of the fight. You feel much less powerful in this moment, and its wide frame battering down the walls feels like the whole building's gonna come down on top of you. It's genuinely one of the most unnerving fights in the game now. But Eddie's might be my favorite, as the environment is used to create more elements of horror. Due to the game being darker than the original, the atmospheric lighting and cold breeze of the meat locker obscure Eddie's position. Sound cues are really the only way to tell where he is at any given time. It elevates the tension so much more than before. You've become the prey, and Eddie's come to hunt. Just like back in 1999, all creative decisions were made to serve a central purpose. The remake wanted to add more tension and horror from those moment-to-moment combat encounters. But all of it was made to funnel the player into a sense of unease and discomfort, making you feel unwelcome within the town. But, as James says, it doesn't really matter if it's dangerous. We still have to find Mary. When it comes to remakes though, story is usually the last thing that gets changed. They're really putting me out of a job here. Still, there are some subtle changes to the story that change the tone of future encounters yet to come. Thanks to the change in technology over the last 20 years, subtle facial cues can be used to convey emotion without the use of words. When meeting with Laura for the first time, James has a new line, asking if her parents taught her any manners. You could see Laura kind of freeze a bit. It's a hint at Laura being an orphan, so James clearly struck a nerve. Eddie and Laura are now at the movie theater instead of the bowling alley. Eddie also isn't eating pizza, which is a cardinal sin, of course. Something great about Eddie, though, is how disgusting he is. Every time he's on screen, he's sweating, and you could see the stains on his shirt and hands. His breath can even be seen with every conversation you have, which I think is a subtle nod to his other world and how cold it is. All of Eddie's scenes, though, have this ripple effect that foreshadow his descent into madness. When first meeting with him, he'll ask James to team up, but James declines. Later at the theater, James will ask if he wants to work together to get out of here, to which Eddie claps back at him angrily, saying, "Oh, now you want to team up?" James doesn't seem to mind the comment, though, as he's just glad he's alright, even commenting on how he got his appetite back. You know, after throwing it up earlier. You can see this trigger something in Eddie. To James, it was a polite comment. To Eddie, he takes it as an offense, and the game shows that in the way his face ever so slightly reacts to hearing it. And I find that these scenes add to that destructive nature of his. Throughout both games, Eddie is always seen near a dead person, making the player and James question if Eddie killed them or not. This is what makes the cafeteria scene in the remake especially interesting. James tries to establish the scene, saying, "Okay, so the guy came at you and you shot him." Eddie's response is, "Yeah, exactly." But the way it's said, it's more of a, yeah, that's of course, that's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, I'm definitely lying and didn't think of that excuse until you just brought it up, but hey, you're believing in it, so I'm just gonna run with that story now. Eddie in the original played it completely straight-faced, and only mentioned that it was a joke at the end. This Eddie stumbles to find a coherent lie, something James even calls him out on before admitting it was a joke. Eddie is still deflecting, still claiming that it was just a joke. It's just another example of the remake slightly altering scenes, but still crafting them in such a way that it invokes the same feeling. This carries over to our final meeting with him, where instead of Eddie blowing up on James over saying nuts, as funny as that still is to me, Eddie now attacks James because of his prior comments. These past conversations reaffirm that everyone is out to get him, rather than reaffirming his stance at this moment. Angela also receives a new scene at Rosewater Park. There was a noticeable gap between meeting her in the apartments and then hours later at the labyrinth, so Bloober thought it might be best to add another scene here in between. There isn't anything new that this cutscene reveals, but like with Eddie, it's meant to show her slowly start to lose herself more and more as the game goes on. James asks where the little girl went, in reference to Laura. Hearing little girl triggers some bad memories from her past, which causes her to run away. This trauma response seems to have also been added during our time with her in the labyrinth. During that brief intermission with the abstract daddy, you're meant to run away from this hulking beast down these narrow hallways. You'll occasionally find Angela running away too. For these brief moments, we are in Angela's position, running away, trying to find safety from the creature that is her father. You even hide in these broken down closets, and the complete silence in them compared to the thrashing outside shows us that this was a common tactic for her. After the fight, we can see that the trauma isn't gone just because the boss fight's over. After calling James out, claiming that he didn't want Mary around anymore, Angela would just leave the room. Here in the remake, James speaks up for himself, shouting no at her. Hearing this, she immediately regresses back to her childlike state, saying that she has to find her mama again. Admittedly, this could just be a way for Bloober to correct the original by making the story connect easier. Like how in the original, getting the key to the apartments requires you to search the whole town for the body, rather than being guided there by the remake. But even still, it's done in a way that doesn't detract from the scene itself and adds more characterization to Angela at the same time. Maria got the biggest change of the cast. First was the outfit change. I'm not sure why they changed the outfit, but it's so inconsequential to me personally though that it's not really a big deal, even if the remake does tease you with its reveal. Which actually segues into my point. Maria and James have more conversation and banter in this game than before. Maria used to only talk during cutscenes, but now Maria has little quips and comments about certain things. She'll comment about how the water pouring down is almost like rain, which is really romantic to her, or how she wants James to hurry back so they don't get separated. It gives her a bit more character, making her feel more lifelike and real, which serves to make her quest to swoon James even easier, as even the player might feel inclined to listen to her and halt their quest to finding Mary. Further reinforced by the remake's all-new location, the Moonlight Groves. This is meant to give Maria a chance to tell James about the Lady of the Light. The story goes that a woman was sentenced to death on an island on Toluca Lake. A man fell in love with her though, and would travel every night to come see her. She would light a candle to make sure he found his way to her each night. But one day he was swept away by the tide and never arrived. But each day the Lady of the Light sat there on her island with her candle waiting for him to arrive. This is such a fascinating tale to me because this is retold to you in the historical society, but it's altered. Maria says that the man was swept away, but the historical society says that the man got confused and chased after the illusionary light of the moon instead. It's a story of James, Mary, and Maria. James wants to find his maiden, his Lady of the Light, and he needs to find her candlelight. But Maria wants James all to herself, so her retelling of the story is supposed to clue James in on the fact that finding Mary is pointless. This is also seen in her initial reveal, as James is trying to figure out what Mary meant by their special place. While in thought, he glances over to the lake in the same direction of the Lakeview Hotel, until Maria jumps in front, almost like she's trying to get him to focus on her and not Mary. That's why we even came here to begin with. Maria takes James for a quick trip through Heaven's Night and the Grove to distract him. It's a great example of how the remake can provide a similar emotion using different scenes. Bloober Team knows the story they're trying to tell, so they leaned into that with this new area to further showcase Maria's personality and her end goal. This is the same with Heaven's Night. The club, while notable, was only used as a bridge to get you to the hospital. It always felt like there could be something here, so the remake added a whole cutscene to it, which not only serves as an opportunity for Maria to distract James, but even a chance for the game to add a callback to James's past. Maria offers James a drink before they head out back onto the streets. You can see James hesitate though because of his drinking problem. A bottle of drinks in the original game will tell us that James used to drink a fair bit. This scene is meant to materialize that sentence now into a fully realized cutscene. The remake even slightly changes the ending scene where she's dressed as Mary. In the original, James will call out to her thinking she's Mary, before Maria corrects his mistake. In this version, it's James that corrects the mistake. He's the one to ruin the ruse because he knows what he saw in the hotel and knows that this can't be her. It's brilliant. It shows just how desperate Maria truly was in this moment. Maria plays the role as Mary to the bitter end, not just dressing like her but even acting like her, just to convince James. James himself, though, is one of the remake's strongest appeals because of that facial technology. The scene in the labyrinth is now much more tense, as James seems to be struggling on whether to accept Maria or fight back against his urges. Even something as small as his clothes getting dirtier over the course of the game, along with his eyes looking noticeably more tired as you press on. Each of it adds a wealth of personality to him and is one of the benefits of modern technology. This is also coupled with actors who actually sound like their original characters. They aren't all exactly the same, but they are leagues ahead of the HD collection, and none of them stood out as odd or off-putting in any way. The remake even seems to have taken an idea from the HD collection, which was to provide that same feeling that we're looking at the TV through James, by now having his actual face appear in the reflection. The following scene is just as creative as well. The other world of the hotel was an interesting location in the original, but it was just another location. The remake indulges in this feeling of decay much more than the original, portrayed by not just having the walls peel, but having enemies collapse from its rotting presence. Enemies in these locations can be seen stumbling or even dying in front of you. It reminds me a lot of the Lisa reveal, but now expanded to the hotel. Now that the illusion is gone, the truth is revealed. The creatures in the town are like actors in a play. They're all manifestations of the individual. This connects neatly to that fight with Pyramid Head, where both of them would stab themselves after the fight had concluded. James no longer needs Pyramid Head anymore. He has served his purpose. So now we must see his way out, so the next act can begin. This moment in the hotel is the exact same feeling. The actors have played their parts, the audience has been brought to tears, and the play is over. Throughout my time with the remake, I couldn't help but say, yep, that's Silent Hill 2. And I think for a remake trying to reimagine that original game, that's probably the intended response. There are a couple of gripes I have with the game overall though. The first was the final scene with Angela. As the scene ends, the player is left to wander the stairs or leave if they choose. While this happens, Angela will walk up the stairs until she's completely disappeared from you. Here in the remake, James leaves just as she makes her climb. The thought that she took her life is still present, but just feels like an abrupt cut, whereas the original let you sit with that moment for as long as you like. The most disappointing removal though was Born from a Wish, which is not present in the release as of yet. It seems like they're going to continue honoring the original even with its launch structure by releasing the sub-story later. There is no confirmation that this is happening, but I can't imagine they just omit the whole thing altogether. Personally, I think separating these two things is kind of cheap, even if the original did it as well. The original may have had budget cuts and time constraints to deal with. It's also possible that the team didn't know the full scope of their game because they were making it for the first time. This is a remake of a game from 20 years ago. This new team knows what is and what's not a part of the original release. Omitting it now just to sell it as DLC later feels really cheap to me. But the game's faults are not bad, as the game itself ends on a wonderful note, all thanks to the original story. That's the reassurance that comes from working on Silent Hill 2. No matter what happens, you physically can't make a terrible Silent Hill 2 game, regardless if it's a port or remake. And if the remake happens to change too much, then I'd argue it's not really Silent Hill 2 at that stage. The story has always been my favorite part of this game, and to see most of it preserved as it was really helps sell it. The game even sweetens the deal with 2 endings exclusive to the remake. All of the 6 original endings exist, all with different cutscenes to help flesh them out, rather than a single frame we got before. But the 2 new ones are quite unique. The first, Stillness, is a slightly expanded version of the in-water ending. But instead of James talking to himself before driving off, Mary can be seen caressing him from behind. He looks a lot more broken up about the whole thing than before, and it really shows just how sad he is, and how upset he's become now that Mary is gone and he can't get her back. Both endings work fine, but I find that Stillness adds a bit more punch to that initial in-water ending. The other ending is Bliss. To complete this, you must be on New Game Plus and grab a bottle of White Claudia using a newly found key. Drinking this right before you put in the tape will play an alternate version of it, where it shows them smiling. Happy. Mary wasn't killed. Somehow, they managed to make an even more delusional ending than Rebirth by having James chug a potion of sorts that manipulated his mind into thinking Mary was alive the whole time. James is pretending to live an alternate reality where he never killed her, and they lived happily together until the end of her days. So, does the remake surpass the original? No, it was never going to, nor do I think that was the intent. Akira Yamaoka was interviewed back in 2017 and was asked if Team Silent would ever reunite. He replied that he wouldn't mind, but the industry has changed so much since then. The team has also moved on to other projects and personal endeavors. So there's a very unlikely chance that if they did get back together, the games they would make would be just as good as they were 20 years ago. The Team Silent games were lightning in a bottle. It's impossible to recreate those games because of the passion that the team had back then and the culture that surrounded them. The remake was never going to surpass the original, I just don't think that's possible. What I wanted though was for the remake to at least compete with its mentor, to be on a level playing field with it. And in that regard, it certainly does succeed. The remake has now become one of the better ways to experience Silent Hill 2 in this modern era we live in. Anyone including myself will always recommend that you play the original, either through picking up a physical copy or through emulation. There is an indescribable level of quality with this game that only comes from playing it. But if you find yourself not being able to meet those requirements, then the remake is a nice alternative. Especially since it's on PS5 and PC, with a possible Xbox release soon to come once the exclusivity deal wears off. It's not the exact same game from 20 years ago, but this remake is so faithful to the source material and crafted with such a love and passion that you think it was. All this leads us to today. Silent Hill is back and finally getting rave reviews from fans and critics alike, but how long will that stay? It's not lost on me that the Silent Hill game that was universally praised, something the series hasn't had in a long time, just so happens to be the remake of one of the most beloved games in the series. Is Silent Hill still chasing its tail, or has it learned to let go? That will be a question for the future. Townfall and F are still too early in the pipeline to give us a clear answer. While the remake was everyone's most anticipated release, these next 2 games are going to be what defines this era of Silent Hill. The series is about to go through its own trip through the town, but now equipped with the foresight of what their endings could be. Will Silent Hill get the good ending, learn from its past and manage to bring itself back from the brink? Or will it receive the bad ending and fall into the pit of irrelevance only to be brought back a decade later, just to see if more money could be squeezed out of the property one last time? The future is uncertain, but only time will tell what's to come of our beloved little franchise. The series started all because a group of outcasted developers wanted to make a game that toiled with the player's emotions. And if the games can stick to that, then the series will continue to grow for the many years to come. But if it goes down that path of greed or repetition, it might see itself fade away into the fog once more. I, however, only started this journey just so I could experience these games properly for the first time. I've truly gone through my own journey here in Silent Hill, filled with all the trauma, revelations, twists, and scares that entails. Which is why it's become my favorite horror franchise of all time. The future is uncertain, but I know that I will certainly be there to see it through to the end, whatever that ends up meaning. Thanks for watching. Thank you all for watching today, and I hope you enjoyed. I think I said in the Metal Gear video that I didn't want to do another 5-hour long video, but I gotta be honest, I quite enjoy making these. I got some interesting things coming up the pipeline, they'll mainly be out between late October and early November. As always, like the video if you enjoy and subscribe if you're new. Thank you to the patrons who continue to support the work that I do. And if you'd like to contribute yourself, you can do so for as little as $1 a month with the link in the description. And of course, thank you to my returning viewers for coming back to another video. Take care everyone. Goodbye.